Chapter 481. Nick sighed when he noticed this, and was conflicted since on one hand, he felt a bit bad that he kept forgetting to look into her family's curse. On the other hand, however, it was her faith in him to be able to just casually find a cure for it that set a dangerous precedent. If he did indeed create a cure, then she may develop absolute faith in his capabilities, which is very bad, should she be put in a life-threatening situation in the future. Nick's solution to the problem was quite simple, really, as he merely needed to find the cure and then sneakily implant it into Amidawitch's head as a sort of spark of inspiration. In that case, he will seemingly have nothing to do with the cure at all, and thus there will be no reason for Daphne to develop that dangerous mindset. He even had the perfect target in mind for the information after he figured it out. Madame Pomfrey, the school's resident Midowitch, was likely the one currently treating the symptoms of the curse on a regular basis. She also already most likely had the required knowledge to find a cure, but hadn't been able to so. It would take a small nudge with legilimency to convince her she figured it out on her own as a result. All the while, Nick would not be suspected at all, since as far as everyone could tell, he would have nothing to do with the discovery. The key to this plan, however, revolved around two things that no one knows at the moment. First, that he was likely the most powerful legilimens on the planet, after following Slytherin's training method for the subject for nearly 3 years. Second, was that he could read any language, and thus could likely find the curse itself easily enough in the library if he looked. The reason these were key was because Madame Pomfrey was an Occlumens, like every other Medowitch, and had powerful shield around her mind to keep others out. Dumbledore himself would probably be unable to sneak into her mind without brute force as a result, but Nick could sense those shields were likely pathetic compared to the natural mental protection that Dusk had. In the second case, it was obviously because, without being able to read every language, Nick wouldn't be able to find the curse and figure out a way to dispel it from what he learned. As it stood right now, Nick already had 2 of 3 of Slytherin's medical curse-breaking pieces of information, and just needed the last one. Slytherin created this rule of 3 after a lot of experiments on the subject. The rule stated that a Medowitch or wizard needed 3 pieces of information to safely remove any curse from someone. First was the method of casting the curse. Second was an understanding of what the curse did to the victim, and the final was the reverse curse technique that was needed to create a counter curse. The reverse curse technique was one of the first things Slytherin's books spoke of on the topic in great detail, and the effects of the curse were observable by Nick fulfilling 2 of the 3 requirements. The final one needed to be fulfilled in order for Nick to create the counter curse that he would sneakily feed to Madame Pomfrey, who was definitely trying to figure it out herself already. With all this in mind, Nick stored away Daphne's gift and moved on to the rest. Lupin got Nick a copy of the Marauders map he made, just for him, which was nice but functionally useless for him. Sirius, on the other hand, just directly sent Nick an Earthfire seed, which was actually useful to Nick since it will let him create an Earthfire Atronach. Earthfire was a sort of magical flame found within active volcanoes, or deep beneath the ground, that added a high adaptability to whatever it was added to. Nick even had a sneaking suspicion that it was what Godric Gryffindor's sword was forged, in that allowed it to devour the properties of things that would strengthen it. He couldn't prove it, of course, since the sword was lost to time, and hadn't manifested from the Sorting Hat since Nick derailed the hell out of the canon events of the second year. Other than that point in time, there had been no occasion by which it needed to manifest, so it sat within the hat to this very day. Thinking of the sword, Nick found it a bit ironic that Slytherin's pet would have been done in by his best friend's weapon, had Nick not intervened. Chapter 482. Other than that, there wasn't really any presents worth mentioning, and the rest of the day was fairly quiet as well, minus the small snowball fight the twins started. Nick didn't take part in it, but watched from the sidelines while under a shield charm. Not for lack of effort on the twins' part, to be fair, as they kept accidentally hitting the shield from different angles in search of a weakness. Nick was not foolish enough to leave such a thing, however, and merely smirked as he sipped his Mexican hot chocolate. Something about the added red pepper really elevated the drink in his opinion, and Dottie was always happy to make stuff like this for him if he asked. Ron was also a huge fan of the drink after trying some, and had his own mug next to Nick. There was nothing really special about it, but it was nice to just sit around and chat with friends without studying or worrying about the upcoming mana recovery and returning gods. Still, all good things come to an end, And the day soon waned away before a new one started. There is 6 days left before the holidays end, so I should probably visit that place in Iceland Slytherin mentioned to see if my theory holds. Nick thought the morning after Christmas as he was deciding what to do for the remaining time he had left before the classes started up again. From what he could tell, Slytherin was at the 3rd tier when he visited that place, so Nick figured he would have no issue after going there himself. The country was only a bit over 500 miles northwestish, so while flying high into the air at about Mach 1 should get him there in a bit under an hour. Donning his armor, Nick placed a disillusionment charm on himself before leaving the castle through the courtyard. Once outside, he wheeled himself up and instantly shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow. After reaching the clouds, he stopped to allow the armor to adjust to the environment as he determined the direction he needed to go before shooting off into the distance. Only Dumbledore seemed to notice his departure, but merely shrugged and went back to his paperwork. This was not the first time Nick had shot past the wards through the sky, after all, and the old wizard doubted it would be the last as well. The armor's inbuilt shields covered the head and shoulders of the armor as he flew, which increased its aerodynamics greatly. This allowed Nick to bust through the sound barrier and enter the soundless state that existed beyond it. This wasn't to say that he wasn't making sound, merely that he was moving faster than it was, so he himself could not hear it. Luckily, he quickly reached the ocean, so those that heard the sound of his travel were few and far between. Nick didn't pay much attention to his surroundings, as he flew as the only things he needed to watch were in front of him in the form of birds. If his eyesight wasn't extremely good, and his reaction speed being superhuman, he might not have been able to dodge the few he came across that were cruising at this altitude. After about 45 minutes, he spotted his destination ahead of him and started to slow down, which brought back a disorienting amount of noise. Still, he safely arrived on the southeastern part of the country and began his search for the spot Slytherin described. This was slightly tricky, as there was quite a lot of volcanic activity in the southern part of the country that threw off his magical senses slightly from the earth fire there. After about 2 hours of careful searching, however, Nick finally got a magical return that didn't belong to the earth fire. In his senses, it felt like something that was trying to go unnoticed, which was ironically what gave it away to him. If he was going off of sight, or something like that, then Slytherin's ward would have worked perfectly, as his notice would have slipped right over it. But in his magical senses, something telling him not to notice, it tended to do the opposite. Moving the large amount of rock covering the entrance, Nick entered the crevice cautiously, after dismantling the ward and replacing it behind him. Like he had expected, the crevice was very hot, but thanks to both his natural resistance to high temperatures and the armor that adapted and protected him from it, he was perfectly fine. Eventually, he found his first traces of the Metal Guardians that Slytherin spoke of in the form of broken pieces of a hole that Nick figured the Founders team had left behind. Chapter 483. Nick picked up the pieces and observed them, but frowned as he couldn't identify it. At first glance, it appeared to be bronze, but it was far too sturdy to actually be it, and there was no corrosion at all, despite the enchantments on the metal being destroyed for over 1,000 years. Using the system, Nick analyzed the pieces and smiled at what it told him. The metal was called Olympium, and was an alloy created by Hephaestus that the Forge God used for most of their intricate works. Even more surprisingly was that the pieces belonged to a magical drone created out of the metal. This raised Nick's hopes greatly that this was indeed the location that Hephaestus was sealed. But the possibility that it was just the tomb of a powerful wizard that found the alloy also existed. Knowing this, Nick collected as much pieces as he could and continued on his way further into the crevice. The walls got smoother and wider the deeper he went, while more and more pieces of drones showed up, and Nick had even started to find some more whole constructs. The general body shape he could see for the majority of these drones was vaguely arachnid, except they had clamps on their front for manipulating things. Nick couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something about their shape bothered him, like he should know what they were, but at the same time he shouldn't as well. It was a weird sort of déjà vu rather than anything actually paradoxical in nature, and it was driving him crazy. In the end, he could only continue collecting the drones as he went deeper into the stone structure underground. What is this place? There is almost no magic at all besides these drones, and even then, most of them have long since lost all power or been destroyed. If anything, this place seems almost entirely mechanical in nature. Nick thought in confusion. The more the stone started to look as if it had been carved long ago and inlaid with metal pipes and plating. Even stranger was that he could hear steam moving through the pipes to somewhere further in. There was plenty of traps along the way, but again, none were magical, and most had even been disabled prior to his arrival. Nick pushed open a large set of metal doors that stood in his way further in, and for the first time since entering this place found a working drone. This one was different than the others, however, as it looked almost humanoid, if it wasn't for the strange rolling wheels it used to move about and weapon hands. The right hand was a mechanical blade, while the left appeared to be a sort of crossbow without a string. Again, Nick had a horrible sense that he should know what this was, but couldn't for the life of him figure out why. The drone also spotted him, and steam rose from the side of it, his head, and it turned violent, and raised it his crossbow arm to fire a bolt at him. Nick waved his wand, creating a shield that stopped the bolt before immediately pointing at the drone Immobilis. He spoke, and the spell appeared in a flash of blue, causing the drone to stiffen in place, as it was magically paralyzed. Nick walked over to it at this point, and began examining the enchantments on it carefully. They were horribly complex, actually, as there was a sort of primitive eye that detected race and dictated the actions of the drone, as a result as well as a set of tasks that it would need to perform in various scenarios. These enchantments are some else entirely. It is like a form of mechanical life with that last step, not being taken to truly make it alive. Even stranger is that it seems to be intentional as well. Nick thought with a deep frown as once again a part of his being was screaming at him that he should know what this is and what made it. Disrumpier, Nick said with a flick of his wrist. And the drone lost it is enchantment before falling to the ground in perfectly intact pieces that Nick collected to put together again later. Looking around the room, Nick saw 3 other doors that went in 3 different directions, so he on a whim chose to take the one to his left. Behind that door was what appeared to be a bedroom to his surprise, and had a metal mechanically locked chest, a stone bed, a table with stone chairs, and a bookshelf with what looked to be the remains of books on it. The books were sadly reduced to fragments, and Nick felt like maybe the repair charm might hopefully fix them. Chapter 484, this means missing text. Reparo? He spoke softly, and the magic struck the haphazard pile of book remains, and Nick watched hopeful that he could learn something about whoever built this place. It was slow going, but eventually the magic finished running it its course, and Nick sighed at what he saw. The few books that were able to be salvaged to a degree were repaired to that degree, and not a big one either. Whatever. Something is better than nothing, he thought, as he started looking at the script, written on the parts of the paper that was legible. Strange lands I have arrived at after. It is been days since I arrived in this place, and I have made several discoveries that I recently had a run-in with the local race of men in this world, and diplomacy fell through as we don't speak the same language. Drastic measures need to be taken to rectify this. That was all that was understandable in the first book, and Nick made an inference based on the context clues written within these scant few lines. This was that whoever constructed this place was not from this world, which was shocking. He had long theorized that it was entirely possible to travel to other realities after he himself had done so, after he died. But from his understanding, it was extremely difficult to do while alive. Souls he had found were more energy than anything else, so it took much less effort to send this energy to another place compared to a physical body well attuned to it. His world. Unfortunately, these books were in terrible condition, and as a result were lacking the details. Nick needed to try and figure out how this person got here from wherever they came from. Moving on to the next book, Nick found a reference that he recognized, and he finally understood why he had been having such a bad case of déjà vu. After scrying this entire world, I have come to a startling conclusion. There are no Myrrh here, nor Daedra. My realization of finding myself in an entirely new reality has led to a sense of dread setting in. I am truly alone. That was the only legible entry in the second book, and it told Nick exactly what wrote the entry and where they came from. A Dwemer from Nirn was in this world at some point. This was an earth-shattering discovery, as the implications behind such a thing was insane for various reasons. It was a well-recorded fact that the Dwemer were basically all mad scientist types, with little regard for other races being contempt and disdain. It was so bad, in fact, that the leader of them in a single part of the world went so far as trying to forcefully elevate the entire race to divinity rather than try and make peace with their enemies. This arrogant act caused nearly the entire race to go extinct as they zero-summed from existence. Nick had a burning desire to know if this particular Dwemer arrived in this world because of that act, or if they had come to this world before that point somehow. Both possibilities came with their own implications and weight, but both were different. If the Dwemer came as a result of Kagranak's folly, then it was also possible that others of that race, or even the majority of that race, had been translocated to different realities. If the Dwemer came via other means, however, it means there may be the key knowledge to dimensional travel somewhere in this place. I don't know exactly when this person arrived on Earth, but I assume it was either after the gods died off or sealed themselves away, or the gods never noticed them for some reason. Nick thought seriously before moving to the next book. Hi, an astounding discovery. I have managed to leech off the magica of the object to power my homai. The seals still hold tight, but I shall persevere to discover what secret they hide from me. I am dying. I almost didn't realize it, but my magica is consuming me to maintain itself slowly. Weakness in my bones as I write this last entry. So this person seems to have arrived after the gods vanished, and was being tier 4, but not by much, Nick noted after he finished the book. Unfortunately, even using the repair charm again and again did nothing to recover the lost texts, which left him with many questions, and no answers. He was hopeful, however, as there was mention of seals, which means a god might still be here. With that in mind, Nick left the room and walked to the door to the right of the center hallway room and pushed it open. Chapter 4, 85. Immediately after opening the door, Nick leapt backwards as several attacks came at him from within the room. He didn't realize it until the door was open, but there was 3 drones within the room set to ambush whoever opened it incorrectly. I forgot that the Dwemer were clever pricks and did shit like this, he thought, as he quickly immobilized and dismantled the drones like the previous one. Even if the Dwemer who made them was tier 5 or higher, the drones themselves were simple constructions that were only a true threat to a wizard like Nick if he was caught off guard. That was because the things lacked any real magical means of attacking and relied on physical means to cause damage. Even worse was that they had no resistance to this world's form of magic, at all that wasn't so focused on destruction as opposed to utility. For all the gifts the people of Nirn had with their thriving mana-rich world, they sucked at getting creative with their spells and tended to rely on brute force for everything. While Nick can't say that was wrong, it just meant that this world's magic system had an edge in utility and finesse by a wide margin. The Dwemer themselves likely wasn't aware of this at the time they created these drones, and thus simply chose to stick to the traditional automatons of their race. Nick chuckled and shook his head at this before focusing on the task at hand. Walking into the room, he smiled, as how could he not recognize a workshop when he saw one? The whole room was well preserved, thanks to the type metal used for the tools and the enchantments on everything that Stop Time's ravages. Oh yes, the room was absolutely blinding to Nick's magical senses, as the whole place had preservative enchantments on them that he recognized as being written in Daedric runes. He wasn't surprised at this, since most enchantments from Nirn used the language as a base for their enchantments and spellcraft. And why wouldn't they, when Daedra and Idra were the constant and ever-present reminder of the most powerful beings in their reality that they were aware of anyways? Even calling it Daedric runes was technically incorrect, as it belonged to the Idra as well, though. To be fair, the Daedra were the first to share the knowledge of the language with the mortal races. Hermaeus Mora, to be precise, was the one responsible for the spread of that knowledge to the mortals. Nick had to admit it was a smart move of the Prince of Secrets and Fate's part, as it was a foregone conclusion that the mortal races would get that knowledge eventually on their own. So why not skip the hassle and get it over with in exchange for some profit for himself? The funny part, in Nick's opinion, was that the Daedric Lord clearly hadn't realized exactly how far the mortals would take that piece of knowledge at the time. The Dwemer, more than any other race, proved their hegemony in the usage of the language as they made false life, and even tapped into tonal magic, which was a whole complicated and super high-tier piece of magic. The crazy race even got uncomfortably close to creating a new god, using the heart of one as a fuel source. Nick was frankly speaking thrilled with the workshop's discovery, as even without the knowledge of the one who made it, he could, at the very least, copy the enchantments and then figure out bits and pieces of how the Dwemer crafted stuff. The biggest gain, however, was an apple-sized metal cube-looking object that had sat in a special pedestal in the center of the workshop. A lexicon? Nice! Nick thought excitedly, since he knew that the things were used by the Dwemer as a sort of portable library for knowledge. This one was obviously empty, as it had no magical signals at all. But with some luck, Nick could use it to reverse engineer the magical technology behind it for his own use. This would be a huge step forward for him, as using this technology he could inscribe an entire library's worth of knowledge onto a lexicon that could then be directly injected into his mind to instantly gain all of it. It wasn't exactly learning that fast, so much as allowing him to directly skip the reading step of gaining knowledge and letting him work on directly memorizing it all instead. He wasn't the only one who would benefit from this technology, either as he could inscribe the entire Hogwarts library into a lexicon and have all of it injected into the first years of the school to basically elevate the entire British wizarding community's future generations' knowledge and power by a wide margin. Chapter 486. Snapping himself out of his wondrous fantasies, Nick took out one of his many blank journals and began copying the enchantments on literally every part of the room, from the tools to the furniture. All of it was copied down exactly as it was seen. The Dwemer had thought themselves clever and made sure that the enchantments on the tools were all vague and bound permanently to themselves, so they were useless to anyone else. But Nick had no intention of preserving the enchantments at all. He could get better versions from the system and enchant them himself, so his only use for the tools was the material they were made from. Speaking of said material, Nick couldn't figure out how the Dwemer had gotten so much to begin with that it could be used as mere decoration for this place beyond the drones and tools. The stuff was literally all over the place, and Nick found this odd since it made no sense. As an unnaturally created alloy, the metal should be in short supply, yet the Dwemer seemed to have more than they knew what to do with. Perhaps I'll find out why by going deeper into the complex, he thought after packing up the whole room's contents into the realm. Leaving the now empty room, Nick finally chose to go through the middle door that, to no surprise, had a long downward sloping hallway behind it. Like the rest of the Dwemer ruin, the hallway was made of stone and metal with pipes along its sides. There were also a few traps here and there that Nick spotted and easily avoided by floating over them with his armor. Obviously, the Dwemer had never expected a flying intruder when they made the traps, so they were entirely ineffective against Nick. The hallway went on and on for nearly an hour of slowly floating down it as the temperature gradually grew greater and greater. Finally, Nick made it to the huge set of heavily enchanted and locked doors that he assumed contained the final part of the ruin. Dear gods, that is an insane amount of protection. Clearly, that Dwemer did not want anyone to see what is behind this door. Nick thought with conflicting emotions about it. On one hand, he was impressed by the defenses, while on the other, they irritated him for being such a pain to get past. Anti-magic protection enchantments galore, and no less than 3 super complicated puzzle locks that didn't have any context to them at all. 2 days. It took Nick 2 whole days to figure out the combinations for the locks, and finally open the doors. Even then, he only figured them out by trying literally every possible combination until he got the right ones. It was all worth it in his opinion, however, as he finally pushed open the doors and saw what lay beyond them. A vast lake of molten metal that had Dwemer constructs attached to it, and in the very center, a huge crystalline structure that sent chills down his spine, not from its appearance, but because of the sheer quality and quantity of mana contained within it that passively seeped out in tiny amounts. Deific presence confirmed. Now to ignore my instincts and try and figure out which god it is, Nick thought seriously as he moved to try and float over the metal lake. The key word there was try, as the moment he approached the lake it moved as something started to surface from below it. First came a reptilian head with well-visible fangs that were each nearly twice the size of Nick himself at the minimum. It had huge bronze-colored scales with jagged edges on it, his neck down alongside long thick black horns from behind it, his skull, and a massive bulky body like that of a monitor lizard, but scaled up to the point of being nearly the size of an entire football field. The creature didn't have wings, but it didn't need them for Nick to know what it was. A dragon. You wouldn't happen to know how to talk, would you? Nick asked, hoping to avoid conflict with the monstrous creature if possible. That hope was killed brutally as the dragon opened at his mouth and unleashed a torrent of golden-colored flames at Nick. He wasted no time at all, shooting to the side as fast as his armor would let him, barely avoiding the flames that covered a huge area. "Obscuro!" Nick called as he used the blinding curse to try and take away the dragon's vision, which was a highly recommended move against the creatures. The hide of a dragon is ridiculously resistant to magic, and only the eyes were vulnerable, normally, so removing that sense was a no-brainer when dealing with one. Nick was pretty sure that this dragon in particular would prove to be a pain to defeat considering where it was living. Chapter 487. It would take an idiot to not realize that this dragon was leeching off the mana that radiated from the crystal and saturated the molten metal of the lake. Nick was no idiot and could easily recognize this fact and sigh as he shot around the huge cavern's airspace to avoid the dragon's attacks. To make matters worse, Nick's senses told him a fact about the dragon that had him conflicted about killing the beast as well. It was Tier 5. Not the weak sort of Tier 5 either, like Slytherin, who hadn't gone beyond the entry point of that tier, but full-on solidly within the tier. Nick was conflicted about killing the creature, because he was well aware that this could very well be the only Tier 5 dragon on the entire planet, and was an entirely unknown species to boot. Simply killing such a thing for his own convenience, when it wasn't strictly necessary, just didn't sit right with him. Boom! A blast of flame on a nearby wall said that the dragon itself had no such issues about killing him, however, as it wildly attacked after the blinding spell took hold. One might be wondering how Nick wasn't already dead against the dragon if it was 2 whole tiers above him, and this would be a good question if it was a wizard. Magical beasts, however, function differently than wizards and other intelligent species, such as goblin when it came to tiers of power. A normal dragon was actually Tier 4 on average, which means they should be as strong as Dumbledore, and yet they could be restrained by even Tier 2 wizards with the right strategy. The reason for this was because while their power and mana levels were well into Tier 4, they were basically just great big brutes that lacked the versatility and minds required to fully utilize this power like wizards do. To put it bluntly, this dragon, while powerful, was just flinging around it his power without any direction or restraint at all, which was of course dangerous, but only if Nick was an idiot and let it hit him. Despite their lack of intelligence, dragons weren't stupid beasts by any means, so it didn't take long for this one to realize that Nick couldn't be gotten in this way and switch up tactics. To be specific, Nick watched it dive back under the molten metal of the lake and vanish from his magical senses. It couldn't be helped as the molten metal was constantly radiating mana from the crystal that cut off his perception at the surface of the lake. This made Nick vigilant, as he knew that this meant that the beast could try and ambush him from beneath the metal. To prevent any accidents, he flew to the top of the cavern and summoned a double-layered shield charm as he watched the molten metal for any signs of movement. It was hard to tell what was movement from the dragon and what was the natural flow of the molten metal until the spot right below him sank downwards noticeably, and he shot to the side just in time to avoid a blast of flame, directed at his previous position. He didn't escape entirely unharmed, however, as his left foot got hit by the edge of the attack and was horribly scorched as a result. "Ass!" He hissed in pain and grit his teeth to stop himself from screaming and tried to maintain his focus on surviving and defeating this dragon. "I can heal the damage later if I survive that long," he thought seriously, as he never stopped moving to prevent another attack like that. This clearly got the dragon impatient, as it began to visibly chase him from beneath the metal, causing large amounts of disturbances on the surface as it did so. "Glacius!" Nick said loudly, and a dense amount of icy air shot out of his wand towards the molten lake below and struck it in a wide area. "Raka!" The dragon screamed in anger and pain as the hyper-cold air clashed with the hyper-hot metal and, more importantly, dragon beneath it. What happens when a super-hot material is rapidly cooled? If you thought it becomes brittle and rigid, then you are correct, and this sudden chemistry lesson was learned by the dragon as well. The frigid magic struck it as scorching hide, and caused it to crack and peel apart, as it was moving a lot, and thus created a nasty-looking wound on his back. Nick's attack did as intended, however, and forced the beast to the surface to keep the molten metal from damaging. It is exposed flesh, while the dragon was clearly adapted to living in the molten lake that only really applied if its hide was fully intact, which thanks to Nick was no longer the case. Chapter 488. Mistakes have been made, Nick thought, as the dragon went from casually trying to murder him to wanting to obliterate him after his attack landed. Dragons were wrathful creatures to begin with, so it came as no surprise to Nick that this one was absolutely livid at the moment. If it wasn't for his advantage in speed, he might really be in trouble, as the beast was quite literally snapping at his heels as it tried to kill him. One thing Nick had noticed, however, was that the beast was also careful not to strike the crystal structure in the center of the lake whenever they got close to it, despite his anger. Nick noticed this and took advantage of it to constantly pelt the dragon's exposed flesh with knockout charms that were starting to take hold of it. Nick had to admit that if this was a normal dragon, he would have likely long since had restrained it. But this one was stupidly sturdy and resistant to spells. Nearly 30 full-power knockout spells, straight into it, his body, and all that it accomplished was to make the creature a little drowsy, but still going strong. Fuck it. I tried playing nice time to go for the mean methods. Nick thought in frustration and pointed his wand at the beast. Legilimens, he spoke firmly, and the dragon froze as Nick's mind probe violently smashed into it, his natural shielding, and pierced through them. Dusk had been Nick's legilimency partner for quite some time now, and despite it is naturally powerful, shields had also been rapidly improving in them as it fended Nick off. Compared to defenses like that, this dragon's natural defenses were laughably easy for Nick to bust through. That was when Nick discovered something he hadn't even considered until now. This was not always a dragon. It was deep within the mind space and was suppressed heavily. But there was memories that belonged to something that was obviously not a beast. The Dwemer! Nick realized in astonishment and understanding. He had wondered how this dragon had gotten down here in the first place, and now he knew. It was included in some of the Dwemer's last coherent memories before the beast's mind suppressed it and took control again. In a desperate bid for survival, the Dwemer captured a pack of stone-scale dragons which had lived nearby this area on the surface. Using forbidden life, altering rituals, and alchemical solutions, the Dwemer bred the beasts into an entirely new species that could survive for thousands of years while living within the molten metal. The Dwemer then used another forbidden ritual to transfer their mind and soul into an egg, in such a way that they could basically control this new body to survive without losing any of their power. The mind and soul fusion were successful. However, it soon became clear that the Dwemer had miscalculated, as they hadn't realized that the minds and souls of the creatures were naturally extremely powerful. The final result was that the mind and soul of the Dwemer was subsumed by the dragons instead of the other way around, while all the Dwemer's power still went to the newborn beast. Nick sighed at this while creating false memories in the beast's mind to make it think that it has known him for many, many years, and this was merely one of their spars for supremacy, and not a fight to the death. Fights between dragons for supremacy rarely actually ended in death, since there was no one to rule over if you kill all of them. It was a bit like the hierarchy system of a pride of lions, except the younger dragons weren't killed off challenging their hordes alphas. Nick left the beast's mind and waited vigilantly as his mind adjusted to his tampering. There was a few ways this could go truthfully, with some being positive, and the others being not so positive. Thankfully, the memories were accepted since they didn't clash too heavily with the beast's instincts and true memories. The dragon's gaze changed from hostility to a sort of fond irritation at its losses from the spar. The only reason Nick was even able to make such a change was that thanks to the Dwemer's memories, and Soul the dragon technically understood speech. Thus, Nick had a way to communicate with it in reality, as it would clash far too much if the dragon only understood body language, and Roars yet had memories of conversing with him. This was a unique situation that would only work in this particular scenario alone, and Nick was very much aware of it. Chapter 489. Don't be mistaken into believing that the dragon was anything but a wild force of nature, even after Nick's mental tampering, as the beast by no means would obey him unconditionally. In fact, if he ever showed up in front of it in a poor shape, it was likely to try and usurp his dominant position in the relationship. The same was also true if it felt like it was able to defeat him at any given point in time. Nick, while tempted to dive into the Dwemer's memories, to try and steal it, his knowledge didn't do so because he was very much aware that this would disrupt the balance of the dragon and Dwemer's position in the same mind. Just the small glimpse he saw told Nick that the Dwemer was not the sort of being he wanted to truly take control of the dragon's body. It was extremely self-centered, arrogant, and had a clear disregard for all that could be considered forbidden or dark magic. Something like that at Tier 5, with all of his knowledge, would almost definitely become a problem in the future, after learning that it was leagues more powerful than most magical beings on the planet. How could the Dwemer not figure that out after Nick read the entries that it had written that stated it had scanned the entire planet already? No. Rather than run the risk of the Dwemer's mind taking over by diving through it, his memories, Nick chose to leave the dragon in charge for now. Anyways, after the spar, the dragon swam to the shore of the molten lake to start recovering from it, his wounds while ignoring Nick since, according to it, he was not out of place at all. Nick, on the other hand, flew to the far side of the molten lake and pressed on a stone that looked normal at first glance. After pressing it, however, the rock wall shuddered and rumbled as it opened up to reveal the hidden room that the Dwemer used to store the other members of the dragon species in stasis, alongside all the ritual circles and knowledge it had, in a lexicon pedestal. Like all Dwemer, this one simply hated the idea of it as knowledge, getting lost in case there was an accident or it died, and thus stored all it knew in this pedestal. Of course, this all required a blank lexicon to be inscribed in the first place, and only contained pure knowledge without any experiences or personal findings, like the Dwemeries held. Luckily for Nick, he had picked up a raw lexicon from the ruins earlier, and thus set it in place and hit the button to start the inscribing process. Under the scrutiny of his magical senses, Nick understood how the Dwemer did it and couldn't help but admit that it was ingenious. See, the lexicons were actually not the key to this method of storing information, but rather merely the chosen medium that the Dwemer used for it. The true key was actually the pedestal itself that shot out microscopic lasers of mana that quite literally burned the pre-programmed information into the medium's surface and core. It was super high concept stuff that the wizarding world probably would never come up with on its own, as it was just so far away from it that it wasn't even funny. And I actually thought that I could replicate this with merely a lexicon. What a joke, Nick thought with a sigh. Soon enough, the lexicon was finished being inscribed and Nick could see the huge amount of mana contained within the thing. Millions of microscopic runes covered the lexicon and waited for someone to use their mana to read the information they held. Nick didn't do that, since he was on a bit of a timeline, and there was clearly not a small amount of information within the lexicon. Instead, Nick stored the lexicon within the realm and turned his attention to the specimens that were kept under stasis via circles that fed off the mana present in the air to power a sort of temporal field. Of course, the Dwemer fucked with time, because absolutely nothing is off limits to these crazy bastards apparently. Nick complained mentally. Some topics were forbidden for a reason, and time definitely fell on that list, strictly because of the horrible things that could happen by messing with it. A good example was how the grandfather paradox solved itself after someone put it to the test with a time turner. A person went back about 4 generations and killed their ancestor, which caused time to decide that the person's entire family after that point to simply zero-sum out of existence, beyond the records outside of time held by the Ministry. Chapter 490. Needless to say, Nick was very hesitant to touch the subject, because while he knew for a fact multiverse theory was correct, he would rather not find out what happens if you successfully fuck with your own timeline too much. That said, canceling the temporal stasis field was a piece of cake, as Nick merely scratched out the mana drawing runes and watched as the circle rapidly depowered as it burned, threw it as fuel. It was interesting to see the small but adult dragons in the cages go from still frame to slowly moving as time resumed for them. Well, small compared to the huge beast out in the molten lake, but still about the size of an elephant, so large in truth. Nick counted, and there was 30 adults, 15 juveniles, and 20 unhatched eggs in total. Really seemed to like the number 5, it seems. He thought with a chuckle after he was done counting the creatures, unlike the dragon out in the molten lake that had been living freely. In his entire life, these ones were born and raised under the thumb of the Dwemer, so remained well-behaved, despite seeing Nick. Going through the creature's memories, Nick discovered why too, as the Dwemer was a cruel master that punished any disobedience harshly and rewarded obedience lightly. The punishments were agonizing torture, and the rewards were slightly more or better food and the privilege to breed. Nick was disgusted by this, and then released the creatures from their cages and into the molten lake after placing himself firmly as their alpha. The huge dragon in the lake was not bothered at all by this, as the new additions to the environment immediately submitted to it. The eggs, however, were a different story for Nick as he stored them in his realm. Hagrid will likely be thrilled to take care of them until they hatch, but I'll have to check with Dumbledore if that will be all right first. If nothing else, these little ones will help set up a stable population of this species. Nick thought after he stored the eggs away, despite being an engineered species by the Dwemer, the dragons were originally part of a species that truly existed, but had gone extinct from overhunting, so most magazoologists would be thrilled to see them return in some way. Nick obviously knew that publicly coming out and saying that he discovered them wouldn't sit well with the Order, since it would definitely draw attention to them again, as those in the know would seek them out to learn where Nick found the dragons. This was where Dumbledore came into play, as the old man could go on a short trip without anyone knowing and come back while saying that he discovered the species. The really tricky part was getting a decent-sized population set up and removing them from the molten lake and into the original habitat. There was no way in hell Nick was going to let anyone near the Dwemer ruin, and even less of a chance the molten lake with the crystal he suspected contained a god. It doesn't even matter that the huge dragon could fend off most wizards easily, as if they somehow caused the seal on the crystal to come undone. The god within is likely to be pissed from basically being killed by curious ants, as there was no way a god could survive for long with the current mana levels of the world. So moving the dragons to a new place, and then having them be accidentally discovered by Dumbledore, was the best option. Nick was satisfied with his haul on this trip, and left the hidden room behind him after emptying it off everything he was interested in. Floating about the molten lake, Nick approached the crystal, which got him watched closely by the huge dragon resting on the molten lake shore. Nick ignored that, however, as he closed his eyes and focused on his magical senses as he closely observed the crystal. It was hard to notice, but the longer he observed, the more horrified he was at what he found. An uncountable number of runes were all layered on top of each other and through each other in a massive spell formation that had solidified around something of immense power to stop the effects of time on it until a condition was fulfilled. The real horror, however, came from the discovery that the molten lake was created exclusively from the minute amounts of the immense powers mana that leaked. In simple terms, the metal was created out of pure energy, in defiance of the laws of reality on accident. Is this the true meaning of divinity? To create matter from nothing by simply existing? Nick pondered in shock. Chapter 4, 91. Nick had always assumed that the gods like Zeus were basically just massively upgraded forms of wizards, but this was now proven to be massively incorrect. Not only incorrect, but a huge underestimation as well. I thought I was making good progress to being able to fend off Zeus, but how the hell am I supposed to fight something like this? Nick panicked mentally as the realization set in that he was very far from even being a threat to Zeus. Calm yourself. No good will come of panic. You could not have known of this aspect until now, so you could not plan around it. Now you can, Celebrimbor counseled wisely. It should not be forgotten that despite being most well known as a smith, Celebrimbor was a warrior and a tactician for long before he even picked up a hammer. A damn good one as well. To the point, it was the literal second thing that history remembered him for. Nick was well aware of this fact himself, which let him calm down greatly after the elf spoke. The key points in any conflict is information, skill, and preparations. If you have enough time to gather these in plenty, then no foe can truly defeat you without exceeding you in the same. The Elf Lord said seriously. What plan can I even make in the face of this, though? The most dangerous thing I can create is rendered moot in the face of this power, Nick asked, heavily demoralized. While it is true that you cannot make adequate preparations to counter your foe at this point, that is no reason to believe you cannot in the future. Need I remind you that your growth in power has been rapid and strong? Celebrimbor spoke firmly. That knowledge helped Nick to fully calm himself and focus on trying to gather information about divinity from the crystal. It was a slow process, as all he studied was the tiny amounts of mana that was released from the crystal before they turned into metal. Though from what Nick did learn over the next few days before he had no choice but to return to Hogwarts, even calling it mana was wrong. The basic structure of the energy was the same, but it was fundamentally different from the stuff Nick had come to accept as a part of his everyday life. It was hard to describe for Nick, as while it confirmed a few of his theories about what the higher tiers of power were like, it left him with many more questions than answered. For example, the mana was qualitatively superior than anything Nick could have even considered possible, like it had been broken down into its purest form before strengthened manyfold to almost be an entirely different type of energy. Even stranger was that the energy seemed to have innate properties to itself that didn't seem unnatural at all, but like they were meant to be there. This was what caused the energy to turn into metal from what Nick could tell. But besides a theory that this was something innate to divinity, Nick had no clue what he was even looking at. This left him confused and frustrated when he finally returned to Hogwarts the day before the students were due to come back. Bloody hell, mate, where have you been this whole time? I looked all over the castle but couldn't find you at all. Ron questioned curiously after Nick went to dinner. Iceland had a bit of an errand to take care of there is all, Nick said casually. Ron and the rest of the people at the table listening to the conversation all had dumbfounded looks. Buddy pal, greatest ringmaker ever. How in Merlin's name did you even get to Iceland and back in less than a week? Fred asked with overflowing curiosity. The rest of the people listening to the conversation were also dying to learn this as well. It wasn't even that hard, really. Only took about an hour to get there by flight for me, Nick said with a shrug. You had to be going faster than sound to get there in less than an hour, LeJordan exclaimed in shock. Contrary to popular opinion, Gryffindor students weren't actually stupid, and Lee Jordan was especially outstanding in terms of mental acumen and had easily figured out the distance between here and Iceland, and, by extension, how fast you would need to go to get there in under an hour. Nick wasn't even surprised about it, as the boy had to be fast thinking to accurately keep up with a Quidditch and blitzball game given the amount of things going on at once during one. Chapter 492. That is correct. Yes, Nick said, nodding in agreement. How did you even get a broom to fly that fast? No, wait. Why did you get one to go that fast? Lee asked curiously. First, I didn't use a broom. Second, does it matter all that much? Like I very much doubt any of you are going to make a similar trip anytime soon. And even if you were, there are better methods anyways. Like continental porkies, Nick said bluntly. Everyone went silent as they realized he had a point, as it really was unlikely that they needed to leave the country anytime soon, and that porkies were in fact a better method. Wait a sec. Did you say you didn't use a broom? Seamus asked after noticing this detail. That is what I said, yes. Why? Nick said casually. Please tell me you didn't use my dad's car, Ron said with a look of panic. Nick scoffed. That piece of junk was taken by the Ministry, and even if it wasn't, it was horribly inefficient and sloppily enchanted, which made sense considering your dad was merely tinkering with it to begin with. No, I merely enchanted a piece of equipment to allow me to fly without the constraints of a broom. He explained honestly. It didn't matter if he told them about this enchantment, as unless he chose to sell it publicly, the information was nearly useless to know. Nick can fly. Cool, can you? No? Then how the hell is knowing it useful at all? Besides making people jealous, knowing that Nick didn't need a broom to fly served no real purpose. Everyone also realized this after the twins asked for such an enchanted object, and Nick denied them without any hesitation. Once it became clear that Nick wasn't going to share his flight enchantment, the conversation shifted to what Nick went to Iceland for. All he told them was that he had read about something that was found and hidden away there in the past, and he decided to go treasure hunting for it while he had the time. This was entirely true, even if he left out a few key details that would have made it clear that this was no simple matter. When asked what he found, Nick refused to answer and left it up to their imaginations after merely stating that it was a profitable trip. He wasn't lying either, as merely the drones he had recovered would have proven valuable and worthwhile for the trip. Much less everything else he found, as well. A bunch of high-potential dragon eggs, the knowledge of the Dwemer recorded on the lexicon, and extremely valuable data regarding divinity. Not to mention the vast amount of powerful metal he had gotten while he was there made the entire trip extremely profitable. Still, despite that, Nick chose to immediately vanish from the school instead of relaxing as he now knew roughly how large a gap he had to cover in order to face Seuss was. Well, it wasn't exactly accurate to say he vanished from the school. So much as went to a part of it that no one else was aware of in the form of Slytherin's library. Nick was about halfway done with the library and he wanted to finish the rest as soon as possible, so he could begin deciphering the lexicon's knowledge while he improved his power via rituals and elixirs. The funny part was that Nick knew of one such ritual that would likely cause his power to instantly jump many tiers at once. But like all such things, came with a very high price. The ritual of maturation was a dreadful thing that was created by wizards of old in order to accelerate the physical and magical maturation of a young wizard, thus skipping the growth period entirely. This sounded good at first glance, until you understood the price needed to achieve such a thing. First was obviously that the body and magic might mature, but the mind and soul did not, thus creating a child in an adult body. The second issue, however, was that one needed to sacrifice twice the time it would have normally been for this maturation, in terms of lifespan. To simplify, if you matured the child, it was used on the full 7-year growth period. That child instead loses 14 years off their total lifespan. For Nick, this isn't a problem, since his lifespan is endless as elves stop aging after reaching maturity, unless they choose otherwise. No, the issue for him comes in the form of stunted potential, as whatever gains he would have gotten through natural maturity beyond his natural magic growth would be rendered null, as he obviously wouldn't have them since he skipped years of maturation. Chapter 4, 93. This is not to say Nick wouldn't grow stupidly powerful through the ritual, but that his skill and knowledge would be massively out of sync with it, which would hold him back for likely even longer than if he studied and matured normally. The final drawback, however, was the one that had Nick classify the ritual as an absolute final resort type deal. To put it simply, this ritual corrupts the soul due to how against nature it is, which was a huge problem for Nick. He used his soul for nearly every facet of the Celebrimbor style, and even required soul purity to use ballad enchantments to their fullest potential. With this understood, Nick would never utilize this ritual unless he felt like the power boost was his only course of action. He was well aware that his natural maturation alone would likely place him at Tier 5, or maybe even 6, due to the extreme rate of growth it had. So he wasn't too worried about becoming powerful, as in time it was practically guaranteed. What he wanted was to reach his full potential, however. So despite having great power as a future guarantee, he sought ways to truly squeeze out every ounce of bonus growth he could before he matured, and his magical growth slowed to a snail's pace. The first half of Slytherin's library was written about his formative years, and early adulthood so lacked any grand feats of magic or powerful spell work. Nick could easily see the transition as he memorized the contents of the library, from simple to complex magical knowledge. Entire tomes on metaphysical phenomena and medical magics that would make any modern Meet-a-Witch faint in shock. Salazar was thorough in every single detail of his life, as far as Nick could see from his reading, until one historically important event, meeting Godric Gryffindor. An interesting fact that most ignore is that the founders' last names were specifically chosen by the founders themselves, and that they either lacked any last name or forsook the one they had originally for their chosen one. Salazar, for example, came from the noble name of Bohun, but forsook it for Slytherin due to how noble he considered snakes. The other founders had chosen similarly as him, with the exception of Hufflepuff. That was apparently a joke name by Helga that stuck. Ironically, the Salazar and Godric didn't meet under the best of conditions originally, but rather were competing over the contents of an ancient wizard's tomb. Even Slytherin himself made no attempt to sugarcoat the situation as pleasant, but directly stated that it was an outright magical slugfest, that both men walked away from in horrible condition. Cheap tricks and terrible curses from Slytherin, seeking to quickly end the battle, and powerful blunt force charms, and transfigurations from Gryffindor that sought supremacy through pure power clashed to destructive and terrible Lel effect. Salazar lost this particular bout, and needed to flee miserably, though, not before leaving a large amount of painful-sounding curses on Godric, The two, funnily enough, couldn't seem to stay away from each other as they met, and clashed many more times after that, with mixed results, as sometimes Salazar won, and sometimes Godric did. Still through this, they developed an odd sort of respect, and eventually straight-up friendship. Along the way, Rowena and Helga joined the group as they sought powerful and reliable allies, until under the suggestion of Helga and Godric Hogwarts was founded to end the era of wandering wizards and dark magic. Nick learned a great many things over the next 2 months after he dropped out of enchanting, since he had patched up his skewed understanding of the topic. This only left him with divination, so he only attended a single class a week before devoting the rest of his time to Slytherin's library. Thanks to this, Nick finally finished it up right at the 28th of February. A day later, the abomination finally made landfall once again, and it was time to see if the space looping trap would work. Nick was summoned to Dumbledore's office when the time came, and the old goat had out a large crystal ball that Nick immediately spotted contained an enchantment to show the surrounding of another crystal ball, wherever it may be. "If you are here, then, how will the trap be sprung?" Nick asked with a frown. Nico has graciously volunteered to stay at the edge of the formation to complete it and fuel it once the creature enters the center of it. "Here is the hagstone box you asked for, by the way," the old man said seriously as he brought up a small gray jewelry box from his robe's inner pocket. Underscore, 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 under, het. Score underscore 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 underscore. It is with heavy heart that I must make an announcement that may not sit well with many of you. As the cost of living has recently gone up for me due to a string of unfortunate incidents, I can no longer give away so many chapters for free. From now on, my free posts will be limited to twice a week, while my patrons will be continuing to receive 2 chapters roughly every day. Once again, I am sorry that this has been made necessary. patreon.com/PatReonLosgro. Just remove the spaces between the T and R. Chapter 494. The creature was boiling in anger by the time it finally landed on the shore as it cut a sorry figure with nearly no muscles and dark bags under it, is sun-burnt skin. Without a steady source of magic to feed off of, the creature had resorted to self-consumption, as well as the sporadic meal in the form of foolish magical creatures that it ran across to maintain its existence. This caused the creature to truly appear like a walking skeleton with dark, cracked skin stretched over it and sunken eyes that radiated madness and wrath. The witch or wizard holding the viewing orb from the sky allowed Nick to see this grotesque scene through the ball in Dumbledore's office. "Honestly, I am pretty sure it is close to death already, so maybe just shooting it would finish it off," Nick said with a frown. Something about this bothered him, like it was just way too easy for the level of danger the creature should hold. Indeed, though, I admit the Ministry has not helped the matter for the creature by diverting most magical beast away from its path, Dumbledore said calmly. "Ah, I see. So that is why it seems too easy. The creature has been starved more than I expected thanks to the Ministry's efforts," Nick said while nodding in understanding. "Observe. It is starting," Dumbledore said firmly, and they both observed the ball intensely. The view panned out, and for a long distance away they could see several stones light up, and a silvery-looking barrier spread out from each stone connecting until it formed a massive dome with the creature in the center. The dome then turned transparent, and from within it an odd scene was playing out. The creature seemed to feel that something wrong as it shot forward inhumanly fast, only to look like it lagged for a moment before appearing on the opposite side of the dome it was just at. It apparently didn't realize that this happened immediately and kept sprinting forward, only to end up opposite the previous location again. It hasn't panicked yet, so we don't know if the trap would hold quite yet, but it looks promising, Nick said honestly, and Dumbledore nodded. Soon, however, the abomination figured out what was happening and opened his mouth in what appeared to be a horrible wail. a wave of pure destruction radiated from the creature in all directions, evaporating everything from stone to the very air itself, as nothing was spared. Thankfully, the trap managed to contain this power and even force the creature to cease its attack, as the spatial loop sent the attack back at it. Once the bright magic vanished, Nick could see that all that was left was a perfectly smooth bowl-shaped hole, with the creature falling infinitely from the top of the dome to the bottom before falling from the sky again. The creature flailed desperately and sent all manner of attacks flying as it fell before, in the end collapsing in on itself as its magic cannibalized its very existence. It was a slow and gruesome end to witness, and neither Nick or Dumbledore dared to look away, since they were the ones that set this in motion and thus were determined to witness it to the finish. Leave the formation up for a month before lowering it. Keep the box, as I will clearly not need it, Nick said seriously before leaving the office, deep in thought. During this event, he had witnessed several unique and unknown forms of magic from the abomination, and he wished to learn what they were and how they were done. The most important was the wave of pure destruction that seemed to erase matter in a stable manner, that seemed directly to be the antithesis to divine mana that created matter from nothing. Nick knew that the abomination likely used it instinctually and didn't understand what it was doing, but it still inspired him. He didn't know what it was called or even what the requirements to use were, but Nick did know that he wanted it. He was hopeful that it would allow him to counter divine mana to a degree. Generally, from what Nick could tell, magic was extremely balanced in that typically the counter to something was usually on the same level it was. But there were a few exceptions. The most well-known was the Fiendfire curse that could be countered with magical intent in a Protego shield. The evil flame seeks to devour everything, and yet if sealed within a barrier infused with the wizard's willpower, it is stopped somehow, despite clearly being higher grade. Chapter 495. Nick wasted no time at all, searching the system for any book on the subject of whatever the abomination used, but found only a single work on it that was way out of his price range, at a whopping 500 million points. Nick was not surprised at the price or that the knowledge was so rare either, as it was obviously extremely high tier, and also the sort of thing no one in their right mind would try and learn. From what Nick could tell, the magic was basically pure destruction given form to the point of erasing matter itself. Something like that definitely couldn't be controlled with any real level of precision, meaning it only took a split-second mistake to see yourself erased from existence. With a sigh, Nick closed out the system, since it was pointless to keep looking at the tome on the subject if he couldn't afford it. Instead, he headed to the library to see if he could find the information on the blood curse that the Greengrass family suffered from. First, he checked the ancient section to see if it was there, and only after a few hours searching he found what he was looking for. It turned out that Nick's theory about the curse, not originally being meant to be a curse, was correct as according to the information he found. The original creator noticed the steadily decreasing power of the pureblood bloodlines and wanted to forcefully correct this problem. And this is why false assumptions are the bane of people's attempts. Nick thought, with a disapproving look at the method behind the person's spell work. The person assumed that the key to the bloodline's power was in fact within the blood, which was obviously incorrect. Nick was well aware that the bloodlines mere set the body up to be able to host the power inherited. But after that point, the blood in one's body had little to do with it anymore. The magic circuits were where the true key to that power was, and the reason for the decreasing power of the purebloods was because of their generationally atrophying circuits as they tried to coast off their ancestors' glory and effort without any themselves. Besides the false assumption, though the creator of the curse correctly did their work, and the curse did affect one's bloodline in a small but otherwise generally positive way, the issue came in the form of the fact that the magic was incorrectly founded and thus horribly flawed, which caused the spell to turn from a blessing to a powerful hereditary curse. There was no more information after that point besides a warning to never try and use this spell on yourself, as it will only kill you instead. Considering the sudden change in handwriting, I assume that the end was written by the creator's apprentice or relative, Nick thought while shaking his head. It was pretty easy to understand why that was the case too, since the creator likely got overzealous and used the spell on themselves. Well, at least it is easy to fix now that I know this information. You just need to channel the curse from the blood to the magical core so that it actually does what it was intended to. Nick thought with an odd expression. Despite a plethora of Meta-witches trying to crack the Greengrass curse, none had succeeded now, despite the solution being very simple to accomplish. To be fair to them, though, they all operated off the premise that the curse was entirely meant to be a negative thing, like most curses, which stopped them from making progress on it, ironically. Till now, all they could do was treat the symptoms of the curse to extend the bearer's life and try and make them more comfortable before the curse eventually claimed them. Time to give this method to Madame Pomfrey, then. Nick thought as he left the library. He quickly placed a powerful disillusionment charm on himself, as well as a Notice Me Not charm to keep the perceptive Meta-witch from finding him as he approached the hospital wing. Nick found that he actually had perfect timing as he spotted Astoria leaving the place feebly. Nick saw the curse flaring up within her at this point, and secretly pulsed a reverse magical wave to forcefully calm it down as she passed by him. Astoria didn't notice this, but clearly felt better as her footsteps became more stable. Nick nodded in satisfied with this, and stealthily slipped into the hospital wing while avoiding the detection wards placed at the entrance. He knew that they were there not to detect trespassers, but to inform Madame Pomfrey of incoming patients. Chapter 496. The elderly Meta-witch in question was cleaning up with a depressed expression that Nick could understand. To someone that has dedicated their life to healing others, being helpless to stop an illness was a disheartening thing. Luckily, Nick was here to save the day this time, and he secretly infiltrated the Meta-witch's mind before leaving the information she needed, with a small nudge so that she thinks she figured out the issue. Nick watched as her face lit up in realization once the implanted knowledge showed up as a thought, and she hurriedly chased after Astoria once she double-checked to see if it was even a viable possibility. Well, it looks like my work here is done, Nick thought with a smile before leaving the area stealthily. About 5 days later, the matter blew up dramatically, as the Greengrass family made a public announcement about being cured of their blood curse thanks to Madame Pomfrey. Apparently, the cure put Daphne in such a good mood that she was all smiles for several days, much to the discomfort of many. She had a bit of a reputation as a cold person, so seeing her smiling so much threw quite a few off. The best part in Nick's opinion was that she clearly didn't suspect him at all to be behind the matter. That didn't mean no one else did, though, as the day before the announcement was made, Madame Pomfrey had visited the headmaster's office. "Ah, Poppy, what brings you this evening?" Dumbledore asked in a friendly manner. "It is about this whole blood curse business, Albus," Madame Pomfrey said seriously. "Is there something wrong with the cure you devised?" Dumbledore asked, concerned. She shook her head. "No, the cure itself works splendidly. The problem is the source of the cure," she stated honestly. "What do you mean?" Dumbledore asked, confused. Madame Pomfrey sighed. "After thinking over it a lot, I have reason to believe that it was not my own idea, but one planted in my mind," she said sternly. Dumbledore frowned. "Is there any evidence to support this theory?" he asked, and she nodded. "Whoever did it was skilled at the mind art beyond anything I have ever seen, but clearly didn't realize that I had an extra set of defenses that did not function the same as the shields, but rather worked to find any foreign magical signatures attached to memories, since tampering always leaves a trace of it behind," she explained seriously. "But if this is true, then why would they go so far to give you the cure for that specific curse and not look at your memories?" Dumbledore asked, confused. They both knew that her knowledge was extremely precious, so the fact someone would secretly infiltrate her mind and not look at them, but rather just leave behind knowledge instead, was hard to understand. "I have been asking myself that same question this entire time, and I have a theory that explains it, but is confusing as well. I believe whoever did this didn't want anyone to know it was them and used me as a scapegoat in this matter," Madame Pomfrey said honestly. Dumbledore's eyes widened before he smiled and chuckled. "I believe I have an idea as to who it was and why it was done like this. You can accept the credit freely and let your mind be at ease, as they likely meant well in this case," he said, reassuringly. And Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief and chose to drop the matter. "I hope you know what you are doing, Nick," the old wizard thought as Madame Pomfrey left his office. He was not as ignorant to the things Nick was studying as Nick thought, and was likely the only person in the world truly aware of just how monstrously ahead of his peers Nick was. He had, after all, been monitoring the parts of the library Nick frequented through the wards there, and thus had long figured out about Nick's gift of language. Dumbledore did not know what it was that drove Nick to seek improvement so fervently, but he hoped that when he reaches the point he seeks that he doesn't lose touch with the rest of the world like so many do. Nick, of course, wasn't aware of any of this, and even if he was, it wouldn't bother him at all, as by this point, he held the knowledge of a Tier 4 or new Tier 5. His skill at deploying that knowledge was also rapidly improving, as he was confident to be able to defeat even high Tier 3s, like Snape and Helena, without much issue if it came to it. All the while he drew closer and closer to true immortality, as he deciphered more and more of the Daedric Book. Chapter 497. Summer break was rapidly approaching, and Nick wanted to completely prepare for his binding of the realm before it arrived, so he chose to leave the lexicon's knowledge on hold until he did. This wasn't to say that Nick didn't take a couple days to relax or often hung out with his friends that were cramming for the upcoming exams. No, like this, he said while helping Ron with the practical portion of the charms practice. Merely watching someone perform something was not enough for the redhead to pick it up, so Nick was moving the boy's wand hand so he could feel what he needed to do instead. Nick had long since figured out that Ron was far from untalented, but due to the fact he couldn't learn in the standard way, he regularly underperformed. Teaching him in this much more hands-on way let the redhead improve rapidly. "Is this correct?" Tracy asked, as she showed Nick a runic sentence, since she was studying for her runes exam. "This part here should be like this, actually," Nick said, as he tapped on the paper with his finger, causing another very similar runic sentence to appear on it with notes and arrows pointing out the differences. This was actually one of the greatest games Nick had gotten from Slytherin's library, Wandless Magic. Towards the end of the library, the founder had a few tomes on his experiences in the use of magic, without a wand, alongside his theories on why it was supposed to be so difficult. Basically, wizards who use wands have trained their bodies to that method thus. When they start trying to use magic wandlessly, it feels unnatural, and so they struggle to overcome this hurdle. Slytherin also postulated that wandless magic had different rules than magic with a wand, so it was inefficient as the wizard forces it with what they knew to work with wands. The final theory was that it depended on the purity of one's magic and the strength of one's soul that determined how easy it was to use the stuff. After attempting wandless casting following the founder's method, Nick felt rather irritated because it was practically second nature to him. He knew why, too, as in terms of purity of mana and strength of soul, he was monstrously high in both. Even further, he had experience in wandless casting. Due to his elemental bloodline and his animagus abilities, there was still a bit of trouble adapting his skill in magic to a wandless version. And of course, there was a steep drop in power behind each spell. He cast wandlessly due to how inefficient it was, but only to about the level of the average Hogwarts graduate, which was more than adequate for most things. The only exception to this was when he used transfiguration magic as his supreme talent in the art, now made him more dangerous than ever, as he only needed a thought to shift his surroundings to his will. "Hey, just how far ahead of us are you anyways?" Tracy asked after seeing the wandless spell. In pure knowledge a bit under Dumbledore, and in terms of skill about the same level as McGonagall and Snape. To be fair, though, I am a bit of a workaholic with too much free time to constantly push my knowledge and skill forward, Nick answered after thinking about it for a moment. "Way to make us feel like baggage," Harry joked and everyone laughed. Nick shrugged. "Like I said, too much free time," he said in mock helplessness. "Still, it is hard to believe you are the same age as most of us," Daphne said, and everyone nodded in agreement. "I am just built different, I guess," Nick said, not really bothered by the difference in ability between him and his friends. After all, he didn't become friends with them for their ability to keep up with him, but rather because, as individuals, he can relax around them and just generally vibe with their personalities. After a bit of personal growth on their parts, of course. Ron is no longer the jealous, ignorant idiot he was at the beginning. Hermione is a much more personable person, and actually pretty chill most of the time now, and even Luna is usually all smiles, and generally in a good mood. Daphne and Tracy never really needed personal growth, but rather a slight change in situations to really open up. All in all, the group just sort of clicked together around Nick as it is center, which he was fine with. The best part, in his opinion, was that in many ways, each and every one of his chosen friends was way ahead of the rest of their peers just by the benefits of associating with him on a regular basis. Chapter 498. The elder at the Order of the Golden Sands had been in a poor mood for quite some time now. It was hard not to be when the reports from the spy within Hogwarts all but confirmed that Nick was no longer someone they could easily erase. Even more, the person that was working on cracking the ward around the island had seemingly vanished from the face of the planet. Curse that woman for ever giving birth to this brat. The elder thought as he signed off on the death of that person after the grace period ended. Things have been going downhill ever since Nick was born, as due to who his father was, the entire order scorned his mother for the first 10 years of his life. The woman was no simple character, however, and actively worked against the order's interests, as a result causing irreparable damage to it by destroying valuable resources in such a manner no one could figure out the culprit. Even then, the woman was little more than a nuisance, as she never crossed the line about what she could or could not do. That was until the exile happened, that is. Through an ancient ritual, Nick was tested on his talent and potential only to be found a squib. As per the Order's long-held tradition, the brat was mind-wiped about everything related to the Order and exiled to the Muggle world to fend for himself. This proved to be the final straw for the woman who, in her fury, destroyed every tome of knowledge collected over the last 5 centuries, forcing the Order to execute her. But at that point, it was already too late, and the Elder could easily foresee the Order's decline as their foundation had been almost entirely destroyed. The Elder had treated the brat like all squids and ignored his existence until he showed up at Hogwarts 3 years ago. The spy at the school couldn't believe it and reported the matter. But the Elder in his hubris ignored it as a fluke of the ritual, since the brat couldn't be talented or anything, right? Oh, how reality just loved to prove him wrong as the boy showed himself to be gifted to an extreme degree. A brand new method of enchantment and monstrous pace of learning magic were shown brilliantly to the world. Then it happened, and Dumbledore meddled with the brat's past and exposed the fact that the Ravenclaw bloodline still existed. Even after all this, however, the brat was merely an eyesore to the Elder, but not something that required him to admit his folly. That changed when the brat started to do increasingly concerning feats of magic that were seen on a global scale, such as creating a way to give ghosts physical bodies. Not to say him freeing Black from Azkaban and getting Pettigrew executed wasn't important, but merely that he got no public credit for it, really. Still, while a little bit of attention was getting drawn to the Order from this stuff, it was not enough to approach the brat yet. That changed when he publicly showed off that horrid familiar of his, that by all reports was an equally monstrous existence in a beauty pageant of all things. Those that recognized the boy's features as belonging to his mother and uncle from past experiences started to question the Order about their intentions by having such a prodigy standing out in the public. Showing the records of the boys, Exile managed to get these people to back off, but the Elder knew the brat needed to be curbed soon as he was starting to become a problem for the Order. Unfortunately, the spy at Hogwarts couldn't get to much information on the brat due to his secretive nature. So when that whole debacle with the Sturm vampire clan happened, the vampires hit the Order hard. Even showing the boys' exile record only placated the leeches slightly, but not enough to stop them from interfering with the Order's operations. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the Elder declared a hunt on the brat's head. As it was obvious at this point, the brat was far more powerful than expected and handedly chased off his uncle from that island while fatally injuring him upon escape. The Elder was furious at being so heavily acknowledged, as at fault for allowing the brat to grow to such a degree. For the first time in a long time, the Order was forced to admit their helplessness and offered the brat an ultimatum-type bargain. In truth, the Elder knew it was not something that they could make good on if the brat chose to ignore it, as he was now backed by enough influential and powerful people that the Order would be crushed like a bug if the brat was truly targeted by them. Chapter 499. It was a bluff to try and preserve the Order's prestige, and like all good bluffs, the only one aware of it was the Elder that set it up to begin with. It was done in such a way as well that it was an extremely convincing one, as well as even Dumbledore believed it. On the other side of the world, however, there was another man with 2 different colored eyes that had seen it with his own seer abilities and scoffed at it. That wasn't to say Grindelwald couldn't appreciate the depth of the bluff, merely that he knew how pointless it was. He had observed much of Nick's actions long before he ever even thought of them, using his seer powers, and had long since deduced the boy's personality. Nick was fairly peaceful, all things considered, as he rarely ever actively sought someone out to harm them, but instead waited for his enemies to come to him before destroying them. If an animal needed to be chosen to represent him, then Grindelwald would say Nick was much like a phoenix or thunderbird in attitude. He was slow to anger and proud of all he had, but was a force to be reckoned with if angered to violence. As such, Grindelwald thought it only fitting that the boy's animagus form be the offspring of both that was nobler than any other bird. If anything, though Grindelwald was apologetic towards Nick and those he sacrificed for his grand ritual, for Nick it was because he knew what he would unleash upon the earth by doing this, but believed it was the best option for wizarding kind. Despite this, for his victims, it was because he made a point to learn the fate of all he sacrificed should he not have, and thus was truly sorry for ripping that future away from them, for the greater good. None of this mattered to Nick, however, as he was focusing heavily on digesting the information within the Daedric book. One might ask how it could take so long to read a book, but there was a difference between understanding the contents and merely reading the words written. It was a bit like a cookbook full of recipes. When you didn't know what the ingredients, units of measurement, and techniques for the recipes were, sure, you could still read and even memorize the recipes themselves, but you couldn't make any of them despite that. What Nick was doing was slowly learning what the terms used in the book meant, and slowly piecing together all the details into usable form as a result. This was a slow process, but one that he was more than willing to subject himself to because the reward was well worth it, with the abomination dead and gone. And the Order Silent Nick finally had peace to just strive towards his goals as he himself had nothing pressing to worry about. This didn't mean that nothing happened as he steadily drew closer to fully understanding the contents of the Daedric book, however. In fact, the exact opposite was true, as Harry had unknowingly crossed into Tier 1, which was to say, his mana quantity had reached the same level as the average Hogwarts graduate. His skill was nowhere near that point, though. But Nick expected as much since, while talented Harry simply didn't have the drive to push himself to the fullest. He had no reason to, as Voldemort was dead, and as far as he was aware, that was the only thing that was really his problem to deal with. Nick agreed that was actually true for the most part, since Grindelwald was technically not an issue, while the returning gods were firmly his own problem to solve. With help, of course. Another interesting thing that happened was that Nick had been invited by Vlad and the royal vampires to a ball held on Beltane. It was the only time they were all present at the same location at once in a while. That might seem like a vampire hunter's wet dream, it very much wasn't. 1 or 2 royal vampires could be handled by a skilled hunter, but 1 or 200. Not a snowball's chance in hell would that go well for the hunters. Nick wasn't the only non-vampire invited to the ball either, as quite a few others were likely to be there as well. The Flammels, various old wizards from around the world, and there was even a possibility of Grindelwald himself being there since the man was on good terms with Vlad. Nick figured he would go either way simply because it was a good opportunity to relax and expand his network of contacts for the future. Chapter 500. Nick had also gotten a new mission that he found rather pointless from the system as well during this period of peace. Mission conditions established. Description. Your ambitions and unique existence have driven you to seek hegemony through realm lordship, and you are on the edge of stepping onto this treacherous and difficult path. Objectives. Bind a realm to yourself. Discard your physical form to be truly reborn optional. Perfect your realm's incomplete laws before the start of the next school year optional rewards. Lord's Presence ability. Waters of the Soul Book optional. Optional status. Incomplete. While Nick could appreciate the system approving his chosen path, it seemed a bit over the top to just get handouts for doing what he planned anyways. The first optional objective was also entirely pointless to have as well because it was off the table. Nick's body was very much still needed in order to fully maximize his growth, so discarding it was out of the question. He knew for a fact that when he eventually did lose his body and was reborn from the waters of his realm, the form he will take is unlikely to look human at all. Daedra always have inhuman features that give away their nature, and Nick doubted that his form would be much different. One had to keep in mind that despite being mostly elf in essence, he also had Daedric and celestial bird parts as well, that would no doubt show up on his reborn form. With that understood, Nick had no intention of discarding his body until he had no choice, or he grew so powerful that he no longer needed to maintain the charade of him being human, which was admittedly approaching rapidly as his power grew by the day. By his calculations, around his 6th year, in fact, was when he should reach high tier 4, at the very least. The truth of the matter was that Nick wasn't entirely sure how powerful he would be by that point, as he assumed that Grindelwald's ritual will have been completed by then, and he won't have an upper ceiling of power anymore. Speaking of upper ceilings of power, Nick had a slight issue with a ritual he found in Slytherin's library towards the end of it. This ritual in particular was designed by Salazar, but had never been used as he didn't find any of his descendants at that time worthy of it, and he was far too old to do it himself. He referred to it as the True Path Ceremony, and it was a ritual set over 7 days. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. As to be correct, it was 7 different rituals that were done one day after the last. Salazar explained in his tomes on the subject that there was a certain amount of time that the magic of a ritual needed to set in a permanent manner within a body. Using an uncomfortable amount of experiments, he figured out that it was usually between 20 and 70 hours on average. The True Path Ceremony used this to create a qualitative improvement effect by stacking effects together from rituals before the magic could set in place. The final result was a full overhauling of one's magical system from the core to the bloodline abilities. The catch was that skipping a single ritual in the set cripples the magic of the one undergoing it, and that only those still maturing magically could undergo the ceremony. Now, one would assume that this would be a perfect ritual for Nick to undergo so long as he modified it for his own personal use. But that was where the issue came up. The ingredients for the ritual have long since gone extinct as far as everyone knew, and there was a lot of ingredients needed. Nick knew he could get some of these through the royal vampires, who most likely had a few in storage. But for others, he had no clue how he would get them save a single dreadful idea: temporal manipulation. In his first year, when he was dumb and ignorant of what that entailed, Nick fantasized about owning a vast garden with extinct ingredients, plucked from just before they would have been lost originally. At this point, however, he knew just how insane that actually was to do, as he not only needed to be able to pinpoint the exact ingredient at the exact time it would have been destroyed, but he also needed to cancel the time slip effect that happened when something moved from the past to the future. Time always sought to uphold it as authority, so when some arrogant wizard tries to go back in time, it causes them to experience all the time from when they went back to the present at once, which meant an inconsequential few hours to a full-blown amount of centuries in an instant, hence the name Timeslip. Chapter 501. Ironically, Nick wasn't worried about being affected by Tim slipping himself as an elf. His lifespan was pretty much infinite. But the problem came in the form of the ingredients, as well as what effect it would have on him. Obviously, the ingredients would crumble away and render the trip pointless. But even further, Nick himself would end up fully matured, which would also render the trip pointless, as only someone with maturing magic could undergo the ceremony. Nick had easily thought of a few possible ideas that might work to fix these problems, but each one was horribly difficult. For example, he could rebuild the drones he had gotten from the Dwemer ruin, as time had little effect on the things while they were active, thus meaning the time slipping wouldn't cause any trouble for them. At that point, he merely needed to find a way to isolate and purge the temporal energies that would try and affect the ingredients the drones would collect for him, and he would be able to collect whatever he wanted from history without issue. As should be obvious, however, if he had such a mastery of time magic, then he wouldn't have this issue to begin with, and gaining that sort of mastery was no easy feat. In fact, doing so was probably more difficult than creating a whole new realm once again. The thing about realm creation, from what Nick could see, was that you don't need much mastery over the fundamental forces of one such as time and space. Rather, you actually only need a tiny amount of each of these forces, power to be combined correctly, in order to create an incomplete realm, like what Nick currently had. From there, it is merely a matter of adding more and more of these forces' power to the realm to expand it and complete it into a full world. The fact was that there was no real need for mastery of these forces in order to create a realm, but merely resources. On the flip side, however, if one wanted to create an entire world instantly, then mastery was required to do so. That was how Celebrimber's world had been born, after all, as the Einar and Valar were born with absolute mastery of their respective forces and elements, that sang the song of creation, that fused that mastery into a full-blown world from the start. In fact, these beings could be considered gods that were born with these domains innately and used them to create that world. For one of them to manipulate the forces of time should they have that domain would be easy. But Nick was no god, nor did he possess any inkling of that domain. It was ironically very easy to determine what domains one was generally attuned to just by seeing what sort of magics they are most talented at. Nick's domains, for example, would be crafting, souls, fire, lightning, weather, birds, languages, and magic. To clarify, having a domain of magic didn't refer to magic in general, but rather magical energy, or mana. All in all, Nick's domains were varied and wide-reaching, but had very clear distinctions between them. In the same vein, Dumbledore had the domains of fire, alchemy, and magic from what Nick knew of the man. It should be clarified that having more domains didn't necessarily mean more powerful, as in fact the opposite was normally true. Having fewer domains meant far less time and effort to elevate one's understanding and mastery of their domains to a higher level. Where Nick had to separate his energy between 8 domains, Dumbledore split his between 3 or possibly 4. So he obviously had much faster progress in them than Nick did. Or, at least, that would be the case, if Nick wasn't cheating by having a system that let him have access to resources Dumbledore had no hope of matching. Books on subjects from other worlds, materials from other worlds, crafting methods and styles from other worlds, and all of the same things from this one. There was a vast gap between the resources available to each of them, and it showed as Nick was rapidly catching up to the old man, while the old goat could only rely on his own effort and severely limited resources to improve himself. Needless to say, if Nick didn't have the system, his own growth would probably slow down to around the same level as the old goat's, if perhaps a little faster, due to the knowledge and skill he already possessed. Anyway, Nick had nowhere near the amount of mastery required to snatch the ingredients from the past, which left him little choice beyond sucking it up and shelling out the points the system gouges for the ingredients he couldn't get through the vampires. Chapter 502. That was what Nick did too, as he informed Vlad and the other royal vampires who held a messaging mirror of the list of things he needed for the ceremony. Is this list accurate? Not to pry, but much of this is extinct, or nearly extinct, and all have uses in rituals. Vlad messaged back nearly immediately. I am aware of that, and in fact I do need them for a series of rituals I wish to undergo. Nick replied honestly, since it was pointless to hide his reason for wanting the ingredients. Vlad merely needed to glance at the list to see the commonality shared by the ingredients, and by extension why Nick wanted them. I do hope you reconsider whatever rituals it is that you are planning, as just from the ingredients required I can tell that they will alter you fundamentally as a wizard, and thus pose grave danger should something go awry. Vlad sent back seriously. I am aware of the risks, but they are necessary. Not to worry, though, as I will not rush the matter, but ensure that all possibilities within my control are accounted for. Nick sent to offer reassurance. Very well, as I see that you won't be dissuaded. I can only hope that your preparations prove adequate. After that, Vlad sent Nick a list of his own of the ingredients that he possessed, as well as his prices for them. Nick could only hiss at the prices attached while being surprised by how many Vlad had from the list he sent originally. Nearly half of the total amount of ingredients, in fact, with some being unusually cheap suspiciously enough. Does this guy have a garden of these things or something? Nick thought, as he noticed most of the cheaper things were plants that could be cultivated with enough effort. For the things that couldn't be cultivated, however, the price never went below 10,000 galleons. Such a price was extreme, even for Nick to pay with his fortune. But he couldn't say it wasn't fair, as most of these ingredients could be considered family heirlooms for wizarding families. So with a pained wallet, Nick shelled out nearly 2 million galleons, leaving his fortune at a mere 157,000 galleons. Still a lot to be sure, but Nick was no longer considered uber wealthy, as he had less money than the Malfoys by quite a bit. At least I have money pouring in from Blitzball, so while this is a heavy expenditure, I will eventually recover. Nick thought, to try and ease the pain that came from handing out such a vast amount of money. Nick's perception of wealth was rather skewed. But even he could understand that what he had paid was a stupid high amount of money. That didn't even count the percentage that the goblins took for facilitating the trade. Unfortunately, Nick soon found out that his luck for collecting the ingredients ended with Vlad, as the rest of the royal vampire only had one or two additional ingredients and also charged a vast amount for them. There were a few, however, that thankfully only wanted a few custom enchanted pieces of equipment for their ingredients, which was a trade Nick was all too happy to take. Over the next month or so, Nick got in the ingredients and even witnessed the dragon eggs hatching under Hagrid's care. The scene was actually a bit funny, as the half-giant was in tears of joy during the event, while even Dumbledore, who was present, marveled at it. Remarkable creatures, these dragons. Look at these scales that seem to actively absorb the magic from the air and how they thrive within this extreme heat. Dumbledore commented as he inspected the dragon hatchlings. Nick wasn't surprised to see that the old goat didn't seem to notice how these dragons were not naturally evolved, as all traces of the magic used to alter their previous generations had been truly integrated into their biology, and thus looked natural. Nick didn't plan on pointing it out either, as that would bring up questions he didn't want to share the answers to. For example, where he found them exactly and who or what modified the species originally. All of these were secrets that Nick had no intention of sharing with the wizarding world at large through Dumbledore. To be fair to the old goat, he had been surprisingly chill about the whole situation, and only wanted the best for the new species of dragons that had been undiscovered until now, due to their habitat and small population. Nick had moved the small colony of dragons to a nearby volcano and told Dumbledore that was where they had been found, which the old man accepted easily enough. Chapter 503. The huge ancient dragon that held the memories and soul of the Dwemer was not taken from the Molten Lake, of course, since that would condemn it. Death, as it was tier 5, but the rest of the species was moved. The big dragon didn't even care, as it had been alone for an uncountable amount of years in the Molten Lake, so not having others of the species there didn't bother it at all. The Easter break came and went before it was finally time for the exams to start up, and things got hectic around the school for most students. Nick wasn't amongst those numbers, as he had long since taken the individualized tests by the professors on the subjects, and passed with perfect marks in everything except herbology, which he had trouble with the practical portion, as per normal for him. The additional classes he took the exams for besides the core classes had a weird air to them, as the professors tried their hardest to have him stumble. Nick knew it was about their pride, as teachers that didn't want them to just admit that their classes were useless to him. Besides helping his friends study and dealing with the pain of buying the ingredients for the ritual, Nick focused his whole attention on the Daedric book, and finally, he managed to fully understand it in its entirety. He was finally ready to bind the realm to himself at any point he wished. There were still preparations to be made, however, as Nick needed to collect the rest of the ingredients for the rituals, as well as a few things to feed the realm in order to complete its laws, thus solidifying it as a much weaker version of a true world, rather than the incomplete state it was in at the moment. Hagstones, cloud essence, volcanic crystals, iceberg hearts, life energy, and several other things needed to be accumulated to feed their laws and concepts to the realm to complete it. The most important, however, was a ley line core. Ley lines were basically the magical blood vessels of the world, and if Nick wanted his own realm to passively generate magic by itself, he needed to have the law rule added for it, to have it his own ley lines. Thus he required a ley line core that was created by the same law of the world, and was where a ley line originated. Few wizards were foolish enough to openly own such a thing, however, as taking the core was the same as removing a ley line entirely from the world. So while it was a very useful thing for a wizard, it was also strictly and heavily taboo. That was why Nick was very secretive when he dove down into the sea far from any other wizards, and then into the seabed, below that, the ley line there. Even as he struggled with the vast amount of magic around him, Nick removed the core and left hurriedly, since a ley line disappearing, even in such a faraway area, would be spotted immediately. He was correct too, as on a global scale attention was immediately turned to that ley line once the core was removed, and every ministry anywhere near it mobilized investigators. Nick had taken precautions, however, so even if the matter of someone having taken the core was known, there was no traces of that person remaining on the site of the crime, making it impossible to find him unless he was stupid enough to openly show it off. With the core in hand, though, Nick finally had everything he needed for this summer break when he would bind the realm to himself. The exams were balmy this year. It was like they somehow made them even harder somehow. Ron complained when Nick was hanging out with his friends after the exams. Oh, don't be absurd. The exams were the same as they always are. You simply didn't study hard enough, Hermione chastised. Not everyone can spend all their time studying for the exams like you, Hermione, Ron said defensively. Nick does perfectly fine studying all time. Hermione defended her answer by throwing Nick under the bus. Afraid I am with Ron on this one, Hermione. I am a freak of nature, so not really a great option to choose to back you up, Nick said with a grin. Speaking of you studying, whatever happened to that weird book you've been obsessed with recently? Tracy asked curiously. I finished understanding the contents so naturally I am no longer reading it, Nick said honestly. Must have been something strange to take you that long to understand, since I've seen you read an entire book once and never pick it up again, Daphne said, and everyone nodded. Chapter 504? It doesn't matter, since I doubt there is anyone else who could use the information within it anyways, Nick said with a shrug. That doesn't make sense, as if only you could use the information, then who wrote the book? Hermione asked with furrowed brows and clear confusion. You misunderstand me. Only I can use the information, because as a prerequisite, there are a few innate factors that need to be fulfilled that I honestly can't see anyone else fulfilling. I might be wrong, of course, but I doubt it. Nick clarified honestly. He meant it too as the very minimum requirements for binding a realm or having Daedric essence to at least some degree, having a powerful soul, and of course, having a realm to bind in the first place. Having even one of these in this world was difficult, but all three was something only someone with a system like Nick could achieve, as Daedra simply can't survive in this world as it currently is. Nick himself is only partly Daedric in essence, and is still maturing magically, so he is able to skirt this problem for the time being. As for obtaining a realm, it was indeed possible for a wizard to create one with the right information and effort. It wouldn't be as efficient as the method Nick used, but it was very much possible to do. Seems foolish to think no one else can use the information. What if you are wrong? Hermione pressed, not willing to concede. Then I am wrong. Not that it matters anyway, Nick said with a shrug, since he wasn't going to argue with her over it. Nick thought it funny that he tended to keep most information he has close to his chest, but as he grew closer and closer to the pinnacle of power currently in this world, he has gotten much more free about sharing. After all, why should he have to hide it when he overpowers nearly everyone in the world, minus perhaps a couple handfuls of people? What was that book about anyways? Harry asked curiously. It was about soul and dimensional magics when it is broken down into its basic parts. Very deep and powerful stuff all in all, Nick said with a proud smile. Where do you even find a book on something like that? Ron asked dumbfounded. Oh, you know, places. Before any of you ask, no, you can't borrow the book. You wouldn't be able to read it, and I am not teaching you how either, Nick said calmly, while munching on a chocolate walnut and peanut butter cookie. If you want the recipe, just ask. Hermione looked upset at that. But Nick didn't really care, as while he was all for helping his friends grow as wizards, he wasn't going to unnecessarily share his secrets. The Daedric rune language was just one of those things that he wanted to selfishly keep to himself. That reminds me, but I need to work on upgrading my Atronachs, since while an army of them is nice, it won't be much use if they get killed by random people when I send them out, Nick thought, while making a note of it. While Nick had been away from the island, Dottie had been in charge of creating new Atronachs and then teleporting them to the area set aside for them. Atronachs were very passive creatures normally, and thus just stayed in place until Nick took the time to stop by and give them purpose. The unfortunate part was that most of these Atronachs were the inferior sort and thus pretty weak. For the flame variant Atronachs, Nick could easily upgrade them by exposing them to magical flames of different types. But for the others, he needed a little more effort, though not enough to be a problem. Besides improving the Atronachs, Nick also wanted to collect the rest of the ingredients for the ceremony, so he could complete that before he started binding his realm. Call it instinct or intuition. But Nick had a feeling that after binding his realm, he will lose the opportunity to gain anything permanent from rituals. He understood where this feeling came from, as well as after some thought on it, he realized that as a Daedric realm lord, his essence would be unaffected by any rituals after he binds his realm. So when he loses his body and is reborn from his realm, he will be back to the state he was before the rituals. Sure, his new body will be more mature, but whatever magical alterations he underwent in an unnatural manner after he bound his realm would be removed. Chapter 505. It was a bit inconvenient as far as Nick was concerned, but otherwise, a small price to pay for the immortality that binding the realm would bring. Still, Nick wanted to complete the ceremony before he bound his realm in order to make sure that the huge benefits of it would remain even if he lost his body. Modifying the ceremony was already done by this point, and after shelling out a good 500,000 points to the system, he also had all the ingredients for the ceremony. With that taken care of, Nick informed everyone that he was going to be out of touch for the next week or so. The ceremony required him to be in a place that had a vast amount of mana, which in this case was the island for Nick. In addition to that, though, Nick could not have anything on his person at all, not even his clothes or wand. Considering how hard it was to carve the ritual circles, Nick made sure to carve each of them in the same room at the same time before he removed everything from his body and began the first ritual. Being the sneaky bastard Salazar had created the entire ritual set with Parseltongue commands. Nick, however, had gotten far greater control of his language ability, and thus was able to actively speak the language without aid with a bit of trouble. The first ritual was the primer for the rest and purposefully destabilized ones, Magical Core and Circuit Network. Doing so was, needless to say, heavily damaging to one's body as the rampant energy started to attack his flesh and blood. This was part of the process, though, and lead into the second ritual that forced that same rampaging mana to be assimilated into each of the cells of one's body. This created a magical conductivity to each cell that made casting magic with one's body easier, as if the flesh and bone had become a wand core in and of themselves. The cells too weak to adapt to this change were rejected from the body violently, which moved into the third ritual. This ritual worked to boost one's vitality by tying it to their mana that healed and strengthened the body as a whole. It also had the benefit of improving one's natural healing ability based on their power. The 4th to 7th rituals were where Salazar warned held the highest chance of problems cropping up. The 4th ritual destroyed one's entire mana circuit system and forced the body to absorb the fragments to be reused in the 5th ritual. The 5th ritual rebuilt the mana circuits from scratch without any obstructions or useless pathways at all, and required the one undergoing the ritual to remain perfectly still. Once the mana circuits were reformed, however, they were flooded with mana to forcefully expand and strengthen them, when the same thing was done with the mana core with the 6th and 7th rituals. At the end of this 7th day, Nick felt incredible, while also filled with a sense of weakness at the same time. It was an odd sensation, to say the least, but he knew that the suffering he had endured was worth it as he felt his entire body thrumming with power. Checking the status in the system, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously as he saw that he had entered Tier 4. Even more, Nick knew that any flaw that had been innate to his body was entirely gone after the rituals had effectively rebuilt him from the foundation up. The changes to his anatomy from his prior rituals, as well as the imperfect mana circuit system that was left over from transforming from a human to a celestial elf, was also gone. In his place was a mana circuit system that perfectly suited his race, and he was surprised by the difference. Before, he had assumed his circuits to be impressively high in number, but compared to now, it was a joke. Mana flowed beneath his skin and through his flesh and blood almost like a huge, complicated spiderweb. He now understood just how incompatible his old mana circuit system was with his body and felt conflicted. The elves in Celebrimber's world were descendants of beings that were easily considered gods here, with almost no human impurity at all. So the entire race was born with dense mana circuits that made them superior to any other race in magical talent. Add on the influence of the celestial bird, and Nick's new mana circuits were monstrously powerful. In a way, I knew this was going to be the case, but it is hard to accept just how unfair of an advantage this is, Nick thought with a sigh. Chapter 506. There was a problem, however, that Nick was helpless to solve with his new power and mana system. He couldn't suppress his presence anymore, Reaching Tier 4 and gaining this new mana system had fully integrated his inhuman nature into his mana, and so he simply couldn't hide it anymore. Before, his presence could be hidden because his mana system was still that of a human's despite his race being different in truth. But now, he had an inhuman mana system, and thus couldn't hide his nature anymore. Rather, he could hide it, but only by cloaking his entire magical presence. That would prove awkward, however, as whether they realize it or not, most wizards rely on someone's mana presence to notice or understand someone. By entirely cloaking his mana presence, Nick would cause most wizards to subconsciously ignore his physical presence, while also effectively telling everyone that he was hiding something. No matter what he did, it was a lose-lose type situation for Nick. He could only sigh. I always knew that I would eventually reveal my race, but I hadn't expected it to be so soon, he thought as he left the ritual room of the manor. He got dressed in the clothes he left outside the door and picked up his wand only to frown when he noticed that it had trouble adapting to his new power. He understood why too, as he had taken a qualitative and quantitative leap forward, and the wand needed time to adjust to his new power. In truth, Nick knew he likely no longer required a wand to perform magic perfectly, but he had gotten used to using one and simply couldn't imagine not having it. "You all right, boss?" Lucas asked, concerned, as he walked into the hallway Nick was in. "Yeah, I am fine. Why?" Nick asked seriously. "Well, it is just you have this whole feel to you that is making it hard to think straight as all my instincts are screaming at me to run away," Lucas admitted nervously. Nick frowned and withdrew his mana to under his skin, which caused Lucas to sigh in relief. Mana suppression, or a mix of my greater power and elvish presence? He pondered seriously. Now that I think of it, doesn't Dumbledore have a similar effect on those much weaker than him? Like he usually keeps it under wraps, but when he is upset or fighting it slips out and makes others frightful. Nick thought, seemingly figuring it out. It was pretty easy to figure out that the problem came from entering Tier 4, which was a qualitative upgrade from Tier 3 in terms of mana density and amount. It was thus easy to understand how the mana presence of such a being would naturally create a suppressive felling in those weaker than them. Looks like Luna is going to be upset at me for quite some time, Nick thought with a chuckle. Luna still relied on reading people's mana outside their bodies in order to fully understand them, and so she hated it when Nick retracted his mana into his body. At this point, however, he honestly had no real choice in the matter, as it was either that or causing everyone else to be uncomfortable. With more than a little dread at the inevitable conversation, Nick left the island and appeared in Hogwarts after transforming into his animagus form and flying out of the wards. He, of course, chose to appear in the workshop and disillusion himself before making his way to Dumbledore's office. The old goat didn't seem surprised at all when Nick walked into the office despite his presence being unrestrained. "It seems you have finally chosen to stop hiding," the old goat said casually without even looking up from his paperwork. "So you already knew. How long?" Nick asked, not truly surprised by the revelation. "Since you caught that strange illness that no one could figure out." In truth, I believed it truly was an illness until I spoke to Nico about it, and he told me what was truly happening. A rather violent rejection your body had to being transformed, wasn't it? Dumbledore said calmly. "Why do you seem to not care that I am not human?" Nick asked, genuinely confused. Wizards have persecuted other magical races for as long as recorded history, so Dumbledore seeming to not care was plain hard to understand. "You are not the first to become something other than human, and you will likely not be the last. In some ways, it is only natural to discard the weakness of being human for a wizard that seeks to master the arcane. The human body is not meant to hold great power. It never was, after all. In a one-to-one comparison, a wizard will always have less power than another magical creature. But the difference is that unlike them, we learned how to do more with less and thus dominate them. So for a wizard to cast off their human weakness, to equal the power levels between them and other magical races while retaining their skill is to be expected unless they were stubborn like myself," Dumbledore explained with a gentle smile. Chapter 507. Perhaps, but it should be clear that my new race is a bit special, Nick said honestly. Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. Besides your appearance, it is difficult to think of you as human when every one of my senses say otherwise. I believe the term that best describes you would be otherworldly, he said casually. If I were to say it was the result of a failed experiment, how likely would that be to work? Nick asked seriously. It depends on who you are intending the excuse to work on. The average populace would easily accept it, but those with true knowledge in magic would be skeptical if not disbelieving entirely. Dumbledore said honestly, so I need a better excuse, or to settle for the vast majority of the wizarding world being fooled while the truly knowledgeable knowing the truth, huh? Not much of a choice, is it? Nick asked with a sigh. Dumbledore chuckled. Rarely do we even find the important choices in life so easy to make. If it is of any comfort, you may know that Nico, Vlad, and myself will support you should this reveal bring you trouble, he said reassuringly. I can only thank you all in advance, then, Nick said with a thankful smile. Now that your change is going to be public, is there anything you are willing to share about this new race? Dumbledore asked curiously. Now there is the researcher that discovered the uses of dragon blood with Flammel. I had wondered if he had been buried by the professor and headmaster. Nick teased. Dumbledore shrugged. I always knew that I would be sacrificing much of my time when I agreed to teach here at Hogwarts, and that sacrifice grew even larger after taking the position of headmaster. But I don't regret the choice even a little, he said with a nostalgic look as he was clearly remembering his many years at the school. Still, it is hard not to wonder just how many things you might have discovered had you not made that choice. Nick said, honestly. He knew for a fact that Dumbledore was no slouch academically. But as the old man had said, he sacrificed the vast majority of his time to the school, so had made little progress with research compared to if he could spend the majority of his time on it. It won't do to dwell on that which has already passed too much. Now about your race? Dumbledore said, getting the topic back on track. Not a whole lot different from being human physically speaking, besides having much more sensitive senses and generally better physique, innately. The big changes come in the form of the magical side of things, as from what I understand. The race basically grants a body very suited to magic, including a powerful network of mana circuits that was much more intricate than a human's. The biggest difference, however, is that after reaching physical maturity at the age of 20, I will cease to age at all, Nick explained honestly. There was no reason to lie to the old man, as while he had made questionable decisions in the past, he had always acted with good intentions. Besides that, all of this will eventually come to light anyways, so Nick figured he may as well get it all out of the way now. Dumbledore seemed taken back after hearing all these details, but smiled shortly afterwards. It would seem that congratulations are in order for becoming immortal, he said calmly. Nick shook his head. I am not immortal, but rather ageless, he said while thinking, though I will be solving that problem soon enough. The same could be said for vampires, and yet they are well recognized as an immortal race, despite being very mortal. You need not put your achievement down, as very few can say, that they broke free from the corrosive effects of time. Even more when, unlike vampires, your race truly does appear to be a true higher evolution of humanity. Assuming you don't have any strange weaknesses like vampires, of course. Dumbledore said with a proud look. Nick knew that pride came from the old man's place as the headmaster of the school, seeing one of his students succeed and make something of themselves. In a way, it was a sort of personal pride, more than the kind one gets from doing something that they consider an achievement. A pride by association of sorts. No weaknesses to speak of, perhaps, besides being a target of envy. Not that I will be publicizing the details of my new race, Nick said with a smirk. Chapter 508. After that, Nick left the office feeling much better about the situation than he did going into it. Sure, he knew that it was still going to be a stressful next few weeks as the news got out and everyone showed their reactions. But with such huge influences backing him, Nick knew he would weather the storm just fine. Even more, Nick didn't feel like he really needed to worry about the Order of the Golden Sands anymore after reaching Tier 4. It needed to be understood that he held the full knowledge of Salazar Slytherin's library, as well as all the information and skills Nick had personally researched at his fingertips. It would not be a stretch of the imagination to say he could likely fight Voldemort or Dumbledore to a standstill, or at least close to one without any tricks or exploits. With those, however, he figured that he might even be able to defeat them, or at least force them to flee. There was one major problem, however, that he had to deal with in the form of the upper limit of power that the world could support. Even now, Nick could feel the discomfort that his body had in the low mana environment of the world. At the moment, it was just a very mild discomfort, not unlike a headache, but spread throughout his full body. While his new mana system in tier had caused his mana growth rate to drop in speed to the average level a third year, would experience it was still dangerously fast for a tier 4. In fact, Nick figured he had at most a year and a half before he reached the peak of tier 4, and his tier exceeded it naturally without him increasing his power actively at all. This was to say that if Grindelwald doesn't complete his ritual within that time, Nick very well might have to hole up on the island just to survive. The mere idea was uncomfortable for Nick to even consider, so one could easily imagine how bad it would be to actually experience. Thankfully, I still have things I need to do before this becomes a real problem, Nick thought as he walked through the hallways, ignoring the stares he was getting. Soon enough, he reached the workshop and entered it, but left the door open. This was intentional, as Nick knew that, as word spread around the castle like wildfire, more and more people will seek him out to see if it was true. None of the students will likely be able to figure out why Nick gives them such a funny feeling, but the professors would probably be the opposite. Each and every professor in the school was either an expert in their own right or had the high qualifications needed to teach here, even in the case of the data position. One had to remember that if you looked at each of the professors for the position in the canon timeline, they each had their own set of circumstances that made them appear capable of teaching, even the idiot Lockhart. This meant that even when desperately looking for people to take the position, Dumbledore still required a certain level of perceived competence. In Lockhart's case, he appeared to have ample experience in dealing with the dark arts and creatures considered dark, even if it turned out to be false in the end. In Lupin's case, however, the man was not only a werewolf, but had fought against the Death Eaters and Voldemorts over a decade ago, and had been keeping an eye on other werewolf packs for Dumbledore until he was hired for the data position. To Nick's surprise, however, the first professor to come to him wasn't any of the usual suspects like Flitwick and McGonagall, but rather Snape. "So you have finally taken that step as well, it seems," the man said, with what looked to be approval on his face. "You changed your race as well?" Nick asked, stunned, to not have noticed it at all. Indeed, however, unlike yours, my own transformation could barely be considered a very large one, as I merely changed myself to be closer to the art of potioneering, a variant form of humanity, if you'd like," Snape said calmly. Nick thought about it, and could admit that it would likely be such a minor change that it would barely even register in his magical senses. Dumbledore did mention that it was considered a fairly expected thing for wizards of a certain level to change their race, but I hadn't even considered any of the professors to have done so. Nick admitted honestly. "Chapter 509, Snape nodded. "He is correct, but you are slightly mistaken in thinking majority of your professors have changed their race. In fact, the exact opposite is true, as only myself and Professor Sprout have done so, while the rest are the same as they were born," the man explained seriously. Nick would be lying if he said that he wasn't surprised by this information. While he can understand a few of the human professors, such as Trelawney and Burbage, refusing to change their race, the others would likely benefit heavily from it. As for the professors that were already inhuman, like Flitwick and Hagrid, there was simply no reason why they would need to modify their race. Hagrid also simply couldn't do it to begin with, since besides what he had self-taught himself, his spell work and knowledge on the magical arts was barely at the 4th or 5th year level. Nick couldn't see Hagrid changing his race anyways, since he was perfect at handling magical beasts to begin with. "I am surprised you haven't asked what the differences between my new race and being human were," Nick said honestly. Snape scoffed. "Sharing my own changes means nothing, as knowing them does not allow it to be used against me." "Your new race is clearly a different matter," the man said sternly. "I see then. You must be curious if potions still work on me the same then?" Nick questioned, and Snape nodded. "They do indeed work the same, as there was no change in that regard," Nick said, and the potioneer nodded before leaving. It came as little surprise to Nick that after Snape it was Flitwick who came to see him. My goodness, that presence is truly something else to experience in person. No wonder the rumors were so hard to understand, the half-goblin said with a smile. To be honest, I hadn't wanted to reveal myself quite so early, but things rarely tend to work out the way we hope, Nick said with a smirk. Very true. Still, I am concerned that you chose to make such a decision before maturing magically. I do hope this won't adversely affect you in any way. Flitwick said honestly. Nick smiled and shook his head. Quite the opposite. In fact, I already hold more magical power than anyone else in this school besides Dumbledore, and not to slight the man, but I can even use it better too due to the differences in magical anatomy I have, he explained seriously. To prove this point, Nick waved his hand and cast a series of spells wandlessly. Flitwick watched in amazement at this and seemed to quickly figure out the crux of it. You can freely cast spells without a wand, without sacrificing power, he asked, and Nick nodded. Incredible. I dare say you may be right in claiming to be better than Albus at using magic, as even he cannot wandlessly cast magic so well, Flitwick said, with a wide smile. Nick chatted with Flitwick a bit more after that, and even had McGonagall show up at some point and scold Nick for his reckless choice, while also congratulating him as well in her stern but caring manner. Then came the much more problematic part of his racial reveal in the form of his friends. Flitwick knew that what came next was none of his business and left with the excuse that he had homework to grade. Nick couldn't blame him either, as what came next was bound to be uncomfortable. So what is up with that weird feeling you were giving off? Tracy asked bluntly, once all of his friends had gathered in the workshop. Nick waved his hand, causing the door to shut without him moving from his seat. How much do each of you understand about the path to power that wizards follow? Nick asked seriously. Isn't it just learning spells and potions and stuff? Ron asked confused. Nick chuckled. While that is indeed a good part of it, I am afraid that it is not quite so simple. See, there is in fact a grading system for how powerful a being is, and by extension what they were capable of. Tier 1 beings are the weakest mature magical beings. Freshly graduated average graded Hogwarts students fall into this category. Tier 2 is where most wizards tend to stop at, and as such is also fairly mediocre. Tier 3 is where the truly skilled and talented tend to set. A good example would be McGonagall. Snape and Flitwick are at this point. Tier 4, however, is the dividing line between those talented but not fully focused, like the professors and the most brilliant of wizards. Sit. Dumbledore and myself are both at this point, which is why we need to restrain our magic, or else our very presences would create a feeling of suppression to those weaker than us. As for beyond this tier of power, I am not entirely sure. Nick explained seriously. Chapter 510. Is that why you have your magic hidden away at the moment? Luna asked curiously, and Nick nodded. He then, for the briefest instant, released his mana and watched as each of them flinched. Don't misunderstand me. I am not Dumbledore's equal in terms of pure power, just on the same playing field he is. Nick said seriously. Where do we stand then? Daphne asked with a disbelieving look that told Nick she probably had an idea of the answer. With the exception of Harry, none of you are even Tier 1. And even in his case, it is due to extraordinary circumstances rather than him being that much better than the rest of you. Nick said honestly. His friends recoiled like they were injured at the statement, and he could understand why too, as he had basically just told them that they were basically ants compared to him. It was a vast gap that was made even harder to accept by his age being about the same as theirs, a point that got brought up by Hermione. You are the same age as us, though. So how are you so different? She asked with a frown. I was always different than all of you. More talented, and more willing to go to questionable lengths for power and knowledge. Did you know I have undergone no less than 10 rituals to improve my power? Would any of you have even been willing to spend millions of galleons for a relatively small boost in power, or even go hunt a creature that might kill you for the same? My drive and willingness to utilize every opportunity that I could for growth is what makes me different. Nick spoke firmly, and without any hesitation, to make it clear that he wasn't even operating on the same mental level as all of them. It was harsh but necessary, as if he didn't make it clear now then. There was a good possibility of them coming to resent him out of envy, or just distancing themselves from him entirely. This was obviously not something he wanted, so he chose to come clean. As expected, each of them looked horrified at the information. How could you use such dark magic? Ron asked, seemingly offended by the very idea. Rituals aren't dark magic despite what the ministry tries to say, but I will not deny that they are dangerous in the wrong hands. The basic idea behind rituals is that you give something in exchange for receiving something else. Alchemy works almost exactly the same, but on a slightly different scale than rituals. The reason they are banned, however, isn't because of the ones that use actual dark magic, but rather because of how dangerous they are if done incorrectly. A single mistake, and the results can turn very ugly in an instant. The most common example of this is actually the Anemogus ritual. Yes, the same one McGonagall, Sirius, and even Harry's father willingly underwent. A single mistake in that ritual can have devastating and sometimes permanent effects on the wizard themselves. All rituals share that same risk, but in exchange, if they are done correctly, they can give great improvements to oneself. If it helps, none of the rituals I underwent were of the dark variety, just expensive. Nick explained seriously. How can we believe you? What's to say you aren't lying about this as well? Ron accused, which stung a bit for Nick, but he understood where the boy was coming from. I have a list of the rituals I underwent to which you are free to ask Dumbledore himself about, if my own word isn't good enough. He himself had likely used a few when he was younger and can confirm what I have said. Nick answered honestly. Are you even still human after all those rituals? Daphne asked since, as an old pureblood house, Greengrass was no stranger to rituals, and so she knew he was probably telling the truth about the ones he used. Which brings us to the next thing that needs to be addressed. Wizards aren't fully human to begin with. What do you mean? Harry asked, confused. Even after all of these revelations, it was still clear to Harry that Nick was still the same as he always was. And he might be many things, but a dark wizard isn't one of them. Wizards are fundamentally different creatures than humans. How else could you explain why, when two wizards have a child, it also almost always has a bit of magical ability as well? Even in the case of those born of two muggles, this fact holds true. Wizards are very similar to humans, but are not in fact human. This fact becomes even more true the more powerful a wizard becomes as they get farther and farther from baseline muggles, Nick said seriously. Chapter 511. So the pure blood theory is correct? Hermione asked with a frown. Nick scoffed. It is based on the truth, but over time it has been perverted into the incorrect assumption that having pure blood automatically made one better than those without. Fact is that talent doesn't work like that at all. And if anything, them inbreeding like they have has only ruined the advantages that their bloodline gave them originally. He explained disdainfully. I knew they were wrong, Ron said triumphantly, but a glare from Nick killed his buzz immediately. If all this is true, then why is it not public knowledge? Daphne asked, confused, since logically something like this should be well known. That would be the ministry's doing actually, as over time it has slowly suppressed this information, so that only the really powerful knew the truth. For good reason, too, as if you think the attitudes of the pureblood supremacists are bad now, imagine how they would act knowing that they are in fact superior to muggles on an evolutionary scale. Nick said sternly, and his friends all paled at the mental image they got. It'd be a bloodbath, Ron said in horror. Yep, so do keep this information to yourselves. Anyways, back to the original question on my humanity. The answer is a very large nope. As I am right now, I am even higher up on the evolutionary ladder than even wizards after changing my race to a better one. According to Dumbledore, it is actually something many powerful witches and wizards do as well. Another very well-kept secret, that bit of information. Nick said casually. What? There was a group exclamation at that information, which Nick found amusing even if expected. It was why he said it like that, after all. Nick feigned confusion. Is something I said unclear? I'll explain it if you point out which part it is, he said reassuringly. All of it. What do you mean you are even higher up? How common is it to change race? Why is all this information kept secret? So many questions. Tracy shot off, and the others were clearly right there with her. Nick nodded along with a smirk. All good questions that the answers to which are, in order, I am superior to baseline wizards. Hell if I know, and because it would cause problems if it was well known. He said, still smirking. What do you mean you don't know? Daphne asked in frustration. All right, enough teasing from me then. The only reason I know about the whole common to change one's race thing is because Dumbledore told me. Fun fact, by the way, Snape and Sprout have also changed their races. Nick said, honestly, bet he is a slug person, Ron said with a snicker. Nick shrugged. It is possible, but I have no clue besides that it helps him in making potions somehow, he said casually. My head hurts, Luna complained, and everyone else nodded in agreement. After that, Nick got asked all sorts of questions about the things he told them about, and he answered most of them honestly, though he left out a few details on purpose. For example, he didn't mention his agelessness and avoided the topic of how one would even go about changing one's race, though Hermione ruined that one with deductive reasoning. It wasn't hard to figure out that one could use rituals to change one's race, a fact she shared with everyone else, thus forcing Nick to give very stern warnings about the risks involved. Lupin got the short end of the stick in that particular warning, as Nick used the failed ritual that made werewolves as an example. Still, all things considered, Nick felt good about how that whole conversation went, as once his friends got past the skepticism, things mostly returned to normal. The word mostly was key in this case, as some change was to be expected after such a massive revelation. Nick had also used the excuse that his current state was from a failed experiment, which, like Dumbledore said, was enough to satisfy most of the world's curiosity, but was totally ineffective on those powerful enough to know better. Nick found it even stranger that a few days after that point, he received a letter asking for a ceasefire of hostility between him and the Order of the Golden Sands. The part that made him frown, however, was that the letter mentioned him as a Tier 4, which was something only himself, Dumbledore, and those Nick himself told should be aware of. In the end, Nick chose to assume the Order used some sort of divination magic and took steps to prevent that in the future before ignoring the Order entirely. Chapter 512. Since he could not safely seek to increase his power, Nick chose to take another route and focus on his skill and knowledge for the rest of the school year. He still avoided the Dwemer lexicon, though, as he wanted to fully master the knowledge he gained from Slytherin's library first. He understood it, of course, but that didn't mean he had mastered it. So he focused on that for the last remaining month of the school year he had before he needed to start the binding process for the realm if he wanted to finish before the start of the next year. The downside to having such a vast repertoire of knowledge to master reared it is ugly head during this time, as Nick had nearly 1,000 spells, potion recipes, and other assorted magics each to work on. The spells were the easiest as he merely needed to cast it a single time to see the magic's true form and function thanks to his magical senses. This meant, while it was a tedious effort to cast all the spells, he mastered them afterwards immediately after only a single success with them. The spells in Parseltongue were especially difficult, but also the most rewarding to learn, for Nick the language had a magical resonance with nature that empowered that variety of spells greatly. Even more interesting for Nick was that the snake summoning spell Serpensortia, that normally only summoned non-magical snake species, could also summon magical ones if used with Parseltongue, of course, like all beast summoning magics. There was not any part of the spell that gives control over the summoned creature after it arrived. With Parseltongue, however, this was an entirely different matter, as all snakes, magical or otherwise, felt reverence to the language and were usually more than happy to obey so long as the speaker didn't order something innately self-destructive. This was how Nick had managed to bring a runespore into Harry's employ in a funny way. Runespores were usually about 7 feet long snakes with orange and black striped scales that possessed a unique 3-headed body that was controlled by 3 joined minds for each head. The left head was the planner. The middle head was the visionary that imagined the magical snake's future actions, and the right head was the critic that vetoed any plans or actions that it found incorrect. The funny part was that the right head was constantly in danger of getting destroyed by the other 2 heads if it got too naggy. So the species rarely lived their naturally bountiful lifespans. In a way, the snake reminded Nick of what Harry, Hermione, and Ron would have been like had he not been around. Harry himself shared a similar thought process, and had thus been able to teach the serpent how to work with each of its personalities. The snake was scarily effective once this happened, as it efficiently imagined, planned, and executed its actions perfectly. After mastering the spells, Nick split his focus between the potions and metamagic with the help of Snape and Madame Pomfrey. both of which were more than eager to assist him with his mastery, as it benefited them as well in their chosen fields. Much of Slytherin's knowledge in these fields could be considered new and exciting, so both experts were happy with the situation, even if it resulted in them arguing with Nick a lot as they clashed with his knowledge of the professions. Snape, for example, often debated Nick over the choice of ingredients, the boil time of the potions, and even how wasteful the recipes were. The man was a harsh critic, but clearly held great appreciation for the knowledge Nick had as well. As a result, Nick mastered the potioneering knowledge of the library at a staggering pace alongside the metamagic knowledge as well, with Madame Pomfrey using her modern understanding of the field to rebuff his own ancient one or perfect certain parts of it further. Nick was sure that both experts knew very well that they were being used by him to master his knowledge, but he also was pretty sure they were fine with that. Soon, the final week of the school year came around, and Nick was mostly satisfied with the progress he made mastering the knowledge from the library. I'd say I've gotten it about 70% mastered if I ignore the dark magic part of it, he thought as he played a game of wizarding chess against Ron. Blast it all! The redhead cursed after noticing the trap he had fallen into, which forced him to sacrifice his queen to save his king. And that is checkmate, Nick said after moving his other knight to seal off the king's escape routes with the second trap that had gone unnoticed due to the first. Chapter 513. Best 3 out of 4, Ron asked, frustrated at his string of losses. Nick shook his head. Maybe later. For now, though, you might want to check to make sure you've got everything for summer break. If you need anything during that time, I won't be able to help you at all, he said calmly. You never did say why you were going to be busy over summer break, Harry pointed out curiously from nearby. Nothing you all need to worry about, Nick said casually. You might as well have not said anything at all, Ron complained. Nick shrugged. If you must know, I am preparing a trump card for the future, so I don't really want to go into details about it, he said honestly. You are almost as powerful as Dumbledore. What in Merlin's name could you need a trump card for? Hermione asked, confused. If I am lucky, I won't need it. But if I am not, then I'd rather have it than not, Nick answered seriously. This was also very true, as while it was likely Zeus would end up destroying his body at least once, it was also possible that he would never have his body destroyed as well. Anyways, you really need to convince your family to move out of London before the end of next year, Nick told Hermione seriously. Why? She asked, confused. This thing Grindelwald's doing is going to turn things really ugly in places with a lot of people like that, and they might get caught up in the chaos of it all if they stay. If you can, I highly advise having them get as far from the city as possible before it starts, Nick warned sternly. You know what the Dark Lord is trying to do? Ron exclaimed in shock. There is no point in hiding it anymore, since from my calculations, he should set off the event sometime towards the end of next year. Basically, he means to flood the Earth with magical energy at a density that hasn't been seen here in a very long time. When he does this, the Muggles are going to be set back centuries on a technological standpoint, and even worse is that most of the species of animals and magical beasts on the planet are going to evolve into stronger, smarter, and more difficult to control versions in huge numbers. Once this happens, the wizarding word will be forced into revealing itself, and things will get bloody before they calm down. So, if you can, Hermione, it would be for the best if you had your family move near Ron's, or at the least take refuge with Sirius, Nick said seriously, and his friends looked horrified. What a rotten thing to do, Ron said spitefully, and no one disagreed. The Ministry and Dumbledore must have a plan to stop this from happening, right? Tracy asked hopefully, but Nick shook his head. They have long accepted that they can't stop it and have been preparing for it in hopes of reducing the amount of casualties to come. Nick said honestly, the events of this coming up year will likely be some of the brightest points in wizarding history that will be remembered after this new world order sets in, he added. How could someone knowingly do something like this? Luna asked, genuinely confused. Nick knew why too, as she was innately kind and helpful, and simply couldn't imagine the sort of thoughts that would lead one down such a path. Grindelwald believes this to be the best way for wizarding kind to have a bright future. Sadly, his belief is not entirely wrong either. Few probably realize it, but with the way the Muggles' technology is rapidly improving, we only have about 7 or 8 years before they discover our existence. and that will end one of a few ways with few of them being positive. In fact, there is a good chance that the Muggles will go to war with us with the intention of wiping us out entirely, Nick explained honestly. How can you say that? Hermione asked, offended by the implication behind what he said. Muggles have committed genocide and enslaved others for things as little as a different religion, skin color, and simply because they wanted what the others had all throughout history. The only difference between then and now is that they have gotten more efficient in killing each other. So what do you think they would do when they discover that magic is very much real and that wizards have something they can't have themselves? I can tell you now, it is not going to be smile and embrace us with open arms. It may well become another dark age for wizard kind, and I honestly can't see us survive it in any meaningful capacity. Nick said sternly, Chapter 5:14. The mood was grim for the group after that, and Nick chose to let his friends have the time needed to process this information. It was a tough piece of meat to swallow, but he was confident that they would be able to handle it without much issue. What he failed to consider, however, was that Hermione's bleeding heart would cause her to do something really short-sighted. She sent a letter to her parents containing this information, and her parents, without the correct context for the situation, did what any upstanding person would, and started warning their friends, who in turn warned their own friends. This created a ripple across all of London that drew the attention of the Ministry and Muggle governments both. A simple letter had caused a breach of the Statute of Secrecy that revealed the existence of wizards to the Muggle government in the British Isles, beyond the Prime Minister and royal family that was already in the know about it. The Ministry quickly traced the source of the problem back to Hermione, and early in the morning of the final day of school, 3 Aurors came for her. Hermione Granger. In accordance with the laws pertaining to the Statute of Secrecy, you are hereby under arrest for revealing the existence of magic to Muggles. Please come quietly. The Auror in charge of the case said loudly before motioning for the other 2 Aurors to take the horrified girl. Nick wasted no time at all, diving into the leading Auror's head to figure out what was going on before feeling a great deal of frustration when he found out. Dumbledore rapidly approached the group as he hadn't gotten any warning about this and wanted it explained. The leading Auror explained the charges against Hermione and how they came about, and the girl herself was in tears. As far as she knew, all she had done was tell her parents what was going on in order to convince them to leave the city like Nick suggested, but she had clearly not realized what actions her parents would take. What a mess! Nick complained in frustration. I am just saying that this doesn't sound like Hermione at all. She is smarter than this, Ron argued for the umpteenth time. I told all of you what was going on so you weren't caught off guard, but somehow she took that to mean telling her parents as well. And so, here we are, Nick said with a sigh. That is so stupid, though. How was she supposed to understand that warning her parents would lead to this? Tracy asked angrily. The Ministry doesn't care about the intent behind the action so much as the outcome. In this case, Hermione has caused a serious problem. A lot of people needed to be obliviated to fix it, so this does not look good for her at all. She won't be going to Azkaban, though, if Dumbledore and I have anything to say about it, Nick said firmly. What can you even do? Politics won't help much at this point, and aren't you rather low on money at the moment? Daphne asked, confused. You'll know soon enough, Nick said before, leaving to go find Dumbledore. The old man was, of course, in his office getting ready to leave himself when Nick walked in. The old goat looked at Nick and sighed. You know there is no going back if you do this, right? He asked softly. Nick nodded. We both knew it would come to this eventually, but I agree that the timing is less than ideal, he said, determined. The signs of Nick becoming the next great wizard had long since been clear, and both of them knew that at some point Nick was going to show that he was the next powerhouse of the British Isles. In a way, it was Dumbledore's time to step out of the spotlight and let someone from the younger generation take it. Hermione's matter was troublesome for Dumbledore to solve, because he was a well-known factor to be considered. But Nick was an entirely new powerhouse that would make Fudge more likely to pardon Hermione than test how he would react to her being sentenced. The way to accomplish this was quite simple, really. Nick was going to go to the Ministry with Dumbledore, all while letting his mana flow from him freely. There was no chance in hell that Fudge wouldn't immediately be able to understand the implication behind the suppression that felt like Dumbledore's own. If that is your choice, then I can only wish you luck on your path, as it is a treacherous one, the old goat said before having Fawkes teleport them both to the Ministry. Chapter 5:15. Puff fudge. It had been headache after headache once Grindelwald's plan was revealed as we all scrambled to stop him. And when that failed to preserve life, to top it all off, there was the Azkaban incident that resulted in that monster being created from what was once the inner circle members of the Death Eaters. The new sport that was created by the Ravenclaw boy was perhaps one of the only really big wins for me in the Ministry. That and the Triwizard tournament that I had managed to get accepted. That said, however, there was now an entirely new headache-inducing situation for me to deal with, thanks to the misguided actions of a Muggle-born girl who somehow knew of Grindelwald's plan and sent a letter with the details on it to her parents. It was easy to understand that what she hoped to accomplish with it, but her parents had tried to warn their friends as well, which resulted in a domino effect that exposed the existence of magic to some government officials in the Muggle government. Thankfully, the damage was easily fixed and even helped to a degree as it made the Muggle government work more closely with the Ministry. Sadly, the statute of secrecy was still in effect, so the girl needed to be punished for breaking it, which brought me to the most recent headache that I needed to deal with. Dumbledore was coming to plead the girl's case. Despite being Minister of Magic, I know very well that if the old man wished it, nobody could stop him from taking the girl back from the Aurors. Dumbledore and I might not agree on much, but both of us would rather not see him forced to that course of action. I am sure that I can lighten the punishment significantly in exchange for some favors from the old wizard. Thanks to our combined political power. At least that was what I thought until I felt it. The suppression that felt oh so similar to Dumbledore's, but not exactly the same. Weaker, I suppose. The source of this suppression was a very big problem, however, as it clearly came from the Ravenclaw boy that Dumbledore had brought to the Ministry with him. What is the meaning of this, Albus? I feigned anger, but internally, I was beyond nervous. The boy was an entirely different sort of creature than Dumbledore, more ruthless and unpredictable for a start. There were quite a few known things that pointed to him being much more of a threat to the Ministry than Dumbledore ever was. A big red flag was how well the brat knew the laws of the Ministry and seemed to skirt around them on technicalities and biases. Now it turns out that a truly nightmarish scenario had come to life as that same boy was openly showing his status as an archmage, much like Dumbledore. Except he just turned 14. The boy was almost guaranteed to surpass Dumbledore and should not be angered if I could help it. A not-so-small problem, however, was that the Muggle-born girl currently in custody was none other than Hermione Granger, who was a very well-known associate of the boys. We have come to appeal for leniency in the case of Miss Granger on grounds she could not have known her parents would respond in such a way. Dumbledore said seriously, and I could swear I saw a touch of helplessness in his eyes, but I must have been mistaken. While it is a regrettable case, she broke the statute and needs to be punished. I said, acted saddened. What do you want? The boy asked bluntly with a clear level of irritation visible on his face as his piercing golden eyes stared me down. I beg your pardon? Why, I never. I said, acting offended until a chill went down my spine as the boy frowned. Don't play games with me, Fudge. What do you want? The boy enunciated each word, and I realized this wasn't a political negotiation, but a forced trade. The boy was making it clear that he was not going to be lead around in this matter and won't take no for an answer. I was tempted to outright reject him in spite, but I had a gut feeling that wouldn't end very well and capitulated. I can't just make the charge go away and need to at least appear as though I punished the girl, and that takes resources. Leverage in all the right places, and frankly speaking, I don't want to expend them myself. I said bluntly, since the boy wants to do this quickly. To my surprise, the boy waved his hand, and a small bottle of golden-colored potion appeared in his hand that he set on my desk. Chapter 516. Normal POV Fudge stared at the bottle Nick had placed on the desk in shock. Is that what I think it is? He asked with a greedy expression. Felix Felicis, or Liquid Luck if you'd prefer. Brewed by Severus Snape and given to me in exchange for a considerable sum of potion recipes that no other than I, and now he know. I will give this to you in exchange for Hermione's crime being nullified and all records of it being expunged. Nick said calmly, Salazar Slytherin never did anything by halves, and so developed a great many potions with wondrous or even terrible effects. For example, he created a potion that caused fruit trees to produce magical fruit that had random effects based on the tree itself. His proudest accomplishment with this potion was an apple tree that produced apples that had the taste and effects of fine red wine. A tree that he eagerly shared the bounty of to show off whenever he could before a freak bolt of lightning destroyed the tree. Anyways, the point is the man had a lot of potion recipes that Nick could trade to a potioneering zealot like Snape. In truth, Nick got the liquid luck for a steal, if one considered the difference in value that the 50 potion recipes he gave Snape had compared to it. Then again, he could understand how Snape might consider the value the same after remembering the rarity of the knowledge itself. Fudge seemed hesitant, despite the very valuable offer as waving away a crime. Like that was something with a bit of risk to his reputation. Nick didn't press the matter, however, and stood there silently with Dumbledore, who also chose to ignore the fact Nick was openly, if a bit aggressively, bribing the minister. If it was something politics or money alone could get, the potion wouldn't be so tempting. But the thing about liquid luck was that nearly every part of it is creation had luck involved. The ingredients were a matter of luck. The conditions were so strict that one needed luck to fulfill them, and even if they were met, if one was unlucky, the potion would fail anyways, for seemingly no reason. This meant that not only was it very expensive to even attempt making, but required such a high amount of skill that the potioneers who did very rarely sold it afterwards, or attempted it a second time after succeeding. I suppose I should be able to pardon Miss Granger due to her clear love of her parents, though the parents in question need to be obliviated of the whole matter, of course, Fudge said with a smile as he slowly pocketed the bottle of golden potion. Then we have no more reason to take up your time, isn't that right, Professor Dumbledore? Nick asked, and Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Indeed. Please do have a good afternoon, Cornelius, he said before leading the way out of the minister's office. I must admit that it is at least a small amount refreshing to see Cornelius so compliant for once. Normally, it is much more back and forth before we both get something we want, Dumbledore said once they got back to Hogwarts. It's all about presentation. First, I acted as though I was threatening him to get him in a fearful state of mind, then hit him with a high-value offer to take advantage of his innate greed to get him to act simply and straightforward, Nick said with a grin. He certainly seemed to dance upon your palm, if nothing else, Dumbledore said with a nod. Nick left Hogwarts after reassuring his friends that Hermione will be fine, and went to the island where he set up several protective barriers around himself in a room before entering the realm. It was time. At asterisk and dollar asterisk dollar percent, at asterisk he started to speak, but it was not words that came out of his mouth, but strange sounds that defied comprehension. With the sound of his voice, wisps of energy wafted out of his soul and body before dissipating into the atmosphere of the realm. This was the first step of binding a realm, essence dispersal. Binding a realm was a bit like poisoning a body one cell at a time, as you first needed to convert a small area of the realm with your essence before slowly expanding that area like a corrupting influence. Once the entire realm is corrupted with your essence, the next step came, true conversion. The second step was all about turning the corrupted parts of the realm into genuine parts and extensions of one's own being, which was obviously not a fast or easy process. Realms innately resist this process as well, much like how a body will try and fight off a disease or poison. Chapter 517. One would think that this would be the full total of what one needed to do in order to bind a realm to oneself, but that was incorrect. There was, in fact, a final step that was both harder and more dangerous than the first two. True emergence. To simplify this final step was to combine oneself with the realm entirely by devouring the sort of nascent world soul that realms had that they used to fight back against binders like Nick. With it devoured, it needed to be fused into one's own essence, and then put back in the realm. A good way to see it would be that you basically removed the soul of the realm and replaced it with your own, which was obviously a very risky thing. For true Daedra, this wasn't a huge issue, as even if it killed them, they would eventually regenerate from the waters of oblivion. Nick, however, was not a true Daedra, and thus if this process failed, he would die permanently. Of course, none of that was something Nick needed to worry about quite yet, as he was still on the first part of the process. Taking a seat, Nick's soul and body continued to release wisps of energy that dispersed into the surroundings like a drop of ink in a cup of water. This wasn't visible with mere eyes, but if it was, that would be sort of what it would look like. This was also not a quick process. either, as Nick had to straddle the fine line between putting out too much essence energy and not exceeding how fast he regenerates it. While he did this, Nick also could not do anything productive like study or research, as it required nearly his entire focus to do. An entire month and a half Nick sat still in the realm, with his only movements being to eat to keep himself alive and awake. He was very glad that elves don't really need much sleep, and can easily go a week or two without any issue. And with the help of energizing potions, he managed to stay awake this entire time. This wasn't to say that he was perfectly fine, however, as he did still need sleep. The lack of it was starting to have negative effects on him. But thankfully, he could get some rest after corrupting the realm fully with his essence energy. Nick wasted no time at all passing out once he completed this first step and slept for a total of a day and a half. During this time, a little bit of his corruption had been removed by the realm, but Nick easily fixed this in a few hours after he woke up. The whole realm shook violently, and even the very space and air vibrated as Nick started the second step of converting the realm into a true extension of himself. Nick himself developed cracks on his skin as blood dripped out of his body and seemed to evaporate into a red mist that spread out around him. This was also normally, as it was Nick's vital energies leaving his body and fusing with the realm around him and converting it into a part of himself that in turn restored the energy he lost plus some. To one's magical senses, it was almost like a heart beating, as the energy left his body got enriched by the realm that got converted before it goes back into his body in a loop of power and weakness. This step took half a month to complete, and Nick rested once again before he paused the process to complete the laws for the realm. The various items he had collected for the purpose were broken down and assimilated into the realm, causing clouds, water, ley lines, magma, and other things found in a true world to start slowly appearing. It was a slow appearance, granted, but an appearance nonetheless. Nick took a deep breath before the entire realm was suddenly covered in a powerful glow as he blasted his spiritual energy throughout the whole thing to find the realm's soul. Gotcha, he thought as he found the nearly imperceptible spot in the realm that wasn't under his control and converged his power on it. Herc! Splat! Nick threw up blood as the realm's soul began to fight back as he started trying to devour it with his own being. Nick was taking serious damage from the struggles of the realm soul, but grit his teeth and pressed forward as it was far too late to back out. He coughed up more blood, and his body paled while his hair turned white from the damage his soul and essence was taking that was making him appear to age at a rapid pace. Chapter 518. It was a violent and highly damaging thing, but Nick eventually succeeded in devouring the realm soul and replacing it with his own essence. The change was immediate, as in an instant Nick had his mind filled with an overwhelming amount of information, as every grain of sand was known to him. Fuck, he thought, as he struggled to contain the headache pounding against his skull. His brain wasn't designed to handle this amount of information, and Nick instinctually suppressed the input from his realm greatly. So this is why Daedric princes can get things hidden from them in their realms. They have to purposefully limit their perceptions to function properly. He thought seriously. Nick also couldn't help but notice that despite the realm being fully a part of himself, he felt suppressed in it. To be more specific, his body felt wrong and constraining to be in for him. It was an odd sensation to literally be uncomfortable in one's own skin, but that was just the way it was for Nick. It was by no means all downsides, though, as Nick noticed a sort of shimmering pool of chaotic water was rapidly forming in the realm that Nick understood the nature of immediately. This was the font of existence for the realm that he and any Daedra that were to come about from his now very Daedric realm would be reconstituted from in the event of losing their bodies. Nick himself felt the qualitative shift from flesh to essence-based existence that all Daedra were a part of as his truest self transitioned away from mortality. It was funny, really, as so very many thought that apotheosis was an immediate thing like in the stories. But the truth was that, like most qualitative changes, a lengthy process. There was also a sort of instinctive knowledge that came from being a realm lord that didn't surprise Nick at all. His own power was now tied to his realm intrinsically, so the more powerful he was, the larger his realm, and the reverse was also true, as the larger the realm was, the more power he had. A good example of this was clear immediately as his realm size was rapidly growing to match his current level of power. Unfortunately, it took energy to accomplish this growth, so Nick felt very weak until it stopped at nearly triple the previous size. If before the realm was roughly the size of a large village, it was now easily town-sized in terms of surface area. This didn't even include the empty space itself that was much, much wider, and the sun that was thus even further away as a result. Once the realm and Nick's condition stabilized, he finally left the realm for the first time in a little over 3 months' time. Nick noticed immediately that in the real world, he was a day late for Hogwarts and quickly made his way there. Pav the real world during the binding. Like Nick had said, Hermione was released from custody shortly, and everything went back to normal as everyone went to their summer accommodations. As the year ended, Hermione learned her lesson well and waited until she could be present to try and convince her parents to move out of the city. Needless to say, her parents were horrified to find out what had happened again, since the Ministry had wiped those memories away. They were also smart enough to know that they shouldn't press their luck and quietly move away from the city without causing a ruckus this time. Thanks to being rather wealthy, it wasn't hard to purchase a small but pleasant house near the Burrow that, after a bit of renovation, thanks to the Weasleys, was perfect for them. Fred and George had also gotten in a whole mess of trouble after Mrs. Weasley found their order lists for the many prank items that they had invented and planned to sell at Hogwarts the next year. The twins were nothing if not tricksters at heart, though, and remedied the situation in secret while making their mother look the other way with their better grades thanks to the crafting electives they had taken. The sports tournaments were also coming up quickly, and everyone was excited to go to them. Blitzball was a new and very popular sport that the various countries around the world had been training teams for, and had its own tournament alongside the Quidditch one. The World Duo Tournament, the event was called, and the international community had gone nuts in excitement. Record ticket pre-orders and amounts had the teams and people funding them over the moon in happiness, as it was slated to be one of the biggest sporting events in centuries for the wizarding community. Chapter 5, 19. There were a few other things that had happened during the months that Nick was busy. Among them was the news that he was an archmage like Dumbledore, which many factions with spies in the Ministry learned after his trip to it with Dumbledore. Nick had been expecting this information to get out when he bared his power during that trip. For the foreign wizarding communities, it became a priority to keep a close eye on Nick to make sure there wasn't another Grindelwald or Voldemort in the making. Most of the information gathered said that this wasn't the case, but in all matters like this, caution was always advised. The Order of the Golden Sands was one faction that had been on high alert after getting the news as Tier 4 wizards were basically walking nukes, and they had offended Nick previously and were worried he'd attack them. Yet, as time went on, many noticed that there had been no trace of activity from Nick at all. Even the royal vampires had been unable to get any response from Nick, which had caused many to wonder just what was going on. Even as the tournaments came and went, there was no sign of him at all. No letters, no replies, nothing at all. When Nick was absent from the first day of Hogwarts, however, Dumbledore also got concerned. Another piece of news was that Grindelwald had started his sacrifices in North and South America, which was the last places he needed for his ritual preparations to be complete. This made those in the know begin stocking up on whatever they felt they might need in the next coming period. In a more than ironic twist, Fudge used the liquid luck to try and find something that would boost his reputation for the upcoming re-election, and found one Barty Crouch JNR under Imperius by his father. It was a massive scandal and had Crouch Sr. imprisoned, while Crouch JNR was given the Dementor's kiss for escaping, which had his father join him shortly in death as he refused to eat until his body collapsed and ended him. In a way, it was spitting in the Ministry's face as he chose death over his deserved punishment. Regardless of that, however, Fudge got the accolades that he wanted at the small price of a bottle of potion nobody else knew about. When Nick showed up in Hogwarts, it sent a ripple throughout the school as everyone who saw him started gossiping about him. "Where the bloody hell have you been?" Ron asked angrily when he saw Nick. He wasn't alone either, as all of Nick's friends were also very much upset at how Nick seemed to drop off the face of the planet over the summer. "I told you before the year was out that I would be too busy to respond over the summer." Nick pointed out, not happy at being confronted like this. "Yeah, and we assumed that meant you'd still be reachable, not whatever in Merlin's name you were doing. Also, what the hell is up with that presence you are giving off? It is like you aren't even here. Wait, you are actually here, right? Harry asked while Luna poked Nick with a finger just to make sure he was there. What I was doing took up my entire attention, so obviously I couldn't respond or even check my mail. Also, my lack of presence is because of what I was doing, though. What that was exactly I will be keeping to myself, Nick said in annoyance. You don't get it, Nick. Everyone was trying to find you, including Dumbledore, and they all failed. There is out of reach, and then there is whatever you did, Daphne said seriously. I don't see why they would after I made it clear to everyone before I left that I'd be out of touch. Nick said with a shrug. Yay! You said that, but everyone was expecting you to at least show up at the tournaments, or even go to Diagon Alley. But there was nothing, not even your house elf fetching things for you like normal. Tracy said in exasperation. Don't know what you were expecting me to say about it, I said. I'd be out of touch, and if everyone failed to consider that, well, that is not on me, Nick said, making it clear he was done talking about it. Why did you miss the first day of school then? Hermione pressed, and Nick had to admit that one was on him a bit since he slightly underestimated how long it would take him to stabilize his condition. It was a slight miscalculation on my part, that is it. He said honestly, Chapter 520. Hermione glared at Nick, but he refused to budge on his unwillingness to explain anything. Well, you missed the tournaments, so I suppose that is punishment enough, Ron said, acting as the mediator oddly enough. It couldn't have been that great, right? Nick asked, more than happy to play along. It was Barmy Mate. They even had Velis as cheerleaders, not that we got to enjoy them all that much, with the uppity French broads that made a ruckus about it in the box we were in, Ron said excitedly. Sirius must have gotten you all box seats then, and I have a feeling that those uppity French broads you are talking about are not the sort of people you would like to get on the bad side of if they are who I think they are, Nick said with a chuckle. Blonde and pretty with prideful attitudes and a problem with Veela cheerleaders? Harry asked, and Nick laughed. Oh yeah, that is easily the best description I think you could have given of the Delacour family's women. They are a very powerful pureblood family in France that says they are descended from Velas without actually being Velas themselves, which is totally nonsense, by the way. Nick said with a smirk. Nonsense how? Tracy asked curiously. Velas are an all-female race of magical beings that breed with wizards or muggles to continue their species, which means that there is no such thing as partially Veela. They either are or are not Velas. In other words, it is a bunch of malarkey that should be ignored. Nick explained, more than happy to expose the French family's lie. Why hasn't anybody said anything about it then? Harry asked, confused. I can answer that, actually, Daphne said seriously. This surprised most of the group, as usually Nick answers questions like that, so it was unusual for Daphne to instead. What? I can know things too, Daphne said, looking offended by the looks. Everyone had? Nick merely motioned for her to continue since he was interested to see what she was going to say. Anyways, the Delacours have their fingers in basically the entire French wizarding economy. So even if someone were to figure this out, I doubt they would have the courage to blab about it. And if they did, I am pretty sure most people would ignore them. Daphne said seriously. You are mostly correct, yes, however, there is one part you left out, Nick said with a smirk. Daphne looked confused. What? She asked curiously. Simply put, everyone who tried to expose them has ended up disappearing mysteriously, or rather, were made to disappear, Nick said with a chuckle. Then are we going to be okay? Ron asked worriedly. Nick nodded. Unless you go trying to spread the information, I don't see why not. Besides, if they were to try and get rid of any of you, they would end up making me get involved, which I guarantee they don't want happening, he said, honestly. Ah, so the rumors of your return are true. You had us all very concerned, my boy. Dumbledore's voice said from nearby, and Nick looked over at the man. I gave ample warning that I was going to be unavailable over the summer. Not my fault you all chose to ignore it, he said calmly. I do suppose that is true. Still, it is good to see that you are still well, if in an unusual state, the old man said with clear confusion on his face. Can you actually tell what is different, or are you merely pointing out the obvious? Nick asked curiously. He was interested to know if Dumbledore, who can be considered quite knowledgeable in the fourth tier, can see what is going on with him. The later. I simply can't understand how you appear to be here, and yet at the same time my senses say that you are not. Most curious. The old goat said honestly. Nick knew that the reason for this was because his essence was pretty much absent from his body, since it was in his realm, thus making him lack any sort of presence, while he kept his mana hidden. In a manner of speaking, the body he was currently in was little more than an easily sheddable meat suit that he was piloting remotely. That was all the bodies of Daedra realm lords were most of the time, and this even included the physical forms of the Daedric princes themselves. The reason was simply because it was safer that way, since while the physical body was destroyed, the essence was rarely impacted, making killing them without destroying their realms utterly impossible. Chapter 5:21. That is good to hear. It wouldn't be much of a trump card if it was so easily figured out. Nick said honestly. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. I see. Very well then, I will trust you to know what you are doing. On a different matter entirely, I'd like to discuss an upcoming topic with you, the old goat said, and Nick stood up to follow him since he had an idea what it was about. It was funny how every other participating country's students were long since aware of the event, but the British students attending Hogwarts were nearly entirely in the dark until Dumbledore dropped it on them out of nowhere yesterday. Once they got to Dumbledore's office, the man clarified what he wanted to speak to Nick about in regards to the tournament. After much discussion, I managed to secure you the privilege of designing a task of the tournament. You will of course be required to sign a non-disclosure contract that will last until the tournament is over with. I assume that is no problem? Dumbledore revealed with a smile. Nick had to admit that, out of everything that he thought the old man might say, that was definitely not something he expected. Not to say he was going to reject the opportunity or anything like that, just that he was caught off guard. That is fine, but I assumed the tasks were already chosen by this point in time. Nick questioned in confusion. The first task is set, yes, but the rest have yet to be, and thus subject to change. I take this to mean that you accept the offer to create a task, then? The old goat asked, and Nick nodded. Wonderful, I do so look forward to seeing what you come up with, Dumbledore said with a genuinely eager look. Nick left the office after that in deep thought as to what he was going to do for his task. Before that, though, I should grab my mission rewards, he thought as he pulled up the system menu and accepted his mission rewards. Immediately, he felt a change in his essence within the realm that rippled into his body, but didn't seem to do anything else. The first optional task was not completed, so Nick didn't get the book that was the reward for it, but he did complete the final optional task of completing the laws of the realm. The reward had been a bunch of question marks until now, and after accepting the rewards, Nick's eyes went wide as a powerful phenomena swept through the realm, and a bright burst of light and sound appeared in a single location before vanishing to reveal a large, ornate-looking cylindrical object, about 3 feet wide and made of gold. It was an Elder Scroll. He stood frozen in shock as his lordly perception stared at the inconspicuous but horrifically powerful and dangerous object that had manifested in his realm. Somehow, he knew that this scroll was called Furda and was tied to the complete laws of his realm, making it uniquely suited to his use. It could not be considered anything but a truly divine artifact that Nick knew he would never allow another person to use under any circumstances. There was a bit of debate as to the true nature of Elder Scrolls, but the only thing truly agreed upon was that they were objects to be feared and respected by even gods, as their power was impossible to quantify. Yet, at the same time, the scrolls were entirely inert until read or used in a special manner, making them little more than indestructible heavy objects. Nick knew of the scrolls, but had never thought he would possess one himself, and was thus unsure exactly what to do with his reward. I'll just keep it to the side for now, I guess, he thought, as the scroll was placed in a wooden case that formed around it from thin air. This was one of the privileges of being a realm lord, matter manipulation. Any part of the realm that he had his perception on could be manipulated in what can only be described as a divine manner to create from nothing or transform without trading anything. It was a broken ability that allowed Nick to play around in a way that would make Transfiguration and alchemy masters want to rip their hair out at how unfair it was. It wasn't all good, though, as the realm was now truly himself, so his mood caused it to change as well. Angry, rampant, destructive forces. Happy, sunshine and rainbows. It made things interesting, but dangerous for anyone inside the realm. Chapter 5:22. Anyways, Nick returned to his friends and hung out with them while trying to think up a good premise for a task. The problem wasn't that there wasn't that many options, but rather the exact opposite in that there was far too many to choose from. There was the canon's second task, and the several dozen variations of it that Nick could think of just off the top of his head. Now that I think about the canon, though most of the tasks were rather focused on combat and environmental adaptation. What if I did something else? Nick thought, with a grin. He had an idea that was nearly guaranteed to throw off the participants, but would indeed be an exciting way to show those watching a different sort of competence. The premise was a simple treasure hunt, but with a few twists. For starters, it would take the hostage idea from the canon's second task and implement it as a factor. The second was that Nick was going to create a special area for the task that simulates a random environment for each participant. In addition, there was going to be enemies through the task based on the magical creatures that would naturally live in them. Obviously, the creatures would be heavily nerfed false replicas since the task was going to be hard to die in ideally. Nick had plenty of time to create all this as well since his task was going to be the second, that was to be held after Christmas break. It should be understood that the other schools with their potential participants wouldn't even show up until a week before Halloween, and the first task would be held sometime in November. This meant Nick's task only needed to be completed by January at the latest. So Dumbledore wanted to talk to you about the tournament. Did he drop in juicy hints on any of the tasks? Tracy asked greedily after he returned. Not a single detail. He merely wanted my help as setting up the welcome for the other schools while filling me in on the tournament being held. Nick lied calmly. He had no intentions of ruining the surprise for everyone, and decided to lead them down a pointless trail instead. Drat! I was hoping he would have told you something since you are clearly not going to be participating in it. Tracy said with mild disappointment. Oh, and why would I not participate? Nick asked, curious why she would say such a thing. Not that she was wrong, but in any case, she shouldn't be aware of the exclusion from it he had. It wouldn't even be a competition at that point, and literally everyone knows it. If there isn't some rule stopping you from joining, I'll eat my wand, she said with a scoff. Well, you are right in that. I have been completely excluded from being a participant, so your wand is safe for now, Nick said with a chuckle. The next day, Nick got started on the project for his task in secret by heading to the Chamber of Secrets. Once there, he began to consume the statues that lined the wall before reconstituting their materials into a huge chamber using the realm. He then started to create a highly complex and extensive runic script to enchant the chamber, to be not only spatially expanded by a massive amount, but to also have realistic environments. There were a total of 10 different environments that each participant could possibly encounter: forest, desert, volcano, cave, Arctic, swamp, valley, mountain, lake, and urban, each of which Nick carefully programmed to have their own unique pros and cons that needed to be overcome. The worst one by far was the urban environment, as the magical creatures for that one were Dementors, Boggarts, and wizards, with the last being the biggest obstacles. Creating the nerfed versions of the magical creatures was the hardest part for Nick, as it was a mix of transfiguration, illusion magic, and runes. The result was a bunch of realistic-looking combat dummies, with pre-programmed abilities that were weaker than their true counterparts. It took Nick nearly 3 weeks to finish this part and start moving on to the next step of creating the treasures to be found. Enchanted rings, armor, weapons, wands, and potions were created en masse with different effects and materials. The reason Nick did this was because he thought the organizers had been far too cheap in the prizes for winning the tournament. The participants were going to be allowed to keep these treasures, so even if they didn't win, each participant still walked away with at least something. Was it necessary? Not really, but Nick felt like doing it, so why not? Chapter 5:23. Do not be mistaken to think that these things were very valuable, though, as the enchantments were simple things like having a certain spell on them or even one that hummed a tune. They were more gimmick items than real treasures. But if one was creative, they still had their uses. The scoring system for this task of his was also very fair, as the more treasures someone got without taking injury, the more points they got with the only non-optional objective to be the rescue of the hostage that belonged to them. Nick chose to make that particular part the most difficult, as there would be either a very powerful guardian or several weaker ones for the hostage. Programming the chamber to have the hostage treated like a treasure and not a person was a bit of a pain for Nick, but he did it by creating a brooch that identified the person wearing it as the big treasure that had the enchantment automatically set the guardians accordingly. As for the real treasures, there was a short bit of runic code that had the chamber scatter and hide them both in easy to find and hard to obtain locations at the start of the task when a participant entered the chamber. The final touch was a clever use of the Protean charm to show what was happening inside the chamber by having what was the equivalent to cameras floating at a certain distance in the air overhead that could be switched between on the screens outside to see the participants' entire challenges, as only one participant could enter at a time. This was actually a small trick on Nick's part to catch them off guard, since they will think that their environment will be the same as the person who went before them. Setting up this task with all its considerable details and facets took Nick most of September and nearly half of October. The rest of that time was spent in the one class he still took, divination and relaxing. On October 20th, however, he woke up with an entirely different goal in mind, as he knew that Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be arriving on the 30th. Heading into the common room, nice and early, Nick waited for two people in particular to show up. "Morning, Nick. Up bright and early like usual, eh?" Fred said cheerfully as he entered the common with his other half, George. "You know it, but I was actually waiting for you two, in fact," Nick said with a grin. "Oh, and do tell what can we do for our bestest partner ever?" George asked curiously. Nick had never stopped helping the twins invent new prank items and funding their endeavors since he enjoyed seeing what they came up with. It certainly helped that they were actually pretty skilled at any branch of magic that could be used for pranks. Charms, transfiguration, potions, alchemy. They surpassed most students in Hogwarts in each of the subjects they actually studied. The reason their grades rarely reflected this, however, was because they took an unorthodox path to learning the magic. So they often had little knowledge on the usual topics that they would get tested on. In about 10 days or so, I imagine the other schools will be arriving, and since they will no doubt make a great showing of it, I figured it would be a shame if Hogwarts' reception of them was lackluster. "No," Nick said with a mischievous grin. "How can we help?" the twins asked at the same time eagerly. It took some serious ninja-level stealth, but Nick and the twins managed to set up a welcoming spectacle for when the other schools showed up without anyone other than them knowing about it. It also took them about 5 days total to get it done, though, obviously not back-to-back, as that would have made people suspicious. It was close, as the last item was set in place on the 29th at 11 at night. The castle had also been given an extra thorough cleaning to make it presentable for the guests, with even the portraits that were a bit grimy getting scrubbed. The whole school was nervous about the school's arrival the next day, and even the classes for that day were more bearable, apparently. Nick wouldn't know since he didn't have any that day and had spent most of it double-checking the preparations for the other school's arrival. Soon enough, though, the professors gathered up the students of every years and marched them out to the castle grounds, in order of the youngest to the oldest, to wait for the schools to arrive at about 6-ish. Chapter 5:24. There was a bit of complaining about having to stand in the cold for about 30 minutes before Dumbledore announced Beauxbatons' arrival. The entire student population minus Nick, and the few who genuinely didn't care, scrambled to see where the other school was arriving from. Someone eventually pointed out the rapidly approaching large object flying over the Forbidden Forest, which had people guess all manner of insane or stupid things that it could be like. Dragons or brooms. Anyone with semi-decent eyesight could tell that it didn't have a single pair of wide wings or gaps that those things would have. When it got much closer, everyone was left silent, as it became clear that it was a house-sized carriage being pulled by half a dozen huge golden horses with large avian wings and red eyes. Abraxan horses, which were one of the few species of magical horse that bore the lineage of the extinct Pegasus. They were temperamental and difficult to handle, but easily one of the most beautiful species of magical horse in the world. There was a bit of a panic when it looked like the carriage was going to crash into them, but it didn't happen, so things calmed down after it landed. Soon enough, the door to the carriage opened up and a male student jumped out before fiddling with the golden-colored steps before letting them extend. Then, from the inside of the carriage, Madame Maxime stepped out, eliciting some gasps from the Hogwarts students at her size. Nick took the opportunity, while everyone was distracted by her, to step out of line and walk over to Dumbledore. The old man gave him a questioning look but chose to roll with it after Nick smirked and gave him a wink. "My dear Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Madame Maxime turned to look at him and smiled as well. "Dumbledore and Monsieur Ravenclaw as well. I hope I find you both well," she said, eyeing Nick curiously. "In excellent form, as you can see," Dumbledore said brightly. "Ah, my pupils," Madame Maxim said, motioning towards the students from her school that had disembarked from the carriage and were shivering in the cold due to their pretty but impractical school outfits. The outfits were seemingly made of fine blue silk, but were horribly thin and did no good against the Scottish temperature. "If you'd like, I will disperse the cold for you all, so that we can wait for Durmstrang to arrive. We have a grand spectacle arranged for you both in welcome, after all," Nick said warmly, and Dumbledore was clearly caught off guard by this sudden preparation that he wasn't aware of before now. "Oh, well, if you'd be so kind," Madame Maxime said with a curious look. Nick smiled and nodded, and for the briefest moment his magic was released as he waved his right hand, summoning a wide-area warming spell that brought instant relief to everyone there. "So it is true that you've joined Dumbledore's level of power, then," she said with a sigh as she unconsciously slipped back into her native French. Nick smiled and nodded. "I was luckier than most and had the opportunity. Ah, before I forget, thank you for the coat you sent me. It is my favorite," he said in French as well. "I am pleased to see that it suits you," she said with a wide smile. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" she then asked Dumbledore in her heavily accented English. "Not yet, but I imagine it should not be overly long now," the old goat said honestly. "Very well then. We shall wait, as I am quite curious about this welcome you have planned," she said casually. A few students from her school looked reluctant to just stand around like that, but chose to do so anyways, after their peers gave them scolding looks. There were 2 students, though, that looked very uncomfortable at the moment and had trouble looking away from Nick. These 2 were, of course, Fleur and Gabriel Delacour, that were being affected by Nick's avian dominion. Luckily for them, there came a few strange sounds that no one could figure out the origin of until someone pointed out the disturbances in the Black Lake's water. Soon, a huge whirlpool formed as though a plug had been pulled from a bathtub, and from it rose a skeletal-looking ship with eerie glowing port lights, and no sails yet had masts. The water settled, and the ship glided over to the shore, where it anchored and dropped a long plank to the dry land. From the ship disembarked a long line of heavily furred people that marched up the grounds to where everyone was waiting. Chapter 5:25. At the front of the group was a man with gray hair wrapped in a similarly colored fur outfit. "Dumbledore," he called heartily as he walked up the slope. "How are you, my dear fellow? How are you?" the man asked clearly in a good mood. "Blooming. Thank you, Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore answered with a smile. Karkaroff was tall and thin like Dumbledore himself, but had his hair short and neat, while his facial hair was styled in a goatee that curled under his chin slightly. "Ah, and you must be the infamous Nicholas Ravenclaw. It is good to finally put a face to the name I have been hearing so often recently," Karkaroff said with a smile as he held out his hand for a shake. Nick took it. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Karkaroff. I have always been curious about Durmstrang and the different approach to magic that it holds compared to most of the rest of the world," he said. Honestly, and Karkaroff looked pleased to hear it. Durmstrang has always believed that while there is indeed a chance for wizards to go bad, that fear of such an outcome was no good reason to deny the curious knowledge. Karkaroff said proudly. "Within moderation, yes?" Nick asked, and the man nodded. "Of course. But as much as I'd love nothing more than to chatter away like a squirrel about my school, I really should be getting my student Victor here into the warmth. He has a bit of a head cold, I am afraid," Karkaroff said with a regretful expression. "I happen to know a bit about meta-magic, so I can take a crack at curing him if you'd like," Nick offered, and the man looked surprised. Truly a man of many talents, as promised it seems. By all means, please, Karkaroff said, as he stepped aside to reveal Victor Krum, who indeed looked a bit ill at the moment. Using a diagnostic spell, Nick found that he had a bit of scurvy and a slight bit of inflammation in his sinuses. Waving his hand over Krum, he cleared up the problems instantly, which showed immediate results as the boy livened up. I thank you, Victor said with a deep but clear voice. A small matter, think nothing of it, Nick said casually. He had a minor case of scurvy beyond the sinus inflammation, so I suggest having your students consume foods with vitamin C over the next couple of days. He said to Karkaroff, who nodded. I will see to it. Thank you for the assistance, he said gratefully. Now that both of the schools are here, I believe we should get the welcome presentation started, Professor Dumbledore. Nick said, and Dumbledore looked amused, but gave the go-ahead. Raising his wand into the air, a pulse of magic flared out from it. His tip and loud booms echoed out from each of the high towers of the castle as colorful sparks shot up into the air high above the school. They then exploded since they were fireworks. But unlike normal fireworks, these ones look the shape of the crests of each of the schools in vivid detail, with them seeming almost alive. The 3 glowing crests then congealed together before shooting towards Nick, who had at some point taken out 3 silver heater shields. With a blinding flash, the congealed crest fireworks split into 3 parts and slammed onto the faces of the shields. When the light vanished, everyone saw that the previously blank shields now had all 3 of the school's crests on them, with a goblet in the middle of all of them. In recognition of this moment in history, I have a single shield for each school to possess that will forever show our school's bond in this moment in time, Nick said dramatically as he levitated the shields in front of each of the headmasters for them to take. There was a loud applause from everyone as they took them and held them up proudly. Magnifique, a wonderful thing, Dumbledore. Truly a grand welcome, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff said, highly pleased with this welcome. Nick couldn't help but snicker when he saw the helpless look on Dumbledore's face as these thanks. When he realized he couldn't admit that he had no clue this was even going to happen, the old goat just smiled and nodded while choosing to remain silent, which was clearly taken as affirmation that he was behind all of this. Nick didn't doubt for a moment that the old goat was cursing him in his head, if the look he gave Nick was any indication. Chapter 5:26. After that, everyone filed into the castle with the Hogwarts students taking their seats in the Great Hall in their normal house tables. Bogue's Baton split their population between the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff tables, while most of Durmstrang students sat at the Slytherin table. The reason it was most, and not all like in canon, was because Krum had chosen to sit near Nick at the Gryffindor table. Ron was more than happy to see this, as Krum was a very good seeker who even played for the Bulgarian team professionally, while Ron's fandom for Quidditch had fallen by a good deal after Nick introduced Blitzball. That didn't mean he didn't still enjoy it. Is it true that you are almost as powerful as the Great White Wizard? Krum asked Nick curiously. If it wasn't absolutely clear at this point, Nick was the reason Krum had chosen to sit at the Gryffindor table rather than the Slytherin, like the rest of his schoolmates. Judging from the approving look Karkaroff had when he entered the Great Hall, it was obvious that he was perfectly content with this arrangement. It is. No need to worry about the tournament, though. I will not be participating, Nick said honestly. Krum nodded in understanding. This is good. Would not be a fair competition if you did, he said seriously. My thoughts exactly. Not to say you or the other participants aren't skilled, but I am a bit of a freak of nature, Nick said with a shrug since it didn't bother him at all. Why do you assume that I will be chosen? Krum asked curiously. Consider it intuition if you'd like. I just have a feeling you'll be the one to represent your school, Nick said with a smirk. I thank you for your confidence in me then, Krum said with a smile, like it was some sort of achievement. I am aware of your exploits in the Quidditch field, but have you by chance tried Blitzball yet? And if so, what are your thoughts on the matter? Feel free to speak candidly, as I truly want to know how a professional athlete sees my sport, Nick asked while casually changing the subject. Before Krum could answer, however, Dumbledore made his whole welcoming speech from canon before the food arrived. Nick wasn't shy about trying the various foreign dishes that appeared with gusto. He was a big fan of the borscht beetroot soup that was a fine mix of sweet, sour, and savory flavors. A few other people saw him trying each of the foreign dishes and listening to his commentary on them, chose to give them a try as well. It was to be expected, however, as Nick was a pretty well-known gourmet in the castle, so things he recommended were usually quite good. Quite a lot of attention was focused on him because of how much food he was consuming, however, as it seemed to be an incredible amount. The funny parts was that Crumb tried to compete with Nick in his ravenous consumption, but fell short ever so slightly. "Are you also an athlete?" the boy asked in amazement during the meal. "In a manner of speaking," Nick said with a shrug as he fed Nazgul a blood sausage. She was of course in her shrunk-down dog-sized state, but her true size was slightly bigger than an adult Hungarian horntail dragon. "What an unusual creature. You're familiar, right?" Crumb asked, as he observed Nazgul that was begging like a puppy for scraps. An odd thing considering how insanely dangerous she was, but she was pretty much the most mild-mannered creature he had ever seen. Don't let the cute face fool you. This one here is more dangerous than any dragon alive, and is actually shrunk down from her true size at the moment, Nick warned casually. He meant it too, as Nazgul could more likely than not slaughter even the Tier 5 dragon in the Molten Lake without any issue at all. Crumb's expression was conflicted as he looked to be torn between petting her and avoiding her. "Behind her horns," Nick suggested, and Crumb looked confused. "What?" he asked, not understanding what he meant. "She likes to be scratched behind her horns. Give it a go, she won't hurt you." Nick encouraged, and Crumb nervously did so before smiling contentedly as Nazgul eagerly accepted the attention. "I swear that one's got more fans than you at this point," Hermione joked, and Nick shrugged. "She is adorable, and I am definitely not the friendliest of people," he said honestly. Chapter 527. No one argued with him on that point either, as they had all seen him interacting with those around him, but of no interest to him. It was a fairly apathetic approach he had, as he simply didn't care and it showed. "How do you think they will choose the champions for the tournament?" Ron asked no one in particular, but everyone got involved. "Perhaps some sort of test with a dummy," Harry suggested, but Nick shook his head. "They'll use the Goblet of Fire like they always have for the Triwizard tournament," he said casually. "The Goblet of Fire? What's that?" Ron asked, and more than a few people nearby leaned in to listen. "From what I understand, it is an artifact in the shape of a goblet that appeared to be made of roughly hewn wood that houses a sort of blue flame within it. The goblet was supposedly made by the goblins with an enchantment that allows it to impartially judge the names within it and thus choose the best champion for each school. While I myself will not be participating in the tournament, I am looking forward to seeing if I can crack the goblin's enchantment," Nick explained honestly. "Must be a powerful thing to get you interested," Ron said offhandedly. Nick shook his head. "The goblet isn't really all that powerful, and can even be tricked if one is skilled enough. No, the thing I am interested in is how the goblins managed to keep a fire-based enchantment from destroying a wooden cup for so long. It is a pretty well-known thing that wooden items shouldn't be enchanted with flame enchantments due to the enchantment shortening the lifespan of the object drastically. And yet, the goblet is hundreds of years old," he explained eagerly. "Of course, you would be excited about something like that," Ron said with a roll of his eyes. Unlike in the canon, Fleur didn't approach the table to grab the Bula base, but Nick could easily understand why. She literally couldn't bring herself to do so with him sitting there, as her instincts warred with her personality. Soon after that, however, all the food on the table was swapped for desserts, so she missed her chance anyways. Nick helped himself to a variety of pastries and creamery candies as he waited for Dumbledore to bring out the goblet. Once dessert was over, with Dumbledore began to introduce the tournament, in the same as in canon, with the key difference that rather than one of the judges being Barty Crouch, it was now Amelia Bones, who was the head of the DMLE, or Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Nick felt she was honestly a far better judge than Crouch anyways, since as the head of the DMLE, she was a very well-trained fighter and was also known for being strictly impartial and fair. Basically, she was everything you could ask for in a judge of a tournament like this. With her and Bagman having been introduced, Dumbledore finally had the Goblet of Fire brought to the middle of the hall on a pedestal. It was covered in an ornate wooden box that was encrusted with various jewels and had an old feel to it. What Nick sensed, however, was much different as the box actively drew in the mana around it and funneled it into the inside of itself. When it was removed, however, this function stopped, and Nick could finally get a read on the goblet. "Ah, I see, so that is how they did it. How clever," he said with a smile. "What did they do?" Ron asked curiously. "So as I said earlier, fire enchantments damage wood. They are placed on ruining them in short order. The way the goblins got around this issue was that they didn't at all. See, the goblet's enchantment is purposefully energy wasteful, so that it would be rendered inert in a few short days after it has been activated by removing that box. The trick was that the box not only refuels the enchantment, but also fixes the damage the flames did to the wood, so it effectively heals it so that it can last longer. Like I said, clever," Nick explained. "That seems like a lot of work for no good reason," Harry said honestly. "Oh, it very much is. However, goblins are prideful little fellows, so without someone like me spoiling the trick, the feat could be passed off as a much greater one than it is," Nick said with a chuckle. "You think anyone else knows about it?" Ron asked, and Nick nodded. "Yes, I imagine this bit of trickery was seen through long ago, but kept mostly hidden out of respect for what the goblet represents. A rare time of cooperation between the 3 European wizarding schools," he said honestly. Chapter 528. Dumbledore then went on to explain the rules for who was and was not allowed to place their names in the goblet. Like agreed upon, Dumbledore had lowered the minimum age to 14 so that Harry had a chance to enter. Other than that, it was surprisingly similar to canon, in that nearly every other detail was the same. To the point, in fact, that Nick wondered if it was somehow a fixed point in time, and thus would always happen like this. That was the tricky part about time as a whole, without being able to grasp a large amount of it at once. Recognizing true fixed points was difficult, if not near impossible. Nick was no seer, so he lacked the ability to grasp time in even the most simple manner without stupid amounts of effort. Once the feast was over, the other schools returned to their means of transport that also doubled as their housing while they were here. Nick was planning to leave with his friends to call it a night, but Dumbledore signaled him to stay, so he made an excuse. Soon enough, Nick was alone in the Great Hall with those in charge of the tournament, which was to say Madame Maximime, Karkaroff, Amelia Bones, Ludo Bagman, and of course Dumbledore. "I may have said that we had the tasks already planned out, but without your own that is not entirely true, though. We do have a backup task ready just in case," the old goat said calmly. "Not to worry, I already completed my task and I dare say it will be the best to date," Nick said confidently. "What is so special about this task of yours?" Amelia Bones asked curiously. She was a brown-haired witch with decent looks and a tired expression from the work she has at the ministry. Nick grinned and began to give the details for the task that he had designed, and relished the looks he got from them all as he spoke. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in interest, and the rest were also eager after hearing the details. "I must admit that I was skeptical of allowing a student to create a task, but I see now my concerns were unfounded," Karkaroff said honestly, and everyone seemed to agree with him. "Would you be willing to allow the DMME to purchase this chamber and the constructs within it after the tournament? I feel it would be an excellent way to train new Aurors." Amelia asked seriously. Nick shook his head. "I am afraid not, since I was planning to donate it to Hogwarts to enrich our Data class with a similar type of experience. If any of you would like a similar chamber, I do take commissions," he said with a grin. "I think I can speak for all of us besides Dumbledore when I say we would very much like to have such a thing for our own," Karkaroff said, and Amelia and Madame Maxime both nodded in agreement. "Fair warning, it is going to be very expensive, as even for me this is no easy thing to craft. In fact, it took me over 2 weeks just to inscribe the enchantments into the chamber due to how complex it was. In addition, I will need to be personally involved since, as you can imagine, it is rather difficult to move these chambers after they have been set in place," Nick said seriously. "How expensive exactly?" Bagman asked curiously. "Tens of thousands of galleons at the least. And that is, with the bare minimum amount of work needed to make each chamber. If you want to be able to adjust the difficulty and realism of the chambers, as well as any other features, the highest I would price a chamber at would be a flat 100,000 galleons should I pull out all of the stops," Nick explained honestly. There was a loud hiss as all of them, minus Dumbledore, and Madame Maxime sucked in air in shock. Both of them were also alarmed at the prices listed, but had better control over themselves than the others. Why is it so expensive? Amelia asked seriously. Well, first I have to mix several different schools of magic just to create the environments that the chambers can possibly have. Keep in mind, the 10 I currently have are vague generalizations of the real thing, and as such lack many details the real thing would have. Even still, they are complex and difficult to create with an enchantment, as they are much less if I were to try and create true representations of those environments. Add on to that the difficulty of creating golems that have a certain level of realism based on magical beasts for those environments, and you are already looking at a lot of money to accomplish. Chapter 5:29. If you wanted me to add an adjustable level of power to these golems, as well as realism, that would cost even more money, then, of course, there is the other factors you can add on, such as weather, in built scenarios, reactive adaptation from the golems and environment, and a long list of other possible features. And is it any wonder that the price is so high? Nick said without holding back any detail. That all seems rather unnecessary, though. Bagman said seriously. It is a matter of perspective, actually. As for Miss Bones, the more realistic, the better, since the training in the chamber would translate to real-world skill better, while for recreational use like you are thinking it is indeed way over the top. Nick pointed out. Beauxbatons would like Vaughn with no expense spared, Madame Maxim said in her heavily accented English. Nick wasn't surprised, considering she had the Flammels backing her school financially, and thus basically had a near-endless budget so long as she could convince them. It was worth it. Nick had no doubt at all that convincing Nicholas Flamel of the value of such a chamber would be an easy matter. Due to Beauxbatons lacking defensive and offensive education, the French school students are especially ill-prepared for the world after the mana recovers. During the few years of chaos after it starts, such a chamber will prove a massive boon in ensuring the safety of the students graduating from the school. The gods that would reappear on Earth were not the sort to bother with those inconsequential to them, and thus shouldn't attack the schools unless there was someone there they were after. It was why Nick was planning on applying for early graduation towards the end of this year. He was a big fish in a small pond, and those around him were starting to suffer because of his insistence on staying there. He used any magic, and his mana would briefly suppress those around him, which heavily limited the amount of progress he could make while in the school. Is it possible to upgrade a chamber in increments rather than having to pay so much all at once? Amelia asked seriously. It would cost more over the long run, since it would take more work from me. But yes, that is possible. Nick admitted freely. After that, the entire meeting devolved into a back-and-forth session of haggling between Nick, Amelia, and Karkaroff to see how much they could afford at the moment. Madame Maxime stood by her previous words, and thus didn't have anything to add. And Dumbledore was perfectly happy with his donated chamber's current model, as it sat firmly at the middle price point. Nick had made it specifically for the task after all, so it had additional features that would normally not be there, but translated over to Dada teaching perfectly. After about an hour of pure back and forth, the deals were finally struck, and Nick walked away quite satisfied with them. Amelia had ordered a highly detailed urban environmental chamber, with basic everything but the human golems that were all to be programmed to have adjustable levels of power and difficulty. Karkaroff, on the other hand, got a multiple environmental chamber with various scenarios and randomized enemies within it. Amelia's was the cheapest, while Karkaroff's was the most expensive of the two. Nick made it clear that he could start construction on the chambers, but that they shouldn't be expected to be finished before Christmas for those two, while the one for Beauxbatons would take even longer due to the sheer amount of stuff he needed to do to it. The next morning, the revolving door of people signing up for the tournament started, which of course included all of Nick's friends, minus Luna, who pouted at being left out. Nick didn't really care about it, though, and instead was focusing his time on copying every book in the library, thanks to a nifty ability that came from being a realm lord: avatar creation. It was basic instinct for Daedra to know how to create a vessel to house them, but Nick took this one step further to have a body under his control both in the realm and out of it. There was a slight problem, however, in that the body he made was what his true form would be after shedding his old one. The appearance was mostly human, or elvish, however the Daedric nature of it was apparent. The whites of the eyes were instead inky black, while they were also slits like a snake's, and still golden in color. The skin of the body was pale white, while the arms, legs, back, and shoulders were covered in soft gray, white and golden feathers, much like those of his animagus form. Chapter 530. The chest and neck, meanwhile, had emerald green scales that Nick recognized as belonging to the basilisk he had killed long ago. In the same vein, the head had silken silver hair, and basilisk horns curled around its head like a crown with electricity, sparking on the right side and fire flickering on the left. Each finger and toe was tipped with a sharp black claw, and many of his teeth were sharp and predatory. Nick was glad that he hadn't shed off his body, like the system wanted him to after seeing this form. While that body was humanoid in shape, it had a lot of beastly features that would have caused serious problems for him immediately. Sure, he could transfigure it to look normal, but should anything happen that required him to drop that transfiguration, his appearance alone would cause him to be either arrested or hunted down. All in all, though it wasn't a terrible appearance for a Daedra to have, and was only mildly off-putting to look at. Anyways, by creating this second body in the realm, he was able to have it copy whatever his main body was reading. Thanks to his absolute control over the realm, he even had time sped up so that the main body only had to flip through a book with the briefest glances in order to copy all of the page's contents in the realm. He had only started on copying every book in the library after waking up, and was already finished with 2 whole bookshelves of it, which was not even a single % of the whole thing, but still good progress. More than a few people had seen him flipping through the books and thought he was trying to show off, but he wasn't even really reading them. Nick ignored them and only left the library at dinner time to see who got chosen from the goblet. "What were you even doing in the library anyways? I heard rumors you were just flipping through books all day," Harry asked curiously. "I was copying the books 1 page at a time, since this year will likely be my last one here at Hogwarts," Nick said honestly. "What?" Ron exclaimed loudly, drawing a lot of attention. "It is no secret that I don't belong here anymore, not as a student at least. I figured that I would apply for early graduation this year with that in mind," Nick said without hiding it. "Can you even do that?" Hermione asked with a frown. "Of course, the requirements are really high, but it is entirely possible. Honestly speaking, I am surprised you weren't aware, though I suppose it is rare enough that it could slip past you without being noticed," Nick said with a shrug. "How high are these requirements anyways? I would love to graduate early," Ron asked, interested. "First, no, you wouldn't, since it would mean needing to find a way to support yourself. And second, so high that no one has done it in over 60 years. You need nearly perfect scores in all core classes and at least 4 electives just to even request it. Then you need to show that you are able to support yourself after you enter the world, and then you need Dumbledore to sign off agreeing that he believes you worthy of it. So to say it was next to impossible would not be an understatement for anyone other than me," Nick explained seriously. "How in Merlin's name do they expect anyone to be able to do all that?" Lee Jordan asked from nearby. "Simple, really, they don't. I am an anomaly. Something that breaks all sorts of rules that would normally apply. In other words, I qualify for early graduation due to being the exception rather than the rule," Nick said honestly. "Rather unfair to the regular folks like the rest of us, isn't?" Seamus asked with a frown. Nick shook his head. "Not really. It is to keep things working smoothly outside of this school. If the requirements were low enough that the regular top-of-the-class students could pass it, it would jam up the workings of the world outside. 1 or 2 young people with ambitions. But no idea how things actually work outside this school would be fine if it only happened every decade or so. But if it happened nearly every year, it would be nothing short of disastrous. The fact of the matter is that the full 7 years here at Hogwarts do in fact make you all ready for dealing with the real world, so long as you aren't muddle-headed anyways," Nick said honestly. It sounded harsh, but that was simply the way it was, and as he said, for good reason. Chapter 531. They continued to chat for a bit while eating about what Nick was going to do after graduating early until the meal was over and Dumbledore drew everyone's attention. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make it his decision. I estimate it requires 1 more minute. Now when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall. From there, go through the door to the next chamber," he said, pointing out the door in question behind the table. "They will receive their first instructions there." he added calmly. He then took out his wand, and with a wide sweep of his arm extinguished all sources of light, save the goblet itself that cast a beautiful blue light over the hall. Everyone waited nervously for the moment of truth, when the champions would be chosen. The moment the goblet's flame experienced a change, everyone knew that the time had come. The fire grew violent and turned red as a tongue of flame shot out to reveal a charred piece of parchment fluttered down to where Dumbledore could grab it. "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum," he announced loudly. The students from that school cheered at this, and Krum himself looked proud of the achievement. Karkaroff loudly congratulated Krum as the boy walked to the next chamber, and the applause quieted down as the flames turned red again and another piece of charred parchment shot out. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour," Dumbledore announced, and the great hall exploded in applause as the students of that school, and more than a few of the male students of Hogwarts, cheered for the girl. Fleur had turned to look at Nick as she left, but grit her teeth angrily after seeing him have a bored look. The tension in the air, however, grew when all of the Hogwarts students waited with bated breath for the final champion. The Hogwarts champion, to be announced. It became eerily silent as the flames of the goblet turned red once more and another piece of parchment was shot out. Dumbledore was just as eager as the rest of the school to find out who had gotten the position. Even Nick waited to see if Harry had managed to take that spot by his own merits, unlike in the canon, where Crouch Jr. had cheated him into the tournament. Nick's lips widened in a grin as he saw Dumbledore's expression look conflicted for the briefest moment before he read the name. "The Hogwarts champion is Harry Potter," he said. And the whole school went crazy, though, for different reasons. While most were happy regardless of Harry's house, there were a considerable few that gave Nick confused looks as they had expected him to be the champion instead. Dumbledore clearly saw these confused looks and chose to explain. "Some of you may be wondering as to why our own Mr. Ravenclaw was not chosen. The answer, my dear students, is that he knew that his participation would not be in the spirit of this event, and as such, chose not to place his name in the Goblet of Fire," he said seriously. Most of the students in the Great Hall looked towards Nick for confirmation, and chose to accept that answer after Nick nodded, in agreement. The students from the other two schools had bitter looks on their faces, but didn't openly say anything about the matter. They didn't have to, however, for Nick to understand that in some way they felt slighted or scorned, like they weren't worthy of competing with him in his mind. They were right, too. He truly thought that him joining the competition would be nothing less than bullying the weak on his part, so he wouldn't have tried to join it even if he was allowed to. Well, now we have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering them on you, will give a very real boost in courage and make them want to give 100% of their effort." Dumbledore said encouragingly, before dismissing everyone on grounds of dinner and the choosing being over. This was one change in canon that Nick had long expected after he did away with Voldemort for good, since there was no one plotting in the background to have someone else participate in the tournament for some sort of nefarious plan. There was quite a lot of celebration going on, and while Nick was happy for Harry, he chose not to actively take part in the festivities. He had done his part in allowing this to happen, and felt that gloating about an expected outcome was in bad taste. Chapter 5, 32. The next few days, the students of the schools rode the high of the selection, while the champions themselves got lots of attention from the opposite sex that wanted to leech off of their new images. Nick went to divination like normal, and focused his time on crafting the chambers that had been pre-ordered as well as copying the books in the library. The funny part was, despite the spells on the books to keep people from copying them, using magic there wasn't actually any rule against actually copying the books. Madame Pince, however, looked far more pissed than normal after she figured out that he was doing it, though. Not that he could blame her considering that she was the caretaker of the books, and he was basically stealing her library one book at a time. Still, since he was not actually breaking any rules, she could only glare at him as he worked. As Harry had shared, the first task was set for November 24th, which was in roughly 3 weeks, give or take a day or two. The news event and weighing of the wands happened the day after the champions were chosen. It was embarrassing for the champions as they got Rita as the reporter on the matter, so the interviews were closer to a smear piece. Then, the truth. Nick quite enjoyed the event, as he got to invite Ollivander to his workshop, and even had a nice long conversation on the advances Nick had made in wand crafting. The old man gave his own critics, and had plenty of questions about the processes Nick used and thoughts behind them as he sampled some of Nick's works. He was most interested in the failed but functional elemental salt cord wands. Ollivander showed why he was the best wand maker in the world when he easily figured out a solution to the problem of the salts being too powerful for the wood to handle. It was an obvious solution when Nick thought about it, but could understand that that was why he hadn't to begin with. He tended to try and overcomplicate things when sometimes simplicity was key. In the case of the salt, wands the wood used should come from trees that, while normally not used for wands, would be perfect for the salts, to be the core of due to the wood growing in the elemental mana-rich area for whatever type of salt he used. For example, mountain ash trees, or old firs, would be more tolerant of frost salts due to growing in areas constantly covered by snow and frost. There was a species of fern in Hawaii that lived on volcanoes that would be perfect for fire salts, but was almost unheard of for being used in wands due to its stubborn nature that refused to make exceptions for those it chose. As thanks for the help, Nick gave Ollivander some elemental salts to use for his own wand crafting experiments. The old man had tried to get the secret to the superior growth rate and efficiency that Nick's wands had but failed. Daedric runes were a secret Nick kept close to his chest and shared with almost no one, and thus wasn't going to share it with Ollivander. Speaking of sharing secrets, Lucas had finally managed to memorize the things Nick had him working on, which showed that while he was definitely not that talented, he could still make up for it with effort. As a reward, Nick had started his vampiric assistant on actually making things with his knowledge. He started Lucas out on simple iron and steel work for now, so the man could get comfortable with the rough process that most metalwork followed. The vampire was also on a strict magical regiment that was designed by Nick to fully utilize both his vampiric powers and wizarding magic to their fullest. Lucas complained about how overworked he was as a result, but also admitted that he could see the improvement it gave him, so didn't resist too much. A funny thing recently was that Crumb had got 2C Nazgul's full size while he was practicing on his broom. She had spotted him in the air on her way back from hunting Acromantulas in the forest and forgot to shrink as she eagerly flew over to him. More than a few of the students from Durmstrang and Bojbatons that were outside at the time thought he was a goner, only to find out the Nazgul was just looking to get some scratches. Crumb had a hilarious face as he sat there on the cold ground with Nazgul's head on his lap as she enjoyed getting scratched. Basically a normal time at Hogwarts all around. Chapter 533. It was at the end of this period, however, when a bit of drama chose to make itself known. Fleur had started stalking Nick in a vain attempt to try and acclimate to his presence near her as far as he could tell. You know it is hard to focus when someone is glaring at you for hours on end, Nick said from behind her, making the girl jump in surprise. How did you get here? She asked, confused. Illusion magic, a bit of a specialty of mine I have been neglecting as of late. He said calmly. It is not working, she said angrily. What isn't? He asked casually. I heard that being near something that makes you uncomfortable for a long time helps remove that effect on you. It is not working, she said, frustrated. Obviously, they were speaking in French since both spoke it fluently, and Fleur knew it. Nick scoffed. Of course that wouldn't work in this situation. Thing advice only applies to mental things like if you were afraid of spiders, but lived near one for a long time. Obviously, you would get used to the spider's presence without it stressing you out. What you are going through has nothing to do with your mind itself, but rather the fact you are Avila. I believe I already explained this, but I exist as the ruler of all avian creatures. That isn't some fancy appointed title that only holds power because others believe it, but a solid fact. It has real power, and thus isn't something you can just try and suppress away like a phobia. Fact of the matter is that you and your family just have the misfortune to be avian in nature, and thus fall under my lordship's effects. Nick explained bluntly. It is not fair. Why should we be under your thumb just because of how we were born? Fleur said angrily while tearing up. Fun fact, check the world's not fair. Never was. I didn't choose to be born just like you didn't either, so all we can do is play with the cards we are dealt and try to fix anything we don't agree with. You want to get out from under my lordship's effect? Just cast off your race for something that isn't avian in nature, and there you go, problem solved. he said harshly. Nick was honestly more irritated than anything about the way Fleur was dealing with this whole thing. If she wanted to stay out from under the effects of his presence on her, she could simply just avoid him easily enough. Instead, she is making a nuisance of herself out of something as stupid as pride. She simply rejects that she is meant to fall under his thumb as a natural course, and is refusing her very nature to do so. It is frankly stupid in his opinion, and he wanted no part of it, but she couldn't care less what he wants so long as she can satisfy her ego. You want me to just change myself so that it doesn't inconvenience you. How can you be so heartless? She exclaimed angrily. Nick stopped caring about playing nice after hearing this as he grew angry at how blind she was to reality. I am not the one that is making this a problem, you are, he roared while he lashed out with his mana. I am just minding my own damn business. But you are so stuck up your own backside that you keep bothering me rather than just avoiding me, which would solve this whole thing for you. I am done wasting my time dealing with you, so listen closely. If you or your family so much as look at me wrong, and I will rip out your eyes and make you eat them. Nick threatened while the very air quivered under his suppression, as he unknowingly used his lord's presence. He wouldn't realize it until later, but becoming Daedric in nature had made him much more innately aggressive, and Fleur was unfortunately the first person to be subjected to it. Daedra were violent beings by nature, and Nick was no different now. Storming away, Nick left Fleur a fearful mess in the library as he threw himself into the dull but calming job of creating the chambers. His outburst came back to bite him when Dumbledore called him to his office, where Madame Maxime demanded an explanation. Nick bluntly explained the entire situation, and while it was clear that the threat he gave was overboard, he was also not entirely unjustified in it either. While the Beauxbatons headmistress might prefer to take her own students' side of things, she knew that majority of this issue came from Fleur rather than Nick after getting the explanation. She could even understand why Nick would get mad like he did. Chapter 5:34. I took a few days after that, but things cooled down between Nick and Fleur as she started to actively avoid him. No doubt, under Madame Maxime's insistence, there was a slight irritation in the form of love-struck boys leaping to try and confront Nick for his actions, even though they had no idea what was going on. After the first 5 found themselves naked on the top of the towers in the cold, however, these wannabe heroes dwindled rapidly. Trying to show off for a girl is all well and good until it means public humiliation and shame that people will remember for years to come. Besides, his normal work, Nick had been accidentally leaving information about dragons and how to fight them in places Harry might see them. He wasn't sure that Harry got the hints, but he was at least trying to help his friend prepare for what was going to be an undoubtedly stressful endeavor for him. The fact Harry was seen reading the information at least bid well, since at the very least, he would have some idea how to deal with the task. An interesting but unrelated thing happened, however, since Quidditch had been cancelled at Hogwarts. Blitzball took over, due to the rules that said that matches were agreed on by both teams unless it is a tournament. The sport was entirely unaffected by the cancellation of Quidditch, making it the only sport available this year. This meant that despite the hype of the tournament, everyone in the castle could unwind with a good sports event while they waited. There had even been a multi-school composed team made that had students from all 3 schools. Krum was on it alongside Ron and a few other people Nick couldn't bother to remember the names of. The redhead never seemed to waste the chance to brag about how he was on a team with Krum, much to everyone's annoyance. It got so bad that the twins went out of their way to bully him during a match, even though it had them lose it. It didn't bother Nick, though, since he was busy working on the chambers or copying the library. That was until about 2 days before the task when Hagrid snuck Harry into the Forbidden Forest to see the objects of the first task, dragons. Specifically, a Chinese fireball, Hungarian horntail, and Swedish short snout were brought in for the task. 1 for each champion. Did you know what the first task was before now? Harry confronted Nick after that. What would give you that assumption? He asked, feigning ignorance. I've been finding notes, books, and scrolls on dragons and how to fight them for weeks now and then. I find out that that is the first task. Hard to see it as a coincidence, Harry said seriously. I don't know what to tell you, mate. It could have been anyone who left those things around, Nick said, denying all responsibility. Harry rolled his eyes. I can't help but hope that this mysterious person also knows what the next task is as well, he said in an exaggerated way. Nick nodded sagely. Yes, that would be most fortunate for you, assuming they could tell you in some way, of course, he said offhandedly. By the way, who are you taking to the Yule Ball next month? Nick asked curiously. What Yule Ball? Harry asked confused. The Yule Ball, as in the one the school wanted you to have a ball outfit for in the shopping list. Nick said, and Harry panicked. I thought that was for one of our classes, he said, horrified. Nick shook his head. Nope, there is a ball going to be held at around Christmas, so you needed a suit to wear. I take it then that you haven't asked anyone out to it yet? He asked, and Harry nodded furiously. You might want to get a drop on that immediately after the task, then. I am going to ask Luna myself, Nick said casually. Harry looked surprised at this. You fancy Luna of all people? He asked incredulous. More than I do anyone else in the school. But as you might imagine, that isn't a very high bar to cross. Honestly, I thought about going stag to the ball, but decided that taking a friend instead would be preferable, Nick explained honestly. So you don't fancy Luna then? Harry asked confused. Not in the manner you are thinking of. No. I'd say I see her more as a strange little sister than anything else. Besides, I would be the last person anyone would want to end up with at the moment. Nick said, honestly. Chapter 535. I can't see why not you are rich, powerful, and the girls in class gossip about your looks all the time. Why wouldn't they be interested? Harry asked confused. It doesn't matter. You, though, should really get an early start on asking someone out to the ball. Maybe Ginny. She has had a crush on you for years now, after all. Nick said, flipping the topic back to Harry. It was unpleasant, but the truth was that Nick knew that he wouldn't make a good partner. He was too busy all the time, and in own Daedric nature meant that any child conceived would be far from human, and may even be a monster. The only real exception to that would be if his partner was also a Daedra, in which case the children would just be normal Daedra with more power than the rest. Nick very much doubted that any girl who he might be interested in would choose him because of his true nature. That was fine by him, though, as he knew that if he reached Daedric prince status, then women would practically throw themselves at him despite his nature. It was simply a side effect of being a ruler that came with the territory, and was to be expected so long as he wasn't a tyrant. Early on Tuesday, when the first task was set to begin, Nick made his way to the stands to watch the show. The Quidditch pitch had been modified to house the dragons and facilitate the task, but Nick had noticed a surprising lack of protective measures on the stands. Let's hope that someone will stand in if the dragons decide to attack us, or I will, he thought as he took a seat. His friends minus Harry all gathered around him on the stands, curious about what the task was. Nick found it strange that besides confronting Nick on his knowledge of the task, Harry hadn't told them what it was. Judging from the terrain that is being simulated, I think the task might involve fighting a troll or some other mountain-dwelling creature, Hermione said seriously. No point keeping it to myself at this point, but you are thinking too low on the danger scale. It is dragons. To be specific, brooding females that have eggs to protect. Nick said calmly. How do you know? Daphne asked curiously. I have been aware of the nature of the first task since it was announced, and have been secretly helping Harry preparing for it, Nick said honestly. Everyone nearby looked dumbfounded, so that was where all that dragon stuff kept coming from. Ron exclaimed in realization, and Nick nodded. But why didn't you just say something then if you knew? Tracy asked confused. I signed an NDA that meant I couldn't talk about any of the tasks until the day of them, and even then never with the champions themselves, Nick explained with a shrug. Wait, tasks as in plural? Hermione pointed out, and Nick only smiled but didn't say anything more. As the designer of one of the tasks, Nick had been brought in on all of them by Dumbledore and the others in charge of the tournament, so he was of course aware of what all the tasks entail and thus could secretly drop hints for Harry or the other champions. But that was it. Honestly speaking, he knew that he would get some flack for the way he designed his task after it was revealed he was behind it, but that was a problem for the future. They tried to pry out information from him, but all he could say was, "India, sorry," and leave them hanging. Magical NDAs were crazy like that, as it prevented you from even trying to spill the beans in exchange for a lighter punishment if you broke it. It was very different from the secrecy contracts that meant death if you tried to share what you knew at any time. Soon, however, the first dragon, and his eggs were brought into the makeshift arena, the Swedish short snout. Once it was in place, Ludo Bagman started to excitedly explain the point of this task. Nick had little doubt that the lyrics and function of the golden eggs had been changed to accommodate his task, but the first task was still to get the golden eggs from the brooding dragons. Unlike in the canon, the first, up to face the dragon, was Crumb, who looked nervous as he entered the field. Swedish short snouts were fairly mild-mannered dragons. Even when brooding, so besides growling and puffing out warning breaths of flame at Crumb, it merely hovered over the eggs protectively. Nick couldn't help but frown at what Crumb did to get the egg, as it was foolish against a Swedish short snout. He used the conjunctivitis curse on it. Chapter 5:36. The reason this was foolish was that due to living in the mountains, the species relied on scent and hearing to determine the location of prey rather than sight. As a result, all the blinding of it did was piss off the dragon, that immediately chose to torch Crumb in retaliation. Clearly, this result was unexpected, and the boy took some serious burns on his shoulder as he dove out of the way. Crumb gritted his teeth from behind the rock. He was taking refuge in and got aggressive with the creative use of the bird summoning charm. Avis, to summon a flock of pigeons in front of the dragon. This was a good move, as the overload of smell and sound that the spell caused the dragon was enough for him to slip under it and snatch the golden egg before retreating. There was, of course, the moment that the dragon raged out after discovering the loss of an egg before the handlers put it under again and transported it out of the arena. The next dragon was the Hungarian horntail, that definitely was not in the best of moods as it shot fire at the crowds regularly. As it turned out, there were a group of hit wizards tasked with specifically raising a barrier around the crowd to keep out any attacks towards it. It was an interesting variation of the standard Protego charm that needed more than one caster in exchange for being much stronger. Fleur ended up with this dragon, however, which proved to be a problem for her. She tried to get it with an illusion of rats, but the angry reptile bathed the whole arena in flames, dispersing it and forcing her to take cover. Even worse was that, unlike most brooding dragon, the horntail species had the philosophy of active defense, and thus didn't just remain stationary, but came after Fleur fully intent on killing her. The crowd watched in nervous excitement as the bird woman ran for her life while taking horrible burns and more than a few cuts and scrapes as she snatched the golden egg and ran out the exit. That was the last straw for the angry dragon, as it broke at his chain and attempted to chase her through the tunnel, with even the spells of the handlers being rendered useless to calm the beast. Nick raised his hand, palm forward, and with a clench of his fist, adamantium chains were transfigured from the stone ground and bound the dragon in place with it. His snout shut. Eventually, the handlers managed to get the dragon under control, and Nick released the transfiguration under the awestruck eyes of the crowd. He earned applause for his assistance and a thankful nod from Dumbledore as the task continued after a short break. Harry's dragon was the Chinese fireball, which he was admittedly much better prepared to take on than the other two champions were. It showed too, as he first used transfiguration to create high walls of stone to block the dragon's senses before he disillusioned himself and snuck up behind it and took the egg smoothly. The walls were also a trick that made the dragon think that he was coming from the front when he was in fact coming from behind it. With that performance done, the first task was over, and it was time for the champions to get their scores. Harry, of course, got the top score for cleverly misdirecting the creature and taking his egg without any injury. Crumb came up in second place, since his tactic was pretty textbook and he adapted to the ineffectiveness of it. Fleur was in last, as her entire performance was merely a bunch of failure and panicking on her part. She glared at Nick when the judges mentioned how he had felt the need to step in to contain the dragon after she fled. For once, her irritation was not misplaced, as that was a low blow on Bagman's part that could have been done without. All it served to accomplish was make the Vila more angry at Nick, which was a bad idea to begin with. Madame Maxime and Dumbledore both publicly chastised the large man for doing it too. The funny part was that the man was likely only doing it to try and hype the tournament more for the papers, but probably didn't realize that Rita, who was in charge of reporting on it, refused to write about Nick. He knew her secret as an animagus, and made it clear he would spill it if she tried to report on him like she usually does everyone else. To put it bluntly, it was a wasted effort to try and create drama like this with Nick for publicity. Chapter 537. Harry, you were brilliant, mate, Ron said excitedly as the group met up with him after the task ended. Thanks, Ron. I guess those hints at fighting dragons really came in handy, Harry said with a grin at Nick. I can't talk about the tasks while the tournament's on, especially not with you champions. Signed a contract, you see, Nick said with a shrug. Makes sense. Got me curious why you had to sign one of those, though, Harry said curiously. I suppose you'll just have to figure that out on your own. It should easy for you specifically, Nick said vaguely. Rita tried to grab Harry for another interview, but he effectively told her to fuck off and headed up into the castle with most of the rest of the group. Ron had to go and send a letter to his mom since she asked for one after the task ended. There was a whole celebration in the Gryffindor common room, and Harry got egged on into opening the golden egg so that they all could hear the hints it contained. What they got instead was high-pitched screaming until Harry shut the egg again and it went silent. Bloody hell. How in Merlin's saggy robes is anyone supposed to understand that? Seamus complained, while twirling his pinky in his ear to try and get out the ringing in it. Harry gave Nick a pleading look, but only got a shaken head back. I don't know about you guys, but I think I am going to go take a bath. All that excitement really makes me want to soak my head underwater, Nick said before leaving. No one seemed to find what he said as strange and merely saw him off. Nobody but Harry, however, that looked like he found a clue to follow, but wanted to celebrate his current victory for the moment. Nick wasn't just leaving a hint for his friend, though, but really intended to get a bath in the Room of Requirement since he wanted one. Sure, he could get clean with magic, but sometimes it was nice to just soak for a bit in scalding hot water. The room was also filled with things Nick wanted to grab before he graduated at the end of this year. Books, notes, scrolls, and other objects that had been lost there over the last 1,000 years. The Room of Hidden Things was very expansive after all, and Nick never really bothered trying to sort through everything till now. After his bath, he left the room and let the door fade away before summoning the door to the Room of Hidden Things, and got to work. Anything useless or broken, he fed to his realm as raw material, while the rest were sorted according to what they were used for. The cursed objects were identified and had their curses catalogued before he fed them to the realm which boosted the mana and matter of it. The useful or antique stuff was set aside behind him as he worked his way through the sea of things. Books, notes, scrolls, or documents were placed in his collection within the realm so long as they weren't cursed, and if they were, he would crack the curse before doing so, unless doing so ruined the value of the texts. More than once, the curses on the texts were actually needed in order to facilitate learning the magical knowledge written down. Nick also found more than a few experimental potions, ingredients, or even bizarre items like alchemized items. Like the cursed items he identified, and either stored or destroyed the stuff he found. Even though he was quick and efficient in this process, he barely emptied a single % of the room's contents by the end of the day. This is going to be a problem, isn't it? Nick thought with a sigh. The sheer amount of stuff in the room was insane, and since most of it was magical, he actually had to take a moment to identify what it was all about. Nick was halfway tempted to see if Dottie could sort it, but felt it would be rather wasteful after consideration. The house elf was currently dealing with a rather odd side effect of Nick becoming a realm lord. The magical bond between them had caused the house elf to start a sort of evolution in an unknown direction. As a result, the pitiful creature was pretty much bedridden for the time being as the dense mana on the island helped nourish its changing anatomy. Which direction this change was heading, Nick had no clue, but it should be interesting at least. Chapter 538. Nick left the room after that and ate dinner before calling it a day. The next morning he woke up to the sky being overcast and dark as a storm had rolled over while he was asleep. I was going to go collect some souls in the forest, but this weather is simply dreadful, he thought and shrugged. Nick walked down into the common room after getting dressed and was surprised to see that someone was already awake. It was Hermione with a sleepy expression as she pored over a book. Stayed up all night, I take it? He asked, startling the girl. Ah, it is just you, Nick. Yes, I was up all last night trying to find anything about that strange sound that the golden egg released. No luck so far, I am afraid, she said disappointedly. Here, this should help you get through the day without accidentally falling asleep, Nick said, taking out an energy potion. She looked grateful as she drank it and instantly pepped up. What potion is that? I've never had anything quite like it, she asked curiously. doesn't have an official name, but I refer to it as sleep in a bottle since drinking it gives the same effects as a full night's rest, he said honestly. Are there any side effects? She asked, and Nick shook his head. Not unless you try and use it as a substitute for real sleep on a regular basis. It is good for all-nighters like what you did, but shouldn't be used all the time, he said casually. Where did you get it from? She asked, clearly interested in the potion. I stole it from Salazar Slytherin himself. Man has an entire library with his life's knowledge recorded in it that I have memorized and mastered, he said with a grin. Where did you really get it from? Hermione asked, not believing him. I did get it from a book written by Slytherin. I had Snape help me make some last year, Nick said honestly. You really have a book written by one of the founders? Hermione asked in astonishment when she realized that Nick wasn't messing about. A whole library of them, in fact. I was even planning to share them with Dumbledore before I graduated, he said casually. Hermione just stared at him with a gaping mouth for a few moments as she realized that he was telling the truth. How can you be so calm about something like that? It is a huge discovery, she exclaimed in shock. In about 2 or 3 years, you'll understand that it really isn't that big of a deal, Nick said ominously before leaving her in the common room as he had stuff to do. So much to do and so little time to do it, he thought with a sigh. This was not him complaining either, as he really did have quite the list of things he needed to do. Make the chambers, work on copying the library, empty out the room of hidden things, work on his Twilight-style crafting, work on the organic smithing stuff, read and master the knowledge in the lexicon, prepare to graduate, deal with the royal vampires, expand his Atronach army, hone his skill and control over his power, and even more. Each and every one of these things would take up time to do, and he needed to do all of them. Some were more long-term type things, but others had the deadline of by the end of this year, so he was quite pressed for time. For today, though, Nick chose to continue working on the chambers that had been commissioned, and just before the first task been half paid for. The other half of the payment would come when he delivered the goods. He was faster in creating these new chambers, because he had the rough skeleton of runic enchantments for them already done after the task chamber's creation. The part that slowed him down was the specification and details that each person wanted for their chamber. In a way, Nick was building each set of enchantments up one block at a time, while making sure they don't clash somewhere or remove room for growth. The golems were even harder to create as they weren't static things, but mimicked the real creatures that they were based on and had to be carefully constructed to be easily repairable, as well as energy efficient. So they didn't just run out of power in the middle of a simulation fight. Achieving all that while programming them to behave just like the real deal made them highly advanced pieces of magical engineering. Thankfully, they were in fact a matter of copy and pasting the enchantment after he made a single model of every type. Chapter 539. He was making good progress on the chambers, though, as he was working on the final touches of the one that Amelia Bones wanted for the DMLE since it was the simplest of the 3. It was basically just a hyper-realistic training simulation of combat against other wizards, which was the DMLE's bread and butter. With that in mind, obviously, the Golem wizards needed to have a variety of spells and adaptable programming to work as good training partners. As an added bit of flair, though, Nick created a secret scenario in the chamber, with a golem meant to imitate Voldemort for anyone able to beat the highest setting of the other golems. He doubted the golem would have much use in the next few years, but as the wizarding world's average level of power rises, it will change. That was, of course, with the assumption that the battles with Zeus doesn't kill off nearly everyone on the planet, that is. The next day, Nick finished up the chamber, and after putting it through it his paces to check for flaws and bugs, was able to give it to Amelia Bones. The woman herself was the first person to truly test the chamber, and she came out sweaty, but satisfied with it. The chamber was installed in an empty room in the Ministry and put into use immediately with the Aurors and Aurors in training, trying it out curiously. Nick didn't mention it, but he secretly gave Amelia a discount on the price after he figured out that she hadn't spent the money the Ministry gave to the DMLE, but rather her own Bones family fortune for the chamber. He could respect that she was willing to inconvenience herself so greatly in order to improve her department's future. And, by extension, the communities as well as the Aurors became better at their jobs. Karkaroff's chamber took 3 more days to finish, as while it wasn't as realistic, As Amelia's, it was more diverse, as there were more types of environments, and golems, as well as a lot of scenarios, built into the various possible combinations of them. Nick had offered to install the room directly in Durmstrang, but Karkaroff just waved him off, so it was put in the hold of the ship that the school showed up in. This left the Beauxbatons chamber to be built in its entirety. Nick hadn't even started on it for one reason in particular. It was stupidly complex and needed a huge amount of input from Madame Maxim about literally everything. The woman asked for the full package, and Nick going to deliver, so he needed a great deal of stuff to add to the chamber. Magic conductive stone for the chamber itself. Several dozen pounds of mithril for the runic inlay. A dozen alchemically treated gemstones for storing and releasing mana to power the whole thing. And then the stupidly long book of runic sentences he needed to create in order to make the simulation as realistic as possible. Weather, environmental factors, reactive environments that truly seemed alive, and a bunch of other details to be built into the chamber alone. Add in the golems that may as well be false life forms with how complex and reactive they are, and the sheer variety of them, and you can understand the insane construct he was creating. So extreme that both of Nick's bodies had to be within the realm working on it at the same time to get any decent progress on the chamber done. And that was an accelerated time to boot. At the end of the week, Nick took a break from working on the chambers and moved to copying the books in the library for the next week with food and bathroom breaks. Nick no longer required true sleep after becoming a realm lord, so while his elven body rested, he was still awake and using his Daedric body instead. It felt natural to use it, but he still had a few issues that he was working on, such as the claws at the end of his fingers, making grabbing things without damaging them difficult to say the least. It was basically the same as having razors on the end of one's fingers that were capable of being gently dragged across steel and cleaving it apart like water. There was no clipping the thing either, as they were both highly durable and the body grew them back in moments after they were actually cut down. Thanks to the attempt, however, Nick discovered that his Daedric body was a veritable treasure trove, as each part was magical in nature and thus had various uses. His claw clippings, for example, made powerful wand cores if used for it. Chapter 540. By the middle of November, there was finally a change in the monotonous nature of Nick's life, as Hogwarts got a rather controversial visitor, a woman with pale skin, red eyes, and long blonde hair like silk, Mina Teps the vampire princess. Dumbledore played the part of host when she suddenly seemed to show up out of nowhere. Nick only discovered her presence due to seeing her at the head table during dinner when she made no effort to hide the fact she was staring at him. What is she doing here, and why do I have this ominous feeling? He thought, confused. As it turned out, he didn't need to wait very long to learn why at all, as the woman sought him out on her own. "What are you?" she asked bluntly as she walked up to him while he was in the library. "You don't need to know," Nick said without looking at her at all. She frowned. "You could at least look at me when I am speaking to you, or did we not have a good time at the ball?" she asked with a pout. Nick sighed and left a bookmark in the book he was copying before looking at her. It was a single dance, and if I am not mistaken, you rather forced the issue. "No?" he said with clear annoyance. "Bah, you know you loved every second of it. Besides, I don't let just anyone touch me in such an intimate fashion," she said dismissively. "You didn't exactly leave me much choice in the matter when you loudly said that I was afraid to dance with you. It wasn't even a good dance since you stepped on my feet 3 times during it," Nick retorted, and she looked embarrassed. "Enough playing coy. Why are you here?" he added firmly. "Tetch, you are no fun at all. If you must know, my father sent me here after he heard a rumor that you were going to be graduating this year. He didn't trust the mirrors to keep it secret with the offer he has for you," she said, turning serious. "I already have plans for after graduation, so I doubt I would be very interested in whatever he is offering," Nick said, honestly. "Not even when it pertains to an ancient wizard's tomb that was recently discovered deep inside one of our mines?" she asked with a teasing smile. "While that is interesting, I really do have plans also now. I know for a fact you are lying to me because he already asked me about that place 2 days ago, which you would know if you didn't avoid him like the plague. So spill it. Why are you here really?" Nick said, and Mina pouted at getting played. "Why don't you guess?" she asked playfully. You are testing my patience, so speak clearly or leave. I don't care which. He said, officially out of patience to deal with her nonsense. Fine, have it your way then, she said angrily before storming off. 3 reasons she is here at this time. First is she has some plan that involves me. Second, she is trying to seduce me again. Third is that she is just messing around just for the hell of it. I am leaning towards the third option here, he thought, as he opened the book he was on again to continue copying it. Mina Tepes was in many ways the exact opposite of Nick, in that she was a free-spirited individual who does whatever she wanted without care for consequences. In recent times, she had taken an interest in Nick for some god's awful reason. And despite what he might think, everyone assured him it wasn't romantically either. He found that hard to believe when she had taken to flirting with him both in person and over the mirror she stole from one of his shipments of them. Hell, even Vlad said that she was likely more interested in the fact he denied her to her face. She was a spoiled child and revered by nearly everyone she met, so his rejection of her was new and interesting. According to Vlad, she was probably trying to be friendly with him, but had literally no idea how. In all regards, Nick considered it a headache to deal with, since he didn't have time to be wasting on her whims. Later that evening, Mina went and started a rumor that they were engaged, which caused Nick to have more than a few people ask him about it. It wasn't bad enough to get Vlad involved, as it was mostly harmless fun on her part, but it was still more than a little irritating to deal with. Chapter 541. Besides that, however, Nick found it almost uncomfortable how there was nothing threatening in the background of this year. Sure, Grindelwald will probably end up completing his grand ritual by the end of the year, but Nick had known about that for years now, and had been preparing for it based on what he knew. He had even discarded his mortality almost entirely since he knew about the return of the gods and how Zeus was most likely going to clash with him heavily. There was no magical abomination or noseless freak in the background, planning on causing trouble. It was just mundane problems, like a socially stunted royal vampire and the Tree Wizard tournament. Speaking of the tournament, Harry had already figured out the hint Nick gave him with the egg, and was now trying to figure out the hint from the egg as well. Unlike in the canon, however, the hint in the egg wasn't so straightforward in pointing to the task's challenges. No, this time, it was pretty damn cryptic, with the exception of almost flat-out revealing that Nick had something to do with the task. This had caused a headache in the form of the champions secretly spying on Nick to try and glean anything about the task itself. Fine, I guess I can throw them a bone just to get them off my back. Nick thought a few days after the stalking started. The way he did this was by simply acting all secretive when he grabbed a book on treasure hunting in the library. He then set it back on the shelf, upside down, after appearing to read it for a few moments. Over the next 2 weeks, he repeated this process as he copied the books in the library and worked on the last remaining chamber. The trick worked too, as by the 1st of December, all 3 champions had stopped shadowing him and were now scrambling to figure out the rest of the egg's hint. Harry had the frankly unfair advantage in the fact that he had Hermione helping him with it, and that girl was nothing if not dedicated to scouring out information in the library and logicing her way through any troubles she has. Unfortunately for her, quite a bit of the hint was purposefully misleading in order to throw off the champions. The night of December 1st, however, they all had other problems to deal with, as Dumbledore announced the Yule Ball to be held on the night of Christmas, starting at 8 and ending at midnight. The professors had already told their students of the event, so it hadn't caught anyone off guard when the old goat announced it. That said, Ron was positively miserable, as not only did he not have someone to ask to the ball at the moment, but his dress robe was horribly outdated. They were this puffy, frilly maroon set of robes that made Nick have a headache to look at. You know I can have a tuxedo made up from you at Madame Malkin's for the ball if you'd like. Or you can borrow one of my own suits after I get it retailored to fit you, since our sizes aren't much different. Nick offered, feeling bad for him. The twins had shelled out from their cash stash for their own set of ball apparel, and thus Ron alone had to wear old hand-me-down robes. Really? The redhead perked up at the offer, and Nick nodded. It honestly wasn't even that hard, as after giving Madame Malkins his measurements, the woman said she'd have it done within a week. On the 5th, however, Mina decided to show up in the library again to find Nick. About a quarter done from the looks of it. Father might actually be jealous by the time you are done, she said offhandedly. I assume you are here in regards to the Yule Ball. Nick asked calmly without looking up from the book he was copying. One of these days you are going to tell me why I can't sneak up on you, she said with a pout after failing to get a reaction from him. I have a very good sense of perception, Nick said with a smirk, knowing that answer would only irritate her more. So do you have a date yet for it? She asked, ignoring his vague answer. I do not, but I was planning on fixing that soon enough. She is a wonderful little blonde with a bubbly personality and is fun to be around, Nick said, setting Mina up for a misunderstanding. She sounds like quite the catch, Mina said with a pleased look as she took it hook, line, and sinker. Yes, Luna truly is a wonderful girl, Nick said with a wide grin as Mina stiffened. Chapter 5, 42. The vampire princess went through 3 changes in mood in quick succession as she understood what Nick had said. The first was confusion because the name he said was not her own. The second was realization that he was baiting her. And the third was anger at falling for it. The library was usually fairly quiet, but as she released her bloodlust, it got deathly silent. Regardless of all else, she was still a powerful Tier 4 being so to everyone in the library. It was like death was leaning over their shoulder, whispering in their ears that it was there. Nick sighed and flicked her on the forehead, snapping her out of it and letting everyone else in the library breath out in relief. Learn to take a joke, or you'll find your stay here at Hogwarts much shorter than you may like, he chastised her firmly. She might be there for him, but Nick wasn't going to let her stay at the school if she turned murderous every time he played a prank on her. That wasn't a laughing matter, as she was legitimately wanting to kill something just now over his little prank. You were the one who played with my feelings to begin with, she shot back angrily. First, you aren't even interested in me like that. Second, nobody is stopping you from leaving. And finally, you are the literal last person I would ever ask to go to the ball with me. That rumor you started is already irritating enough as it is. I don't need to add more fuel to the fire, Nick said calmly. How can you possibly know how I feel? She asked with a scoff. Because you are a cat, Nick said bluntly. What? She asked, dumbfounded. Have ever seen the way cats act in general as a species? They are vain and apathetic creatures in most instances. They want attention on their terms, and if they want to mate, they make it abundantly clear while they are easily distracted and constantly seek stimulation. You, Minotepis, are a cat and thus easy to understand, Nick explained. And he could see that as much as she wanted to deny it, the comparison was uncomfortably accurate. The fact is that because you have had whatever you wanted on a silver spoon your whole life, so finding someone that denies you has your interest piqued. You want to be friends with me, and that is totally fine, but flirting is simply not the way to go about it, he added for good measure before returning to his copying while she was left to her thoughts. He meant it too, as he was perfectly okay with being friends with her, but all the advances on him that she didn't actually mean were annoying to deal with. The talk seemed to work too, as Mina vanished for the next week before randomly choosing to insert herself into Nick's, hang out with his friends. Calling that awkward would have been the understatement of the year, as besides Luna, that had the magical ability to gel with pretty much anyone who wasn't an insufferable jerk. The others had no idea how to approach the vampire. They couldn't ask about what it was like being a vampire either, as Mina was born one, and simply couldn't explain the difference since she had never experienced it herself. So, like, how old are you anyways? Ron eventually asked, and every single person in the room looked at him like he was an idiot. Mate, you don't ask a woman that. Like, ever. She is 105, Nick said with a grin as he directly exposed her age. Is that a lot for a vampire? Ron asked, not sure about it. Depends on the vampire, but for a natural-born like her, not really. She is barely considered an adult by natural-born standards, so in human years like 17 or so. Nick said with a shrug. When did you become an expert on the subject anyways? Tracy asked, confused. I think it would be rather strange if I didn't know a good deal about them, since I have a fairly good relationship with the royals, and even have the ear of the King of Vampires himself. Her dad, for context. Nick said honestly. Of course you do, Daphne said with a tired sigh after hearing what he said. Aren't vampires considered dark creatures, though? No offense meant, of course. Hermione asked while covering her bases with Mina. They are indeed, but like most things, it is more complicated than it seems. See, the things that the Ministry and most wizards are most concerned about are the blood thralls and lower vampire species that have a bad habit of being bloodthirsty monsters that kill everything they come across. Above that is the true vampires that are basically just people that drink blood to survive, but are otherwise just the same as everyone else, he explained honestly. Chapter 543. After ironing out all of the questions that there were in regards to vampires, Mina was accepted into the group without issue. Things got much more relaxed after that as she stopped bothering Nick and focused her attention on the other members of the group instead. Luna had also accepted Nick's invitation to the ball, and the mere fact he had asked her had gotten him several teases from his fiends, but he had expected it to begin with and was unbothered. Nick had noticed something concerning, however, that he could see becoming a problem later. His pride had mutated after becoming a fully Daedric being, and he couldn't help but feel an instinctual disdain for the people around him. He kept it under control, but it was clear that his elevated state wasn't entirely positive for him. It was not an issue at the moment, as he had his friends and people like Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel to keep him grounded, but eventually, most of those would crumble and fade or cease to anchor him. Thankfully, Nick was fairly certain that that was a far into the future sort of issue. 2 days before Christmas, Nick finally completed the chamber for Beauxbatons, and it was a thing of marvel for him. So realistic and varied that the inside could easily pass for the real deal regardless of which environment or enemy one would face. His favorite part, though, was that he added an adaptation feature to the chamber and golems so that it was no longer a one-size-fits-all type thing. Like if someone discovered a loophole in a scenario and exploited it the chamber, and golems would change the scenario slightly to punish the next person if they tried to repeat the exploit. "It is magnificent, Nick," Madame Maximime said after trying the chamber out herself. "If I am being honest, I almost don't want to give it up," Nick admitted. "That just means that it is as good as I had hoped for then." She said with a wide smile, "I am happy you like it, and please do have a good evening," he said before leaving since his schedule had finally opened up a bit. This meant that he now had the time to focus exclusively on copying the library books and emptying out the room of hidden things. Speaking of that room, Nick had found some strange things in that place as he fed his realm the vast majority of it. A whole mummy, a can filled with human teeth, a leprechaun's big toe on a string, and several other unusual or flat-out weird objects that boggled the mind. In terms of cursed items, Nick was disgusted to find that after getting about 10% through the room's contents, he had hundreds of unique curses recorded. Most were fairly harmless, but others were totally messed up, like ruin someone's life messed up. He wasn't even sure how, but someone had trapped the Maldictus curse in a small, brightly colored orb that was set to infect the person who touched it. Nick took great pleasure destroying the horrible object by feeding it to his realm that was growing greatly. Not physically, as there was not enough in the room to cause much change in the size of the planet in the realm, but rather magically. The one ley line that the realm had from the core's integration had tripled into 3 thanks to all the pure magic that came from breaking down the curses with the realm. In a not-so-surprising twist, the realm was uniquely suited for handling curses, which Nick was willing to bet heavily was due to the realm's Daedric nature. In Nirn Daedra were infamous for their curses, so it made perfect sense that the affinity for them was a part of their race. Nick himself likely also had a great affinity for curses, but refused to cast them due to the corruptive effects of such dark magic. In this regard, he was a bit unique in terms of Daedra, as unlike nearly all of them that couldn't be corrupted by dark magic, because they themselves were innately dark magic-oriented. He was the exact opposite, as he was light magic-oriented instead. In a way, he was smack dab in the middle between an Aedra and a Daedra, with him leaning towards Daedra due to how he became this way. Anyways, more ley lines meant that the concentration of mana in the air of the realm was even greater. It wasn't quite at the same level as Hogwarts at the moment, but it was fast approaching that point. Late into the night of this day, Dottie finally completed their evolution, and the changes were drastic. Chapter 544. The first thing Nick noticed was that Dottie had grown taller, nearly double their original height, in fact. In addition to that, their body had filled out to more human-like proportions, while their face had become less wrinkled and more human-like. At the top of Dottie's forehead, Two small nub-looking horns stuck out as well. The most off-putting change, however, was the eyes that had changed to have black sclera and slit pupils like a serpent. "How do you feel?" Nick asked his servant when they appeared in front of him at Hogwarts. "Incredible, sir. Like this one was but a slug before and now stands as a wolf," Dottie said with a wide smile. "That is good. I hadn't expected that my own transformation would affect you as well, and I apologize for any discomfort you may have experienced as a result." Nick said honestly, "My lord need not apologize to this lowly one. It is Dottie's privilege to serve one so grand as you." It said with a deep bow. Nick easily spotted that the thought process of his servant had taken a qualitative step forward from the simplistic nature of house elves and was more like that of a normal person's. In addition to this, there was another metaphysical change in the form of Dottie's essence and power. To even call Dottie a house elf would be a massive error, as on an evolutionary scale, it was now much higher up. Dottie's essence had also become Daedric in nature with a clear tie to the realm, much like Nick himself. And, as a Daedra, the servant's power had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. If before it was a match flame, it was now a raging bonfire that could threaten most people. The magical power of magical creatures like goblins and house elves was generally more powerful than a wizard's, but far from efficient as they had no focus for it. Now, though, Dottie's power required no focus, much like how Nick himself no longer needed one. That was just the sort of creatures Daedra were. Their bodies were more than adequate to serve the same function. What this meant was that now Dottie could perform much greater feats of magic than before, and as such, was a force to be reckoned with. The way that house elves used magic was different than the way wizards did. So most of the time, the defenses that were set up against other wizards simply failed against house elves. Dottie, like most house elves, was a tier 3 being, but with this transformation, it was not impossible for even Dumbledore to be given a run for his money against them. Besides all else, however, Dottie was a servant, and as such will not act in any way that might inconvenience Nick, at least not intentionally. Return to the manner and practice with your new power so we can understand your limits better," Nick said after noticing that people were starting to stare. "As you command, my lord," Dottie said before disappearing like mist, much to the astonishment of those watching. To them, it must have appeared as though a first year was talking with Nick at first, but the longer they looked, the more the details were off. Add to that the fact that Dottie apparated away in a place well known to be impossible to do so in, and the shock was not surprising at all. Nick knew that the information would get around eventually, but he didn't really care since he could handle the blowback for it. Now that I think about it, calling Dottie a house elf is no longer correct, but what should this new race be called then? Nick pondered seriously. Perhaps Hildra from the Aldmeri language word for servant and the Daedra? "Yes, I think that will be a perfect name, the Hildra. A new race of Daedra exclusive to my realm." Nick thought pleased with the name he had chosen. There was nothing else worth noting in the next 2 days, and soon enough it was the day of Christmas itself. Nick woke up nice and early as per H's usual, and saw the ungodly amount of gifts he had at the foot and sides of his bed just like last year. More than a few of them had letters attached too, which was annoying to say the least. Once again, most of the gifts were from people that had attended the Blitzball tournament over the summer, who were fans of it and wanted to show their appreciation for him creating the sport. Few of these came with letters, thankfully. More stuff to add to the collection, I guess. Nick thought with a shrug as he carefully stored away the stuff that the various players and teams of the sport had sent to him with their signatures on it. Chapter 5, 45. There was another strange set of gifts as well from various people around the world that were thankfully more reasonable than last year. For example, lumber from their local trees, such as snakewood from South America. Other than that, it was mostly food once again, which Nick was perfectly fine with as he quite enjoyed the stuff he got from last Christmas. "Is every year going to be like this for you from now on?" Ron asked jealously when he woke up to see the huge amount of presents Nick got. "It should lessen after this year since everyone will have better things to do than send me stuff," Nick said calmly while eating some fruit jerky from Brazil that seemed to be made with acai, mango, and bananas. From the looks of it, the food was crushed together and then dried in the sun before getting broken up. Still, it was sweet and had a good flavor to it, so Nick enjoyed it immensely. Did you get anything interesting like last year? Harry asked curiously. Well, I got a few things that could be considered interesting, I suppose, but nothing weird, thankfully. Nick said honestly. Mum sent another sweater from the looks of it. Ron said, opening a gift from his mom that was indeed another sweater. It was maroon like every year with a big orange R on the front of it. I got one. Me too, Nick and Harry said, opening their gifts from her as well. Harry's sweater was red with a yellow H on it, and Nick's was blue with a white N on the front. They put them on before moving back to the rest of their gifts. Thanks, Nick, Ron said excitedly as he opened the gift that Nick had given him. It was an ornate silver and green wood carving knife that Nick created out of the light of a star with his Twilight style. That star's material in particular had the unique property of improving wood that it was in contact with, which paired wonderfully with Veritology. It wasn't a major improvement, but it would certainly increase the quality of any wand or staff carved using it. Sadly, it only worked on raw wood, so any treated or finished wands got no benefit from it. Nick still wanted to find a way to elevate his own wand, as it was unfortunately starting to have difficulty growing to match his power. This wasn't because of the materials that comprised it, but rather that the techniques that crafted it were never pushed to this length and were starting to falter. While it was true that a wand was able to grow nigh infinitely, that growth was meant to be slow and steady like a wizard's own growth, not the constant leaps forward that Nick made in a relatively short period. Even now, Nick's wand had not fully adapted to his transformation over the summer, and thus was mostly for decoration if he didn't want to destroy it. The shows of magic he had been doing that looked to use his wand had in fact actually been him wandlessly casting spells under the guise of using a wand. What even is this? Harry asked, confused when he opened his own gift. Ah, yes, the puzzle box. I am quite proud of that little thing. Like the name implies, it is a box that is sealed shut via a puzzle of my own design that you'll find is quite challenging. It has a very large expanded space inside it that you can use to store anything you would like safely. Nick explained proudly. How do you open it then? Ron asked, interested, as it was a cool-looking item. Like this, Nick said, and placed Harry's thumb out that struck the locking mechanism and was accepted. The box then started to twist and click as it rearranged itself, and grew larger in size until it was the size of a trunk before the entrance opened up like an eye dilating. Wicked, Harry said, as he looked inside the opening that was just empty space with nothing in it at this time. Right now, the pattern for the puzzle is you simply pressing your thumb on the lock there, but while the box is open, you can input a new opening sequence based on how you move your thumb. Try sliding your thumb down and to the left, Nick said, and Harry did it, and the box clicked a few times before closing again. Now to open the box, you have to place your thumb on the lock before moving it down and then to the left. Nick explained with a grin. What if I forget the pattern? Harry asked, worried. Chapter 5, 46. As the person the box is bound to at the moment, you can reset it by pressing that symbol there. Nick said, pointing out the Deathly Hallows symbol on the box's side. I think I got it, Harry said with a nod. You sure you aren't playing favorites? I just got a blade while he got that complicated-looking storage box? Ron asked teasingly. I gave each of you a present that I believed you would find most useful for your endeavors. Harry seems to be leaning towards being an Auror, and thus will need an easy-to-access storage, means that would be difficult for others to use. You instead are on the path of Veritology, and so I gave you a carving blade that improves the wood you carve with it. Hermione got a quill that writes out your thoughts with a bit of discretion, of course. Tracy got a few primers on weaponry and forging, while Daphne got a runic engraver of my own design, with the entire Elder Futhark alphabet pre-programmed into it for easy runic writing. As for Mina, she got some Hydra's blood from my island, Nick explained calmly. You have a Hydra? Ron asked in shock. There is one on my island. Yes, aggressive little bastard attacks anything that gets too close to the pond, which is why that area is closed off, Nick said with a huff. He could see why the species originally went extinct, as if they all acted like that then. They probably made pests of themselves by hoarding important watering holes, causing them to be hunted down to the last. It probably didn't help that their bodies were full of useful ingredients. Venom, scales, gall, Blood, eyes, and brains were all highly useful things to wizards. Those have been extinct since over 1,000 years ago. How in Merlin's name did you get it? Ron asked curiously. It was originally a horned water snake, actually. But due to the conditions on my island, it managed to awaken its ancestors, bloodline, and turn into a hydra. Sadly, the other horned water snakes on the island didn't follow it, is lead, so I only have the one, Nick said with a shrug. It is a good thing no one knows you have it, or a lot of people would come after you to get it, Ron said seriously. That was also true, given how messed up humans tend to be when profit was involved. A flaw wizards shared as well. Moving on from that, they got to see the gifts from the normal lot, such as Sirius, Lupin, and each other. Nick's gifts were amongst the most extravagant, but considering he made them himself, or harvested them personally in the case of the Hydra's blood, that was par for the course. Most of what Nick got was books or food, which made him chuckle as it seemed to be what everyone agreed he liked. They weren't wrong, though, as he did indeed enjoy those things above most others. He enjoyed pushing his knowledge to new heights, just as much as he did the subtle nuances of flavor that came from food. The gifts the other two got were more varied as their interests weren't as focused as his, but they still enjoyed the candy gifts that they got. There was one present, however, that Nick wasn't expecting to get that if anyone else knew the sender of might get him arrested. Grindelwald. The man sent a card that was actually very ordinary for a Christmas card, as he just wished a happy holiday and the usual well wishes. The gift, however, only made Nick sigh, as it was a small log of the Hawaiian fern that Ollivander had recommended for the fire salts. Of course he was aware that I was looking into getting some of this, he thought, as he put it away for later. What sort of wood is that? Ron asked, seeing the log before it was placed in the realm. A type of Hawaiian fern that grows near volcanoes. It is a very unpopular wood for wands due to how picky it is, Nick said casually. Who sent it? Harry asked curiously. A fan of my work, Nick answered vaguely without lying. Why don't I ever got rare wood as a gift? Ron complained, and they laughed. After that, they went to breakfast, and everyone was chatting about the stuff they got. All of Nick's friends were pleased with his gifts, which was perfect to him considering he barely spent more than a day getting them ready. The rest of the day after that was spent with them, hanging out, and generally relaxing as they waited for the ball to get set up. Chapter 5, 47. You know, I really would have liked to be asked before the last possible minute to do this, Nick said as he weaved a grand illusion over the Great Hall. Dumbledore had apparently gotten the brilliant idea of getting the school's resident illusion specialist involved in decorating the Great Hall for the ball right before. Said Ball, the Great Halls were already extravagant to begin with streamers, fancy tables and cutlery, and even the floor transfigured into a smooth mirror-glossed finish. Add on the enchanted ceiling that showed the stars overhead, and it was quite a memorable sight. However, Dumbledore wanted to push it even further, and thus had Nick, who the entire Hogwarts staff recognized as an expert of illusions, brought to make things truly unforgettable. Flitwick may be a charms master, but his field of study was physical charms, so while he knew his share of illusions, he was far behind Nick, who actively studied and pushed the subject further. Nick's illusions were terrifyingly realistic as well, since at one point in time, he made it appear as though an army had suddenly appeared outside Hogwarts when he was testing an illusion spell in his free time. The sight, sound, feeling, and even smell of an army was all there, and it was only thanks to the illusion detecting ring that Snape had ordered years prior that the residents of the castle hadn't made fools of themselves, including Dumbledore. Needless to say, quite a few students in the school were suddenly enlightened about the greatness of illusions, and the tomes on the subject were unavailable for quite some time afterwards. It was at that point that the entire staff of the school recognized Nick as the expert in the subject within the walls of the castle. For the ball, what Dumbledore wanted was to extend the illusion from the enchanted ceiling to cover all the walls so that it appeared that they were standing in the sky itself. Nick agreed to the matter with only a little complaint at the short time he had to work with. After all, this wasn't some static image that he was conjuring up that may as well be fancy wallpaper. No, he needed to add a feeling of vastness, movement, and synchronicity with the enchanted ceiling overhead, so that the desired effect could be achieved, which required serious control and precision to pull off. And done, Nick stated as the spell was finale done, and took effect as the surroundings shimmered and changed to match the ceiling's appearance. The really difficult part was to make the illusion truly reflect the heavens above that he couldn't actually see, thanks to the long hours of staring at them because of the twilight style. However, Nick had nearly every star in the sky memorized. "Marvelous work, my boy," Flitwick said excitedly while looking around him. "I am in agreement with Phileas. You have truly outdone yourself," Dumbledore said with a pleased smile. "I would certainly hope so, considering I spent nearly half my entire energy pool on it." Nick said with a half-hearted complaint. This illusion was both not simple, and it needed to last for a considerable amount of time, so naturally the cost to create it was quite heavy. "I imagine those attending the ball will start arriving shortly, right?" he asked, changing the subject. Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed they should be, and I do hope that you enjoy yourself during this time as well," the old goat said right when the other judges started to arrive. Nick was quite surprised to see that Sirius himself had shown up with Amelia Bones hanging on his arm. It was a strange image, as her personality was almost the exact opposite of his, in that she preferred to be serious, pun not intended, at all times, and wasn't a fan of pranks or jokes, while the war with Voldemort and subsequent decade in Azkaban had mellowed the man out considerably. Sirius was still very much a fun-loving and carefree person. One thing the man had on his side, however, was good. Looks as once he recovered he had a rough charm to him that apparently even worked on women like Amelia. After that was Ludo Bagman, who either decided to go stag or just couldn't get a date for the event. Not that Nick could tell which one with how the large man was acting. Ludo acted as though he was high on life, just existing in the room, as he was all smiles and amazement at the scenery in the Great Hall. After that, it was time for the students of Hogwarts to start arriving as they began to appear from the 4th year and beyond. Chapter 5, 48. Harry and Ron showed up with Ginny and Padma Patil respectively as their dates, and Harry and Ginny were singled out to stand to the side. After that followed the Beauxbaton students, and their dates with Fleur and the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team being paired together, and thus singled out along with Harry and Ginny. Madame Maxim was paired up with Hagrid, unsurprisingly, considering they had been openly flirting for months now. How anyone could appear surprised to see it was beyond Nick, but a few pulled it off. Finally, it was Durmstrang's time to arrive, and more than a few people were surprised to see that Hermione was hung off the arm of Krum in a radiant manner. She really does clean up nicely, Nick thought while giving her a grin and a thumbs up. Luna had somehow managed to slip in the hall without anyone noticing, despite her wearing a flamboyant pink dress with added flowers and lots of puffy bits. It was just as unusual as it is wearer, and Nick approved greatly as it suited her. The only accessory she had on was the bracelet that he had given her previously, that allowed her to change her features to a minor extent, which she was currently using to keep her hair braided. It was an interesting use of the magic, and Nick approved of it. Soon enough, the champions and their dates were taken to the dance floor, and the band that was known as the Weird Sisters started playing. Watching Harry and Ginny dance was amusing, since it was clear that they were both total amateurs at it that lacked the coordination to not constantly step on the other's feet. Fleur's dance was much better, as even though her partner was distracted by her vela, a lure the entire time she was clearly trained how to dance with someone under such a condition. The best dancers of the champions, though, went to Krum and Hermione hands down. They glided across the floor in perfect sync in a standard waltz. Once the first song ended, it was finally time for the rest of the students to show off their dancing skills, as well as order food for dinner. Unlike usual, there was an actual menu for the meal this time, but after looking it over, Nick instead opted for some of his sweetened lembas bread instead. "Want a bet?" he offered Luna, who looked like she didn't know what she wanted to order from the menu. "Isn't that just bread?" she asked, confused. It dawned on Nick that he might not have ever actually explained what lembas bread was when he ate it, so his friends were likely under the impression he just enjoyed bread. "This is lembas bread, and a single bite is enough to fill someone for 3 days. I sweetened this one so that it is a bit like pound cake in flavor," he explained, and she looked interested. After trying it, she looked astonished to find that she did indeed feel full after a single bite. "So that is why you eat this stuff so much," she said in understanding. "Well, with that out of the way, want to make everyone else jealous?" Nick asked with a grin. Luna's eyes lit up and she smiled happily before holding out her hand. Nick took it and gently led her to a nearby wall before doing something that no one there would forget for quite some time. He stepped onto the wall and began to walk up the side of it like it was the ground. Luna was besides herself at the novel idea of dancing on the wall, but Nick was much more of a braggart than that, and eventually lead her upside down standing on the air itself overhead. Even the music stopped as the people in the room stared in amazement at them. "Play something upbeat, won't you?" Nick said with a grin at the band that snapped out of it and complied. In time with the music, Nick led Luna across the sky in a grand and flashy tango, while everyone else could only watch in jealousy. Dumbledore had a grin of his own at the scene, and mentioned something about being young again as he watched. The trick to what Nick was doing was that he was warping gravity in a small area around Luna and himself, so that they were always falling in the direction of his choosing, so they appeared and felt like they were on solid ground, so long as he kept a hardened platform of air above them under their feet. Doing this was an absolute flex on his part, and everyone who understood what he was doing knew it. Chapter 5, 49. All in all, Nick was in a good mood for the majority of the ball after he finished showing up everyone else. Luna was in a similarly good mood, but took the event as merely another unimportant social party, which was admittedly fairly true. It was amusing to see her interacting with the members of the other schools, who all looks like they didn't know how to treat her. They couldn't be rude as she was here as Nick's date, and it would be like insulting him, which could end very unpleasantly. They also clearly wanted nothing to do with her strange manner of speech and fanciful attitude when talking about a creature that didn't exist. Nick was far more interested in a small beetle that was buzzing about the place, however. "I must admit this woman is truly brave to act like this in front of so many powerful people," he thought before setting off a spark of lightning from thin air through the beetle's wings. Not enough to really hurt her or get noticed, but more than adequate for sending a message. Rita Skeeter left hurriedly in her beetle form after that, which meant she missed the conversation between Hagrid and Madame Maxime. Nick didn't mind that the woman used her animagus form to spy on others to get news. But Hagrid was a friend, and the stigma of being labeled inhuman would be a heavy one indeed. Most people thought that Hagrid was the result of a failed spell of some sort, and Nick was more than happy to keep it that way. The man was not like Nick in that he could silence all opposition to his race with power, and that was perfectly fine. Hagrid was a kind and simple soul that loved magical creatures of all kinds, and wouldn't retaliate should he be targeted for something. Nick knew that Rita's piece on the man's true nature would leave him shamed and ostracized heavily, and so moved to prevent it when the opportunity came. Sadly, I can't do anything for him in regards to Maxime's denial of her own true nature as a half-giantess. A shame, really, as they made a good couple, Nick thought as he drank some punch that had been spiked by the twins. It wasn't anything strange that they put in it, but merely scentless and tasteless alcohol. It certainly made things interesting, as those experienced with alcohol recognized it has effects on them instantly, while everyone else merely lost all sorts of inhibitions. Nick was entirely unaffected by the alcohol, as his body considered it a poison and burned it out before it could cause any problems. There was a slight downside to the drunken students, however, in the form of them getting frisky with their dates. More than a few couples left the ball to find quiet places to make out or more. The adults at the ball mostly all decided to allow it to happen as well, since it was merely a part of being young in their opinions. The next day, however, had Madame Pomfrey in a very bad mood, as she had a sudden influx of people after morning after potions. That told of a very eventful Christmas. Despite Luna getting a bit tipsy, herself Nick was not amongst that number, as he was not interested in such a thing at this time. At the end of the ball, he instead escorted her to the Ravenclaw common room and left for bed. "Ah, make it stop," she begged in the morning, as she and quite a few people were nursing nasty hangovers. "I could do that, but then you wouldn't learn anything," Nick said teasingly. "What are we even supposed to learn for this anyways?" Ron asked, while rubbing her temple to try and relieve his headache. "To never trust any food that those two have interacted with, for starters," Nick said with a chuckle as he pointed at the twins, both of which were reveling in the suffering they had caused with wide smiles. "How aren't you miserable like us anyways?" Harry asked with a similar headache to Ron. "Oh, that. I am immune to alcohol, apparently. I honestly had no clue until last night, but it is certainly a pleasant find," Nick said with a grin. That took a little of the wind out of the twins' sails, but not much. Obviously, they had thought they had gotten one over on him, but clearly that wasn't the case, so their joy lessened a small amount. But compared to the pride at such a successful large-scale prank, it was a minuscule drop. At about noon, Nick finally took pity on his friends and dispelled their hangovers with a simple cleansing spell. Chapter 550. After that, things returned to normal as the champions continued to try and decipher the hint from the egg, and Nick focused on copying the library and clearing the room of hidden things. The second task was to be held on the 24th of February, and that meant only about 2 more months to prepare. That might seem like a lot, but the problem is that the champions had almost no idea what they should be preparing for, so they could only focus on a bunch of half-baked guesses that may or may not be true. For Nick, though, these next 2 months allowed him to make a great deal of progress in the 2 things he was focusing most of his attention on. For the room of hidden things, he had managed to grow his realm size by a 2%, while absolutely flooding it with mana from all the magic he fed to it. As it stood right now, the mana in his realm was so dense that it rivaled his islands at this moment. This wasn't stolen mana like before either, but true generated mana from the ley lines within the planet of the realm. Thanks to this, Nick was finally confident in transferring the golden apple tree from the vault into his realm safely. Other than that, though, he had already removed everything from within the vault, save the money needed to keep it open. Grimgrip was rather unhappy about this, but couldn't say anything about it due to the nature of the goblins' contracts over the vault. Nick scoffed at the goblins' indignation, however, as the greedy creatures thought that the contents of a vault would naturally pass to them eventually. So all the unique things getting removed from a vault stung at them. It made no sense, but that was just the way goblins saw things in general, so Nick could only shrug at it. There was a bit of a downside to transferring the tree to the realm, however, as the thing immediately devoured the mana in the air, greedily dropping the ambient levels to the current Earth standard. Thankfully, the ley lines produced enough mana that the tree stabilized and started to recover from its mana-deprived state. This drop in ambient mana, however, made Nick more focused than ever on emptying the room out. He was making good progress too, as he was almost exactly 75% done by the time the second task rolled around. Interestingly, the room also shrank as its contents did, so now Nick could see from one end to the other with a little bit of effort. The amount of knowledge Nick had gained from the room alone was staggering as well, since he had recorded every curse and the knowledge written down that he found as well. He now had thousands of different curses recorded, and his personal library was now nearly twice the size of the Hogwarts public one. Speaking of the library, he had also gotten roughly 75% done with copying that as well. The final 25%, though, proved to be trickier since it consisted of the Forbidden section and the Ancient section. For the Forbidden section, the tomes and scrolls there were cursed, or in other languages that Nick wasn't the best at copying due to his auto-translating ability. He could copy the symbols, of course, but his mind kept trying to write down what he read in English, which wasn't what he was wanting. Half the value of the information was how hard it was to understand after all. For the Ancient section, that also held true, as the vast majority of the tomes, scrolls, and records there were in a lost or difficult-to-translate languages. Nick wanted his own library to be a faithful copy of the original, so he was forced to slow down so as to not accidentally translate a book instead of copying it perfectly. There was a boon that came with him copying so much knowledge, however, as some of that knowledge stuck. It was a mere fraction of what he copied, but it was still an improvement to his knowledge base. Finally, the 24th of February rolled around, and it was time for the second task to commence. Once again, the bleachers of the Quidditch pitch had been used to house the crowds that came to watch the event. In the center of the field stood a huge cubicle gray chamber with a single bronze-looking door that was otherwise unimpressive-looking. Everyone there looked at the thing in confusion, as they simply couldn't understand what they were looking at. Soon enough, Ludo Bagman started announcing the nature of the task as well as what its main objective was, in the form of a single kidnapped person that each champion needed to rescue.